It is time for us to go ahead and go live as it is time to begin day 2 of the LEILANI Simon trial. Hope you guys are all having a fantastic day today. If you guys didn't get a chance to see yesterday's trial, I highly would recommend you guys taking a look at that. At least the first part with the opening arguments. I'm going to go ahead and pull the chat up here and we will get things started. It looks like they actually started a little earlier than I expected them to, but we're going to kick things off. That's good. That means when they take breaks, I'll be able to fast forward and catch things up. It looks like we are. Let me make sure here. Let me put us on my phone here so I can keep an eye on the chat this way as well. But anyway, hope you guys are all having a fantastic morning. It is October 15th, 2024. It is 9:48 a.m. And we're going to keep things pushing with this thing. We'll make sure we're running. We are running. Cool. Let's just go ahead and get things back in order. Let's get things going because they did get things started here. Here we go. I'll do some silence. Here we go.
We are going to get started.
There we go. Hope you guys are all having a good morning. Here she comes out. Guys, if you want to support the channel, as always, links are down below. You can also find the links to some other content down there as well. Whenever you guys get on in there. KD, if you're still around, good to see you. Let's hopefully kick things off here. Hurry up, bitch.
Morning, Miss Simon. Have a seat with your pleasure.
Morning, Kimberly. How you doing, beautiful? Hope you're doing well. I didn't think this thing was going to start till 10:30. It just so happens that it's been going for about 15 minutes, so it must have started at 9:30, which is good. That means when they go on a break, I'll be able to fast forward up and keep, because this bitch must be a smoker or something. She takes a lot of breaks. In case you guys do not know, this is the case of LEILANI Simon, who was accused of killing her son and dumping him in a dumpster.
We are on the record with SPCR 22-03364J6, the state of Georgia versus LEILANI Marie Simon. Let the record reflect that Ms. Simon is present at counsel's table with her attorneys, Robert Purse and Mark Hilliard. The state is represented by AUSC
there we go.
Dean and Assistant District Attorney Jenny Parker, as well as Detective Williams. Is the state ready to proceed?
LEILANI all flowery and shit today.
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
That's a horrible looking shirt, girl. That's a horrible looking shirt.
I'm going to have the jury first. We got a few folks we need to have.
Good morning, American. How you doing? It's an American opinion. What the fuck you're smiling for, bitch? You had a rough day yesterday. Yesterday alone made you guilty. Good, thank you. How are you? I'm doing good. Still got the flu a little bit. But working my way through it. Definitely working my way through it. She looks a lot more confident today. I don't think she should be. She must have went home. She must have went back to the cell and slept all right, but I don't feel like she should be confident at all. What's up, Hemisphere? I don't think she should be confident at all. Because yesterday was brutal for her. What's up, Chris Lynn? How you doing, beautiful?
All right, please have a seat, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone in the courtroom, please have a seat. Welcome back.
What's up,
and
NFT?
Good morning. Thank you all for
Good day to you as well.
being on time, and I could tell by your looks you are ready to go. I will ask you, has anyone discussed the case with anyone?
They ain't gonna tell you the truth anyway.
Any media, read any media, done any research in this matter? Okay, and there's a resounding no ma'am from everyone. So with that, we're going to go directly back into the evidence. The state may call its next witness.
Here we go. They're probably still going through the cops, if you think about it. There was so many cops on that scene, man. I would imagine that's still the direction that they're heading. Can you tell me what's going on with this case? Yeah, this is the case of LEILANI Simon. She threw her baby in a dumpster. They're just not, the question is did she kill her or not kill her? Kill him, not kill him, that type of thing. That's the gist of the case, essentially. She's accused of killing her baby and throwing him in a dumpster.
Yes, sir. Step this way.
This is about 2 years old. Just now going to trial. LEILANI and Quentin Simon. What's going on, sir? How you doing, beautiful? It is cold here as well, Chris Lynn. It was 35 degrees when I woke up.
And how do you spell your version of Philip?
P-H-I-L-I-P.
And could you spell your last name, please?
S-C-H-E-N-K-E-R.
Good morning, Brittany.
Police
How you doing,
officer
beautiful?
with the Chatham County Police, you said?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been with the Chatham County Police Department?
7 years.
And what positions have you held during your time with Chatham County?
Patrol officer and crime commander.
Crime scene?
Winter's coming to Toronto, yeah.
Are there any other terms for that unit that people use?
This was the first morning I woke up cold, man.
How long have you been with the crime scene unit or forensics?
A little over 2 years.
It was 35 degrees here,
Broadly speaking.
but I'm also in the mountains.
Pretty much we collect and preserve evidence and crime scene.
Okay. Now, on the morning of October 5th, 2022, did you respond to 535 Buckhalter as part of the larger police response to this missing child call?
Yes, sir.
About what time?
Doing great. Thank you for asking. How you doing? I'm still a little sick, but I'm doing fine. Thank you.
Around 11-ish, not 100% sure.
And were detectives
Still a little
present
sick.
already at the time that you got there?
I believe so.
Now, who from the crime scene unit or the forensics unit went out to the residence that day?
Myself, my sergeant, Sergeant Coleman,
Hey, Callum, how you doing, brother? Long time no see you, brother.
officer again.
And what was the initial purpose of you all going out there?
Our initial purpose was to put the drone up to assist with searching for missing child.
And did that happen?
Yes.
Now, eventually, in your time there that day,
I'm about to get this fucking fireplace going.
did you document photographically the residence and surrounding area?
Fucking cold as shit.
Can you tell us about how that unfolded?
Agreed, Brittany.
Pictures.
I've been sick for almost 2 weeks now.
Right, I mean, we're going to go through some of them.
It's the cough, man. The cough doesn't go away.
Back there, I was advised that there may be blood on inside the house, so I went inside, took pictures of the pack and play,
Blood on the pillow.
and then I backed out, and then we put up the drone for a little bit, and then later on that night, we
Exactly, Brittany.
saw photos of the outside of the residence and the inside of the residence.
So there was initially a period shortly after your arrival where you took a few pictures of the pack and play,
Yes, sir.
and then you backed out. And took
Hey, no problem, Shay. Good to see you.
that after a search warrant had been obtained for the residence.
Man, they said blood on the pillow. If Quentin's blood is on that pillow, she was already toast from yesterday. If Quentin's blood is on that fucking pillow, this bitch is done. Done. Especially if her boyfriend testifies. This bitch is done. No way.
How many pictures did you take? Would it refresh your memory with a little?
On that day, I took 400.
Yeah, exactly, Chris Lynn. Me too.
In the course of taking those photographs and walking around the residence, did you have an opportunity to examine the front door?
Yeah,
Did there appear to be any signs of forced entry or anything like that?
there did not.
Did you see anywhere in the house any obvious signs of a struggle?
I did.
On his packing plate.
An exhibit marked as
You know what's crazy about that? That would be crazy if they found some brain matter there. But to be perfectly honest, that is the things that make me question it. Like, did she get fucked up and high and like, just as an example, take a coffee cup and throw it at him? Or did she take something over there and bludgeon him? Going into this, I thought it would be kind of a neglectful accident. After yesterday, though, I believe she did it. The only question now is how. And that's even worse if he was inside the fucking his little bed. That's nuts, man. That's nuts to even think about. What's up, Paige? How you doing? Keisha, thank you. She said thanks for what you do. No, thank you. You think she literally bludgeoned him to death? Man, that would be so horrible. That would be so horrible. What's up, Jennifer? How you doing, beautiful? Paige, beautiful. How you doing?
This is the photo from the first day.
is that all of them or just the select?
Right.
Just this.
What is going off the number here? What is the time?
Well, yeah, at this point, she definitely did it. My only question is how.
114.
All right, now those.
I'm going to be honest, man. I really, and I know this sounds, I'm hoping, I don't want to believe people are just going to bludgeon their fucking 8-month-old, my 18-month-old, whatever the fuck. I really just want to believe she got high or fucked up and just threw something and it kind of happened accidentally. You know what I mean? The thought of a mom just bludgeoning her child over the head with something till he's dead, like that is such a brutal thought. I mean, I know the world is fucked up, but I don't like thinking of the world like that. You see what I'm saying? I think she was high as hell, frustrated, and killed him. Yeah.
Images fairly inaccurately depict the residents.
Yeah, I agree.
As you photographed it that day.
Sunshine and rain. How you doing? I can see her slamming him into his pack and play one too many times. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. Like a momentary moment of rage that where you didn't. And listen, don't shoot the messenger. Okay, don't get mad at me. I'm saying that it seemed likely that a momentary lapse of judgment and rage. Look, man. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you in my life I've never got drunk and fucking pissed and hit somebody. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people have the ability to lose it for a moment. That's the only question I want to know. Did she just get high? And don't get me wrong, she's wrong no matter what. Did she just get fucked up and momentarily lose it all? Or was it an all-out attack and assault? Those things matter to me. The difference matters to me. You know what I mean? If she just all-out assaulted him, you had to give this motherfucker the death penalty.
And I would ask them to publish this.
Yeah, but not a defenseless, baby. You can't, listen, I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying she's right if she, I'm saying though, drugs are a motherfucker, man. Drugs are a motherfucker. You don't, that woman was doing like serious shit. Remember, I'm not a druggie. I don't do no drugs like that. I just know off alcohol I've snapped. Now, granted, I've never bludgeoned a baby over the head. I'm just saying, there's been plenty of mornings I've woke up in my life like, why the fuck? What did I black out and do? Why did I do that? You see what I'm saying? Like, I can understand that happening. Yeah, I get it. Well, what do you mean? Okay. Well, Brittany says, here's the thing. If it's just a moment, why did she take him to the dumpster then? Because you have to try to get away with it. Listen, if me and my girl get into it, and let's say she smacks me in my face, and I'm drunk, and I just fuck around and nail her, and she falls and she hits her head and she dies, what do you think I'm gonna do? What do you think I'm gonna do? I'm gonna dispose of the body and try to get away with it. Because there's nothing, you turning yourself in isn't gonna do anything. The motherfucker's already dead. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I understand what you're saying. Like, you think there's this process that she should have went through after the fact? But let's just say she did accidentally kill him while she was on drugs. The only thing left for her to do is try to get away with it. You see what I'm saying? Hey, Insufferable Existence sent 5. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Do you see what I'm saying? What do you mean? So you think she should turn herself in? You think that just because someone is your brother or your son, like you should willingly go to jail? You only have one life. You only have one life. And you think do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, I can't wait for the boyfriend to testify. If you only got one life, why would you willingly not fight to stay free as long as you can? Do you see what I'm saying? It's reflex to cover it up, self-preservation. Yeah. So the snack cakers on the internet are happy that you turned yourself in? Fuck that. You see what I'm saying? There is no such thing as justice. The person's already dead. At this point, you have to ask yourself, what the fuck do I do next? There's nothing I can do to bring the person back. I'm just letting you know, if I accidentally kill you, I'm not calling 911. They can't bring you back from the dead. So I'm just letting you know in advance. That's my scene. That's my thing.
Now, this is photograph number 1 of State's Exhibit 10. Can you tell us what this is?
This is a photo log. It gives the case
Turn yourself in doesn't help anyone. And no one in the long run.
the crime or what we're responding to, who went to it, the date of it, and then the time approximately we arrived. We put this at the end of all of our photos, so you kind of get a summary of what you're about to look at.
Now, moving on to image 2, what is this?
This is the front of the residence. I'm standing on boat halter looking towards the front of the residence.
Now, can you see the front door in this image?
Yes, sir.
And where is it?
It's all the way to the left.
But I will say this. At least bury the motherfucker, right? The idea of throwing your child in a trash can, that is bothersome to me. Like, if I accidentally killed my child, I'm going to bury him. I'm not going to throw him in the trash can. You know what I mean? So I understand what you're saying. 100%. Shit, that's the wrong one. Where the fuck is my scene? There we go.
Is that what that is? There a green chair?
Yes.
And is that like a little
She did look better strung out.
patio area outside the front door?
She looked way better.
Moving on to the next.
She's been
Well, let me ask you this: are there any other,
eating all kinds of fucking ramen noodles in that thing.
were there any doors on the sides of the house? There are other doors on the back.
Yeah, there's 2 in the back.
Three total exterior doors on this house.
Yes, sir.
Moving to image 3, where are we now?
She's had a whole lot of honey buns, yeah.
So I moved further down Buckholder.
Whole lot of snack cakes.
Different things.
Very our beloved pets in the backyard. We don't know throw dead dogs in the dumpster. Right, exactly, Chris Lynn.
Where are we here?
4, I am at the end of the property line, further, I believe it's west
I feel like it's Down syndrome or something.
of their yard.
She has like the permanent Joker face. Do you know what I'm talking about? You know how just that she's got a wide, big mouth. A wide, big mouth. Like, it's strange, man. And I think that's why she looks like she's smirking so often.
Words, pretty much.
It's just a wide, big fucking mouth.
Is that the driveway for 535 Buckhalter?
And Brad, I think she's Hawaiian or some shit like that.
And where are we now?
I don't think she's fully white.
At the edge of the driveway, looking into the backyard.
And there's a truck here, right?
Catfish, yeah.
That belonged to
What's up, Berlin?
The son, you said?
our brother.
There's something goofy going on with that broad.
Image 6. Where have we moved here relative?
It also could be the drugs. It also could be the drugs. Have you ever seen like a drug addict and noticed that like their body language is different, like the way they poke their lips or the way they hold their hands? You see what I'm saying? Like I had an uncle who was he was a homo, he had AIDS, and he was a drug addict. And that dude had little things like in his mouth and the way his eyes looked and the way he held his hands. It just, all of it was odd. Like, you would have said the same thing. This motherfucker looks inbred, right?
I'm in front of the
Same exact thing.
gate entering into the backyard.
And what do we see off to the right here?
Major meds, possibly. Shit.
Or
Goddamn phone line. Her mom has always been on drugs and was a prostitute.
Are you referring to the
Her mom's worse of a person than she is.
Now, this next image, how have we moved or changed our position
Yeah.
relative to the last image?
So I had just panned right and started taking photos of the fence line.
Okay, so you've made a 90-degree turn to the right, and this is just a front corner of the yard.
Yes, sir.
The next image,
I'm starting to pan left
She just has a duck mouth.
on your left-hand side.
Like it's like a beak. It's just sitting there.
image 9. Still panning left.
Yeah, still panning left.
Image 10.
Yeah, mom was a hooker. That was Billy Joe's the root of the family. Yeah, I agree.
Image 11, continue to pan left. Just got some more vehicles. And
The whole family is just trash, to be honest.
Can you see my
Howard the Duck. That's what the bitch looks like. I swear to God. That is what it is. Hold on. That is exactly, I was trying to figure out. I said the Joker. That's what the bitch looks like. Howard the fucking Duck. That is what that bitch's mouth looks like. Swear to God, that's what I just had to get it in my head. I had to figure it out. That's it. Howard the fucking Duck. No doubt about it. When I think about her face, that's exactly the image I see. Howard the fucking Duck. Oh shit. Hold on, is that the right one? No, it is the one. Sorry.
And what is that structure?
That's exactly what it was. Exactly 100%.
When you began taking pictures with those trash cans closed?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to image 12, where are we here?
We'll just call her Howie from now on. Yeah.
So I made my way around. I'm at the back edge of the property, looking towards
Now I gotta put Howie in the thumbnail.
the street.
Okay, so you just moved to the back of the property line and you're looking back the way you just did.
Yes, sir.
I'd be a mess too, Brittany.
Image 13,
I have moved to the right a little bit more.
talking about kind of a side step along the back fence.
Yeah, just a little bit.
See, this is the part of the trial I find boring, but I know they gotta do it.
White SUV on the left-hand side of the frame,
Yes, sir.
and two other vehicles in the center there.
Yes, sir.
What is this?
A whole lot of just red tape and getting your ducks in a row, right? No pun intended.
So far in terms of structures, we talked about the house itself, right? There was the detached kind of carport with the RV in it,
Yes, sir.
and now we're looking at an attached garage in the back as well.
Yes, sir.
In image 14,
Yeah.
where have we moved relative to the last image?
Further right. This is just kind of.
I ain't gonna lie though, I'd be drunk too.
And there's also a park.
If my baby had died or was missing or anything, I'd be fucked up too.
Garage for this side away from the house itself. And what are we seeing there on the side of the garage?
Two trailers, a car, and some tools and ladders in the background.
Okay, so is there like a carport that extends off the backside of the garage?
Yes, sir.
And is that what that car is?
She wasn't at a bar, she was at a restaurant.
Now, where are we here relative to the last one?
The back property
She would.
line, I guess you take
They gotta eat.
property line looking towards the street.
Exactly, Chris Lynn.
Garage is on my left, and the house is a little bit further on my left.
So is it fair to say that relative to the last image, you've just sidestepped further to the right, to where your right shoulder is?
Yes, sir.
Now, what is that in front of us beyond?
No, it's all right. I just.
There's a pool here, and those are covered with fire pits.
A pool, did you say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that area where we're going to go next?
Yes, sir.
All right, what movement have we made here?
I just traveled down the fence line. Garage is now on my left. Pool's on my right. If you look at the bottom, you can see the fire pit.
It's a nasty ass pool.
Is that what's at the bottom of the frame?
So I'm standing right next to the fire pit, looking towards the
Yeah, I agree, Paige.
detachable carport.
Okay.
But she couldn't have done that because she's the one that killed him and put him up.
So essentially, you just kind of made a loop around the detached garage.
Yes, sir.
Moving on to number 17, what are we doing here? Just panning to the right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is that area that we see on the other
Yo.
side of the pool from where we are right now? On the back side of the house. Can you just describe that area there?
Covered patio area.
And what's in it?
There's like a seating area, and if you go towards the what do you call it, carport, there's a children's play area back there.
Children's play area?
Yes, sir.
Moving to 18, we just panned all the way to the right here.
Yes, sir.
In 19, What are we looking at here, that seating area
Yes, sir.
beyond the pool?
Beyond the pool. And the barn is behind me at this point. Or the, not the barn, but
Now, in image 20, where are you standing? Where have you moved now?
I wouldn't go knowing I killed my baby and killing anyone who hurt my kids, including myself.
and the little
So I couldn't go on. And I kind of understand that. I kind of understand that, but I also at the same time, like I said, I guess a lot of it depends on if you're religious or not. Like, I'm not a believer in the afterlife. So, yeah, I would be fucked up about it the rest of my life. But I'm the type of person, I feel like I only got one life. And yeah, I would be sad the rest of my life, man. But I only got one of these. So me personally, I would go on. But I understand the people that couldn't. Especially, I understand, man. But I'm also not a parent like that. I've been a parent. I've finished my parenting, but I don't have bond with like my bloodline, my kids, my family, my blood, any of my shit. So does that make so? My opinion is going to be probably way different than yours. Oddly. Think she was so high she probably didn't remember a lot of what she did. I agree with that. I agree with that completely. Let me give a shout out to the beautiful. Let me give a shout out to the beautiful Kimberly who sent $10. She said, "Good morning from Massachusetts." Thank you so much, Kimberly. Appreciate you so much. Thank you so much.
On the other side of the pool from where you were in the last image, and you're standing in that seating area.
Let's see here.
And this is
Thank
the
you.
house on the right here.
yes.
You mentioned earlier that there was one exterior door on the front, one on the sides, and two on the back.
Yes, sir.
Are those two on the back visible in this image? Tell us where they are.
The white door on the right-hand side, that's the dining room door. And if you look a little bit further past the dark area, that's the living room door.
Can you kind of step down and just point to where the living room door is in this picture?
Is that Boston here?
Right beyond that play gate, I suppose,
Yes, sir.
on the right side of it.
Yes, sir.
And that opens into the living room.
Yes, sir.
I ain't gonna lie, man.
Number 21.
If I went through if I went through like a major tragedy like this or something major like this, even if I was in the wrong and did it, I wouldn't off myself, but I probably would drink myself to death. Does that make sense? Like I'd be mentally fucked up for the whole rest of my life and just be drinking nonstop. You know what I mean? So I kind of, in some ways, I see what you're saying. Thank you so much, Kimberly, by the way.
Where are we here? What are we looking at?
I just moved forward. There's the dining room door.
Okay, so that dark bit we can see on the far right side of the frame, is that part of the frame of the dining room door there?
No, that would be.
Or, I mean, the living room door?
Yes, sir.
22?
Just inside.
Well, that was I'd either be fucked up from drinking all day or fucked up. Yeah, exactly. But I wouldn't off myself, man. You never know, though. You never know.
From the back
You don't know till you're in that situation.
towards the patio.
Okay, now, this area right here in the far side of the frame, is this up here the kitchen area that you were initially in?
Yes, sir.
What is this dark structure towards the top left?
It's like maybe a little bar.
Now, where are we here?
Here, I have just moved over to the right a little bit. I'm kind of standing in front of that trampoline, pointing towards the door to enter the home.
And can we see the living room door and the dining room door in this picture?
Yes, sir.
Living room door being the dark one towards the top center,
Yes, sir.
and the dining room door being the white ones off to the right.
Yes, sir.
Now, does that pretty
We're
much...
able to get the cause of death from the baby's remains. Well, nah, not really. I mean, there was a skull there that was crushed. The problem I have with that is that you don't know. They say blunt force trauma, right? But how do you prove that was her? How do you prove the blunt force trauma didn't come from the same thing that crushed the baby into pieces? You guys may not want to hear that, but it's a question. If I'm in the jury, I would ask, like, how do you know she killed the baby by blunt force trauma? How do you know that the blunt force trauma isn't from the dump, from the landfill, from the dump truck? You see what I'm saying? And you have to ask that question if you're going to be a fair juror in the case. You have to ask that question if you're going to be fair.
If there were a better place to plug it in and write it at somebody's feet, we would do it.
That side.
Okay, so
A lot of people, yeah, I thought they fell in the pool.
front door, right? Okay. And that was 25 and 26, we've just moved a little bit closer.
Yes.
Okay. Now, before we're about to go into that.
Yes.
How would you describe it now, in a word? A cluster? Okay, don't. Was it confusing?
Was that before or after the death though? What do you mean?
Do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as...
What do you mean, was it before or after death? When the child was, didn't they find one of Quentin's socks or something in the pool? I don't know about that, actually. But when it comes to the body, you need to remember that shit was like 7 weeks later, 6 weeks later, and the baby had been broken up into pieces for all that time. So any blunt force trauma on the baby had to have already, you can't, how do you tell when or when, you know what I'm saying? By the time they found the baby, it was nothing but remains, nothing but skull, nothing but bones. You see what I'm saying? Gonna try, oh no, she already tried to blame Danny. She's already trying to blame Danny, no doubt about it. I hope Danny testifies.
What is it?
This is, I guess, an internet layout of the home.
Now, you've been in the house, and you've had the chance to walk through it. Other than where the front door is denoted as being on there, does that fairly inaccurately depict the general layout of the first floor of this residence?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move this into evidence as State's Exhibit 9.
Okay, you knew the case? No, I understand. Sorry, I had to pay my rent real quick.
Do you have to say, completing from the kitchen to the living? That door's not there.
Okay, well, let's do it this way. Can you step down? Well, I'll tell you what, you sit there, I'll put mine. We're just gonna work through these rooms, starting with the front door and going more or less clockwise.
What the hell is this?
The front door,
Oh, the house.
first of all, is limited to 2 acres. Is that accurate? All right. Is the front door over the top right?
It's mind blowing anything. Yeah, I agree.
When you walk in, what is this first room on the far right?
It's like a living room, bedroom area.
Now, you mentioned that
Yeah, it is a big home.
there's a door from that room into the kitchen, but it is not in fact a door. Can you come down and describe what you're talking about?
Yeah, she's definitely a lot less nervous today, which is strange.
Okay.
It's strange if you ask me.
Is it the case that you're in the cannot pass through there in the kitchen? Yes. Okay. And why is that? Just so I understand.
I guess they walled it off.
Okay.
It appeared to be walled off.
All right, do you have something to write with? Can you do that? And I didn't ask you to write with, so if you don't, that's okay. Can you, on that exhibit, can you just draw an X at the spot that you were just talking about? As appearing to be a door, but not actually being a door.
Use this one instead, that's better. And just for the record, I handed the detective pen, and I handed him a Sharpie, because I think that would be better.
Thank you. All right, so how do you get from this room into the main body of the house?
From the front door, you have to walk through the whole room. From the front door, you have to walk through the whole room.
So I don't know. I can sit in that chair knowing that my case has been decimated. Yeah, I know.
Here you have to go to this door to go to the kitchen, and then this door to go to the hallway, and then come down here, you can go up the stairs right here.
I feel the same way.
There's another door, and another door to go to the master bedroom.
Can you do this with that Sharpie that you have in front of you? Can you, go slow and make sure you do it right. I want this to be in the record. Can you draw the path that one would have to take through the house to go from the front door, not on the screen? Yeah, show us again on the screen and then draw it on the paper, please. To go from the front door to the living room door.
Front door, you walk through, you have to go to this door, go through a bathroom, another door to go to the kitchen, another door to go to, another door to go
I don't know if she has remorse or not,
to
man.
the hallway, either upstairs
That's hard to tell.
bedrooms, or through another door to go to the master living room.
I guess
Another door to go to the master.
here's kind of the difference I think I have with a lot of you people. As I think that when something like this occurs, there's just this automatic belief that the person's evil and horrible. I think that's the difference between me and you. Is because where I grew up, I've known a lot of different types of people. And I've seen those people have remorse. I've seen those people grow up. If you guys knew me 20 years ago, to know now I'm a conservative adult that does everything by the books for the most part, to look back at me 20 years ago, like there's a huge difference. If you would have known me at age 25, you would have said, JB's evil as fuck. But if you would have known me in my real life right now, I don't think you would say that. So I don't look at things that black and white and say, she killed Quentin, she must be evil, that means she has no remorse. I don't look at things like that. Because I know that she probably does or could have remorse.
So let's just take a moment. Can you, on the paper exhibit, can you draw a path from the only path, as you described it, from the front door
And let me ask you something.
to the living room? Not the
Do you believe you can do something truly evil in your life and later on become a better person? That's a good question. For instance, do you believe that at this young age in her life, she did this, maybe 30 years from now, she could be a completely different person. I'm just curious. There's things I've done in my life that is
All right.
beyond evil.
Now, so you said
And here's the funny thing.
that
I'm even going to go as far as to say this. There's things I've done in my life that was really horrible that I don't have remorse for at all. But I still feel like I'm a better person now. I wouldn't do them again. But there are things I did in my youth that I know were as evil as could be. And I don't have any remorse for it at all. But I still wouldn't do it again today. And I feel like I've changed past that. But I don't believe that in order to become a better person, you must repent and have remorse for everything bad you've done. I think that you just need to change it and not do it anymore.
front door, top right, bedroom, hallway, living room, master.
Exactly, Paige.
I want to ask you a couple things, and I'm doing this because the pictures are a little confusing. Can you come down and describe to us what?
All I will say, and because I'm not going to tell you too much because that'll make people hate me. There is an incident with a cat when I was in my youth, maybe 19 years old. It was one of the most brutal things a human being can do to another living being. Not like the Haitians. The Haitians eat them motherfuckers. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. But what I'm saying is, it's one of those things that sticks out in my mind. That's one of the most evil things I've ever done. I don't have any remorse for it. But I wouldn't do it again. You know what I mean? It's one of those things that guess I got to you before the Haitians.
Parts of the kitchen we're seeing in this picture?
You just regret. I mean, I don't know if it's even regret. You're just like, damn, that was something stupid I did in my youth. You're a little Jeffrey Dahmer, more than you know. About the 8 guys in Arizona who raped a lizard that was in danger and then fried it up and ate it after. Raped a lizard?
With that, we can
No.
get back into the images.
I did not hear about that.
All right. 27,
What's up, K-Dubs?
as this picture is
Nothing new going on right now.
So I am at the doorway looking into the room.
2 video pictures of how they found out what they did to
and what's it?
agree to rape. That's wild, man. They raped the lizard. That'd have to be a big fucking lizard.
Where I guess that was
And I'm gonna be honest, man. The only lizards in the America I think are big enough to do that are the monitor lizards in Florida. And you ain't raping no monitor lizard. Them motherfuckers are vicious. Yeah, I don't even want to know how the fuck you rape a lizard.
Child's bed is where?
the couch.
Okay. And what's just beyond the couch?
There is a big beyond that is
I mean, that's what kind of lizard it was. It's a monitor lizard. I'm pretty sure. Look it up. That's crazy.
That's right in the bed.
That's wild, man. That's wild.
28, where have we moved relative?
Komodo dragon and monitor lizards are the only ones I think you could necessarily do. And even then, do they have pussies?
a full dresser, there's a closet door,
I hear you, Mocha.
kid bed.
29,
Pan right a little bit more. You'll see the kid bed, a dresser, projector screen, and that's where the
See, that's another thing. I don't understand you dudes with them kind of sex addictions and shit, right? Like, I'm busy acting like I'm asleep so my girl don't try to fuck. And you dudes are out here willing to risk your whole life to rape people and lizards and all that shit. Maybe I'm just busting enough nuts in my life. Like, it just doesn't seem like that big of a deal to me anymore. I'm not joking. If my girl came home right now, I'd just act like, you'd be like, why is JB asleep? His girl must have just got there. That's right. That's right. I don't know. Held that lizard down like the Central Park vibe. Damn.
And then 30.
That is the pack and play that I mentioned earlier.
31.
The pillow inside the pack.
Oh! That is blood, ain't it? Let me see this shit. Hold the fuck on. Is that what that is? That's, I don't know if that is or not, but that I don't think that's like you killed a motherfucker blood, right? Like, I feel like that's something else. Maybe, do you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that's even blood, and if it was, that can't be from a bludgeoning to death. Am I right? Am I right? So blood. Oh, blood right here. Now that makes sense. That makes sense. I just now saw that. Actually, let's take a look at that up close. That's a good point. Like a nosebleed, yeah. No, I'm sure it's blood. I just don't think it's like the murder blood. Now that... But here's the thing. This was right after it happened. I mean, I guess they could have did some, like, cleaning up. Like, why would you keep that? You went through all this trouble to go to the dumpster. Why the fuck would you keep that? Bed is filthy. No, hell no, I wouldn't put my head on that bed. And that's another thing. That may be Kool-Aid. That may be just filth. That's a good point. There's the blood. Look at that. Oh! That's coughing up blood, I feel like. I feel like that. I feel like that is, you said brain matter? Yeah. You know what though? Or like, you know what? I know that one little area looks clotty, so you might, you know what?
Do you see that substance there?
Yes, sir.
Did you get a good look at it while you were out there? And what, if anything, did it appear to you to be?
I believe it to be vomit.
Vomit.
Did it appear to be blood?
It did.
If
Vomit. We were all wrong. We were all wrong.
Redder in that picture than it actually was.
you're saying it's appearing redder on the screen than it
Oh, okay.
was when you were out there.
So it might be blood. Hold on.
Appear to be blood.
What the fuck?
Did you do any testing at any point to determine whether it was blood?
I did not.
Oh,
33.
what was it?
Picture the same.
What was it?
Picture
Was it fucking blood?
is out because we searched the pack and play. After the picture.
Now,
What's that stain on the floor?
Okay, so in 34, where is that pink blanket?
Or on 34, it's on the, I guess, on the rail, the side.
Now, I want to go back to,
This bitch and her goddamn mom is so filthy. I can't tell what's blood and what's throw up and what's asshole and what. I can't tell what none of this shit is.
to 31. I'm on 31. Where's the pink blanket in this picture?
It's inside the package.
This bitch's pussy's gotta smell like complete shit.
The pink blanket is in the back of the blade somewhere.
This whole shit is just nasty as fuck.
Can you tell us when it was blue?
Or, I guess it was moved when we were looking for, see if there was any blood on
Hell no, I wouldn't.
the inside the package.
Okay, so
And then we just moved it to look at the blanket.
I wouldn't go to the bathroom in the house. Get my shit dirty.
did you have gloves on when you did that?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to 35, just another view of the back of the blade after the blanket.
Yes, sir.
36, same.
Same.
All right, 37, where are we here?
Is that a stain?
My back is towards the pack and play, and I wouldn't the bed.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna have some cockroaches around there.
Standing at the back of the here.
Yes, sir.
What's up, Israel?
38,
Hell no, Paige.
And same spot.
39,
39, pan left, you can see the front door and the side,
I hate people that live like this, man.
safe and the protector.
I hate people that live like this.
40,
40,
Good morning, Israel.
desk, looking towards the front door.
I know I'm OCD, so everything has to be spotless and clean in my shit, but I don't understand how people that live that messy, man, that nasty. How the fuck do you do that? How do you eat in a place like that? And the house makes you want to go pick up a little bit of clutter. Yeah. I swear to God, I was just looking at my shit right now. I'm sitting here, and because I was playing the PlayStation right here, I got my cords out of here, not shoved up under something. And I was like, I kind of want to pick that up.
You can see the street.
Makes me want to straighten up my shoes and shit.
I have pan left, front doors on the right.
Look at the stains on that carpet, man.
Projector street. Continue moving to the left.
43,
You know what that is? Nasty motherfuckers. By the way, he says, Israel says, I have to shower before bed. I can't lay in my bed after being up doing stuff. No, exactly. No, listen. I went to the bed because I've been sick and I was in here working and shit. I went to my bed the other day and my girl was just eating something. I said, if I ever catch you fucking eating in my bed again, in my room again, it's the end of us. I do not let food go out of the kitchen or the dining room. So in none of my houses, you're not going to see spills and food all over the floor because I'm from the ghetto. I know that's how you get bugs. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand people letting have their kids have food in the room. To me, when I meet someone, if they let their kids eat food in the room, I immediately know I'm not coming back to see like if it's a woman, I immediately know I'm never coming back. Ever. Ever.
To the left even more, kid's bed and the closet.
That is Sarah.
44, and 45, what are we looking at
45, that's I guess the entrance to the rest of the house. That's
I don't understand living like that.
the dresser.
Like, even those shoes, the way they're situated would bother me.
Storage cabinet.
I'm OCD, man.
Yes, sir.
No fucking way.
46,
None of the bed's made.
Left a little bit more, you can see the bed now, and the dresser.
and 47.
Just a view of the bed.
All right, 48, where are we?
Itchy as fuck.
48, I am by the bed and the dresser looking into the bathroom.
49,
starting to take photographs into the bathroom.
I knew it. I knew it was gonna look like shit.
Is that on your left?
Yes, sir.
50?
Starting to pan right. That's the door leading into the dining room. And you can start seeing the
Well.
shower bathtub on your right.
We can see those dining room drawers that you were talking about earlier through the door.
Yes, sir.
51?
Oh, look at the goddamn. Oh! Hold on. Oh! Come the fuck on! Let me show you. Let me show you what I'm talking about. These people are all nasty. These people are all nasty. Look, come on, man. Come on. You're telling me you can see that, right? I can't be the only one. I can't be the only one that can see that. They just putting this bitch on blast. Yeah. What's up, Mandy? How you doing, beautiful? Yeah, man, fuck that. Fuck that. I'd rather go outside and shower with the hose, man. I'll go rent a hotel just to take a shower, but just before I shower in that motherfucker.
To the right.
That will never happen. Never happen.
52?
Look at that shit.
I'm starting to make my way around.
Yo. Okay. They got me having to look at everything now. Hold on. Hold on. Is that what the fuck I think it is? Okay. Hold the fuck up. Thank you, Brittany. What the fuck am I looking at right now? Yeah, I don't know how people can get clean in a nasty shower. There can't be blood. That doesn't make sense. It's a bloody rag. Oh. Like hanging from the little thing? No, I don't think that is. What the fuck is that? Stains from the hard water? Man, that's really bright. Rust and mildew? Oh man. Oh man, that's some. Yo, how do people live like this? Red part of the bottom curtain? Yeah, I guess that is possible. Yeah, I don't know what it looks like. Something hanging from the little thing that plugs the bathtub. Yo.
53?
But they didn't mention it though. They didn't mention anything there.
You got a sink and a mirror.
And 54?
54.
They didn't mention that, whatever that was in the bathroom at all. So I guess it wasn't nothing, just filth or something. I don't fucking know.
Above the toilet's at the bottom. And then you got a little storage shelf.
Exactly, Sarah.
I'd like to zoom in on this storage shelf here. See that little bottle with the blue
Damn.
and yellow label? What is that? Do you know what aerosol is?
Oral pain management. That means the bitch was lying when she said she went to get some oral gel. She had some shit right there. By the way, why would somebody put their fucking toothbrush right above the... Why would anybody put the fucking toothbrush right above the toilet? That seems like a weird place to put it.
Something like a liquid you rub on your gums, your teeth.
Some goddamn oral gel already there. We still don't know what the cause of death was.
Now 55, where are we here?
50
But her teeth are the ones that was hurting.
looking into the dining room. The dining room door from the previous
Is that for a dog or a human?
Dining room table, right?
56?
Just panning through the dining room, you can start to see the kitchen.
That's weird too. Like, why would you put the animal where he's in a cage in the dining room?
57?
That's gonna be where he. Fuck it.
7, the dining room doors are right behind me, looking into the kitchen. Through the dining room.
58?
Continue panning right. That's a little storage closet. And you have to
And 59, where have we moved and what are we looking at?
So I have moved around. The kitchen entrance is to my left, in that corner, and I'm looking towards the bathroom door. And you can see the dining room door on the very right of the picture.
So that dark wood door in the middle of it is,
Yes, sir.
and then the white door on the right is the door to the outside. 60?
Now I'm on the other side of the dining room where the kitchen door, the closet is going to be.
Yeah, I don't understand either.
And you can see the edge of the bathroom door that I came through, and now you can see the dining room door moving outside.
And you know what nasty and messy people always say?
Just pan to the right a little more.
Yes, sir.
Well, you know what? Doesn't it seem like nasty and messy people always say the exact same thing? Like, it looks like someone lives here. No, it looks like someone shits here. They always say the same thing. Like when they come in my house, they're like, it looks like nobody even lives here. I'm like, that's because I clean up after myself. Like, I don't want to, like when I get done with one thing, I put it up in its spot before I get another thing. You know what I mean? For the most part. But you notice that's what the messy people will always say. It just looks like it's lived in, JB. No, fuck you, messy bitch.
62, same.
Same.
63, same.
Same.
And 64, where are we at?
64, we are in the kind of doorway and looking into the kitchen from the dining room.
Can we see the sinks in this picture?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned there's something that you call a pass-through window over the sinks. Is that at least partially visible in this picture?
Yes, if you look at the pill bottles, right behind that is just the pass-through. There's an open window right before you get to those pill bottles.
Kind of an unusual feature of the house.
I think so.
Yeah.
65, where are we here?
Back, I'm still at the doorway. I just kind of stand, you can start to see the oven and the stove.
And that stove is on sort of a peninsula that juts out into the kitchen.
Yes, sir.
66, where are
And you know what's funny? You know what's funny? There's gonna be some nasty motherfucker in here that lives nasty too, but they just ain't saying nothing. They're like, you know what I mean? They're like, I ain't saying nothing because they know they're like this. I refuse to believe all of us are OCD and neat freaks. That's all I'm saying.
They're in the kitchen from the dining room.
You know there's some nasty motherfucker in here right now that lives just like this bitch.
Stove are now
step in
You know I'm I'm right too.
67?
continue or
100% right.
around the same position. You can stove and then a little storage closet.
68, where are we here?
68. The stove. Kind of from the picture earlier, I went around the stove, and I'm on the other side of the refrigerator, towards the heat, and then you can see the little pass-through window from there.
What's that in the bottom right corner, or I'm sorry, bottom left corner of the image?
That's the trash can.
Is that trash can full?
Yes, sir.
Of course it was. Of course it was. The more jelly covered the fingers and the bigger the lady, the more, yeah,
Just pan to the left a little bit, same spot.
you know it.
Continue to pan left.
And what's that on the left side?
And she just looks like a nasty. All I see is Ninja Turtles and Inspector Gadget. What's up, 70?
Full pantry.
Twinkie wrappers on the floor, yeah.
Continue to pan left for the pantry.
All right, 73, what are we looking at?
So I am closer to the pantry.
What's up, Buck? 70?
Is the doorway into the L-shaped hallway.
74?
Just
We got Roses running across the TV, yeah.
a little doorway into the L-shaped hallway. The white door on
Missing JB Gunner TV this morning, yeah. I'm just doing this a little bit. I gotta follow the trials. I'm gonna be live on there tonight.
Where have we moved? What are we looking at?
I am in the hallway now. The opening to go into the kitchen will be on the right. And this is the little
Don't worry though. It'd be unprofitable as fuck over here. I ain't gonna be around here
In case anybody's dizzy or
I ain't gonna be around here that damn long.
diagram, can you just come out which direction you're looking?
right now.
Okay.
About 10 people left the chat when I talked about how messy these motherfuckers are.
State's exhibit.
Oh yeah, Clark Kent. Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. I'm gonna go smoke. I'll be right back.
Pretty much have done a 180 and now I'm looking down the hallway.
Okay. 77?
I've walked through the previous opening, look left. The doorway in front of you is the doorway leading into the living room. On the left-hand side is the opening to go from the kitchen. And then on the right, very right-hand side, you can start seeing the stairwell that goes upstairs.
So you're looking down the hallway that's on the other side of that pass-through window over the sink.
Yes.
78?
Move closer to the living room opening. The opening or the kitchen opening will be on my left, and that stairwell will be my right.
79?
A little bit further, starting to get into the living room.
And can you describe that piece of furniture that we're looking at there?
It's that one of those. It's a couch, like an L-shaped couch.
Okay. 80?
Into the living room, starting to pan to the right, getting the full living room. You got a big entertainment system and the L-shaped couches on the left. So
Now 81, where have you moved here?
this I am behind the couch. I guess you don't have that other picture up. Kind of between the front door and the laundry room area.
Okay. 82, where are you here?
I'm on the other side of the couch looking towards the front door. That big TV entertainment thing would be behind me.
And what is the living room door
I'm sorry,
partially visible? in
living
this
room
image?
door. Yeah, the very right, you'll see the living room door.
Okay. Is it the blue thing or is it beyond that?
Beyond that, it's I guess the white door with the colors on it. I don't know if y'all can see that in that picture. Far right.
Is it right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 83,
83, I've panned left from the view of the front door, and now you can see the little laundry area.
84.
Continue to pan left.
Now zooming in here in the middle, is this the hallway that you came through to get in
Yes, sir.
to the room in the first place?
Yes, sir.
And what have we done here?
So I have panned left all the way, and then this is the doorway to go into the master bedroom.
Now, did you go in the master bedroom
I did.
and did you take pictures in there?
Did.
Was there
Yes.
a bathroom in there as well?
There, sir.
Did you take pictures of all of that?
Yes, sir.
Where are we here? In 86?
This is going back into the hallway that I entered the living room from.
All right, and what are we looking at in the top middle of the frame?
Top middle is that pass through for the kitchen.
87, where are we here?
I've panned left and starting to get pictures of the staircase.
88,
The staircase to go upstairs.
89. When you get at the top of the stairs here at the landing,
To your left is a bedroom. Straight ahead of you is a bathroom. And then to your right is another bedroom.
90.
This is entering the bedroom on the left-hand side.
Okay, the left as you're looking up the stairs.
Yes, sir.
91.
This is the view into the bedroom from the doorway. You have a closet door on your right. The bed was kind of at an angle. Yeah.
92.
This is from a view from that closet door I mentioned previously, looking towards the other closet.
93.
Just continually panning left.
94.
Pan left even more. You can see a little L-shaped couch, little seating area right there.
And 95.
This is from the other side of the room, and that's the door I entered to come into the room.
Okay, so this you just walked in the room to the far side of it, turned around. 96, where are we here?
This is the view from the bedroom I'm in across the hall into the next bedroom.
97.
This is from the doorway, looking right. You can see a, I can't remember what that, it was kind of like a little dresser thing. There's a little closet door, and you can see a start of a children's bed.
All right, so you just stepped into the doorway for the other bedroom upstairs.
Yes, sir.
Turn to the right.
Now,
98.
now I've panned a little bit left. You can see the bed. You can see another mattress on the floor.
99.
99, pan left a little bit. You can see a crib and a closet in this one.
100.
I've stepped into the room. I'm on the right wall looking towards the closet, panning to the left.
So, what is all this stuff over here?
A bunch of clothes and toys, I believe.
Did this room appear to you to be being used, or did it appear to be something more like a spare room or a storage room?
It didn't appear to be used at this point in time.
.101 is, are we looking here at the door that you came in?
Yes, sir.
And is, on the left side, is this that
So like,
dark wood piece of furniture that we saw earlier?
yes, sir.
And 102, where are we here?
My back is towards the bunk bed, looking at the wall across. You can see the door I entered on the right hand side.
All right. 107, where are we here?
That is the detached garage outside.
Now, the carport with the RV under it, or the garage with the door and all that?
This is the garage with the door.
Are we still looking in the garage here in 108?
Yes, sir.
109, another picture of the garage?
Yes, sir.
And what is that right there in, on the floor of the garage in 109?
That's a stuffed Mickey Mouse toy, a little racing suit.
Thank you. 110, were these the trash cans that we saw very early on outside in that rack?
Yes, sir.
Did you guys take them out of the rack, open them up, and see what was in them?
Yes, sir.
Just trash?
There were some other items in there. They had a pillow, a red rag, and some documentations, and a welcome home mat.
111?
111, this is the Dodge Journey that was parked outside the garage. Or,
Could you just read the tag into the record?
TEN 9300,
Georgia?
Georgia tag.
Sorry about that. Took me a second.
It's taken out of the trash can in the kitchen.
Yeah, I don't do shoes in the house either, really. I never leave my house though, so I don't even put on shoes.
Yes, sir.
Damn. What was on that whoa, 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 whoa. What was on that Cheddar's restaurant? Is that blood? What the fuck is going on? These motherfuckers just have... Hold on, man. What the fuck is this? I like how they're just casually moving past it. Like, what the fuck is this? You know what? With these nasty motherfuckers, you know, are these maggots on the motherfucking... Is that food on the... See what I'm saying? These motherfuckers have to have cockroaches, man. Who the fuck lives like this? Straighten it up. Tell that teenager to clean that shit up. Looks like food. Yeah, like rice right here. No, yeah, probably like some rice or some shit. Man, these people are fucking disgusting. Disgusting people.
Where the trash can.
Look at this shit. What was that?
Yes, sir.
What the fuck is this? Yo. Fuck this shit. That shit's making me itch. You're a nasty cunt. You're a nasty, fat Howard the Duck looking cunt.
FBI Savannah.
How did the vehicle get from 530
Looks like a droogie's out there.
They have a security. When did you search
That would be on the
6th of October?
Yes, sir.
And should photographs of it when you did that?
Yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as Stacy Exhibit 11?
Yes, sir.
Can you look for this?
Yeah, these people are fucking disgusting.
Selection of these photographs and accept it as read?
Yes, sir.
Is it that? The document, I mean, is that?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
They have. Remember, she lost her daughter to her grandmother, to her mother. Exactly, Sarah. Sarah's been in trap houses. What's up, KD? How you doing, brother?
First image in Stacy's Exhibit 11 is on the screen.
God damn it.
Can you tell us what this is?
Again, this is the photo log that we put at the beginning of the photo. The case number, the location where I was at, 2003.
That's where I meant to go. Hold on.
Drive. Signal was still missing child. I was still the investigator. Date was 10/6/22 and time was approximately 16:15.
413, 414. Anything else on 12 hours?
Bunch of lazy druggies, yeah. Ashtrays overflowing, yeah.
It's a view of the front of the journey.
So yes, my ex would go there for business purposes.
The driver's side rear, passenger side. Just kind of pan to the right, got the rest of
Their goddamn garage is cleaner than their house.
the passenger side front,
Look at that shit.
side door.
Their garage is cleaner than their house. I would eat off that floor right there before I would eat off anything inside that house. I would eat off that floor right there before any of that other shit. Right, Sarah? All right.
Okay. That's the,
Exactly. No stains on the carport, but ketchup on the counter. On the receipts. How the fuck you get ketchup on the receipts?
trash on the floor.
Ah, look at y'all over there knocking down the. Oh, look at these nasty fucks. Look at these nasty fucks. So these are little Fireball bottles. Let me ask you a question. Do you see what I see? And this may be the nastiest part of this whole fucking situation so far. What do you see inside the Fireball? What do you think is inside the Fireball right there? Just curious. Anybody got any guesses? I got one. Is that underwear? Probably. Tobacco spit, some shit like that. Either that or cigarette butts or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, just everything is just disgusting as fuck. I was thinking cigarette butts.
Little wooden skewer,
What's this alcohol bottle here?
fireball.
And then this other one here is
Curveball.
curveball. Do you know what that is?
Not 100% sure. I think it was whiskey. Something like
13.
that. That's still the driver's side steering wheel, and you can see the gear shifter. That's the driver's side rear door.
All right, we're at
I wonder if we're going to see blood in here.
that's the rear driver's side.
The back seat from the driver's side.
What is it? I don't know. I've never heard of it either.
This is the rear of the vehicle with the hatch open.
Now,
Nothing suspicious about this at all. Nothing suspicious about this shit at all.
this substance. Is that something that you all put in there?
No, we did not.
This bitch is done. This bitch is done as fuck. I bet you this is some Febreze and shit to get the smell out. This bitch is finished. She didn't even try. This bitch just dumped some Febreze in the back and said, man, look, Quentin. You know what I'm saying? Like, what in the fuck?
It's already in there when you're moving.
Yes, sir.
And have you in fact seen it?
Bleacher Comet powder, yeah. There's only one reason somebody would put something in here like this. Only one reason. Carbon powder. She's not bright at all.
And had you seen through the window?
Yes. Yes.
So this was in there during the police.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, there's not something you got in there between the 911 call or between police arrival.
Carpet cleaner, Febreze, anything.
Not 100% sure. We did do a little, we took a sample of it and we did do a little self-test there. Kind of appeared to be like kid cereal, baby cereal. Like we took a sample of it, put it in some hot water, stirred it up, kind of had a grainy, oaty smell.
What?
Yeah, a weedy smell.
What?
It did.
Did it appear to you like to be some kind of children's cereal?
It did.
What in the fuck? We were wrong again. This is some sort of food. They say this is some sort of like baby cereal, baby food, children's food. You put it, maybe oatmeal of some sort. They said you put it, they said when they put it in water, it became oaty. What they said? These are the nastiest motherfuckers on earth. Baby formula.
This is the passenger side rear door.
Fuck.
Looking into the vehicle from the passenger side. That is a natural light beer can.
Of course.
19.
Front passenger door. That's the front passenger floorboard and the seat.
That's it for Stacy.
I agree with you. So far, the only evidence I see is that they're just nasty motherfuckers.
Is it also part of the duties of the forensics unit to collect video
What's the joke about it?
Yes, sir.
What's the joke about him?
ring doorbells, people's houses,
Yes, sir.
businesses?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, there's good shit's about still to come, 100%. Wait till the boyfriend testifies.
Video footage in this case.
Yes, sir.
And was that centered on the Chevron, Azalea Mobile Park area near the intersection with each other?
Yes, sir.
Did you go to the Chevron that's right next to the Azalea Mobile Park?
Yes, sir.
And
But he may not be in charge of the forensics and shit. I don't know.
video footage from there?
Yes, sir.
When was it?
On the
2020.
What, Kurt?
yes, sir.
And for what time period did you obtain video footage from the Chevron?
Can I look at my report real quick? We got from approximately 118 to 130-ish.
Is that all you?
Yes or no, Justin?
But
What I'm asking is, like, what general time?
Oh.
I'm asking what-
Oh, that's court TV shit.
I'm asking what is the general?
Chris Lynn? It's quarterly TVs, all their
approximately
screens and shit.
2 to 5 minutes.
Now, did you see during that time period, you said 115,
118 to like 130-ish.
118 to 130-ish?
Yeah.
Did you see on that footage what appeared to be the Dodge Journey that you photographed?
Yes, sir.
And did you see whether that vehicle did or did not stop at the Chevron?
Yes, sir. It did not.
And did it stop at the Chevron?
No, sir.
Could you nevertheless see the camera show footage.
Yes, sir.
But what did it do?
I traveled north on Ogeechee, and turned into the Azalea parking lot road, and drove past the Chevron into Azalea.
So you see it in the footage.
She got caught on fucking tape.
Chevron's driving by the Chevron turning into
Yes, sir.
Did you also collect surveillance footage
This bitch.
from a number of different cameras?
Yes.
And did that footage appear to show the Dodge Journey that you photographed entering and driving around in the city of Plaza during the period of say 1:15 in the morning to 1:20 something
Yes, sir.
on October 5th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
When did you go out and get that Azalea footage? October 7th.
Yo,
You mentioned that
if they got footage of her dumping the goddamn baby in the dumpster,
Sergeant Coleman is your sergeant
oh man.
with the crime scene unit, forensic unit.
Yes, sir.
Was he present with you on the set? Was he supervising the operations as the sergeant of the unit?
Yes, sir.
And did he see and participate in, did he see the footage that y'all were looking at and participate?
I feel like something's coming, man. Yeah, I do, Paige.
When you got this footage from Azalea showing
We're gonna get that big major thing.
Azalea's cameras appearing,
I think so.
like,
Yes, sir.
and did you do anything to memorialize what the stamp discrepancy actually was?
We returned back to the city.
Yeah.
And used our phones we put our phones up to the live view, took pictures of it so we could get real time compared to
And as you had in there at the time, you know the time your phone was accurate.
Yes, sir.
And so you compare the time shown from your phone to the time shown from the camera, figure out how far ahead or behind it is.
Yes, sir.
And what was the time stamp discrepancy with the Azalea footage? How far ahead or behind the actual time was it?
I believe it was right around 8 minutes.
Behind? On the 7th, when you went out to Azalea to collect the footage initially, did you take some photographs while you were out
Yes.
there? And when did you go back and do this deal with the phones to document the timestamp discrepancy? Would it refresh your memory to look at the photo part?
Yes.
Do you see in front of you a document labeled States Exhibit 55?
Yes.
Feel free to look through that. You went out and memorialized.
Hey, what's up, kitty?
9th of October 2022.
I agree, Paige.
Looking at States Exhibit 55, is it clearly, fairly and accurately depict Azalea as photographed by you on the 7th and as photographed by you on the 9th as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move this in the States Exhibit 55. And may I publish, Your Honor?
What we about to see. If you want to, I'll watch. If I want to, you'll watch. What does that mean? Or did they retrieve footage from that trailer park of her? That, yeah. That would be crazy if we saw it.
States Exhibit 55 is up on the screen, specifically the first image in that exhibit. Is this your photo card from the 7th?
Yes, sir.
From the mobile homes.
Yes, sir.
Here we go. Here we go. Oh!
What is,
Here we go.
These are the community dumpsters in the LEILANI park.
and what is that we see on the far right side of the frame?
There's a white Jeep
That's,
belonging to
that's not her.
staff members.
Yeah, I was about to say that's not her because she was there at 1 in the morning.
Is sitting right next to the stand of dumpsters, right?
Yes,
Remember, she was there at 1 in the morning.
Moving to slide 3, where are we? First of all, where are we?
so we are, this building on my right is the LEILANI office. In the park. If you look at the distance, you can see the white Jeep.
I'm zoomed in here. Is that the white car that we just saw in the last picture?
Yes, sir.
And off to the left of it, is this one of the dumpsters?
Yes, sir.
And in this picture, zooming back out, did you take this picture?
They're showing. Oh man.
And are you standing right underneath the camera?
Yes.
Right, and that camera, is it affixed to,
They're showing the cameras in the area because we're about to get it.
So, yeah, I believe it's on a little patio covering.
say again?
I believe it's on a patio covering.
Okay.
They're showing us the distance from the cameras because they're about to hit us with that shit.
And was the goal
They're about to hit us with that shit.
to figure out what direction is this camera looking, and what is the field of view going to show in terms of the car sitting at the dumpsters?
Yeah, exactly, Chrisland. Oh, they're going to show it, KD. No question.
See, at least as you're standing there, you can see this car sitting,
They're going to want the jury to see it.
but it is a ways off.
Yes, sir.
And what is this in the foreground here, this area that's bounded by this fence?
It's like a little maintenance area where they store their machinery. It's in the property, the office property.
Moving on to slide 4, what are we looking at?
This is a photo log for the night. When we return to get the comparison photos and the timestamp on the videos.
Now, how many cameras did you all collect footage from?
Yep, buckle the fuck up. We're about to see some shit. Has to be with this witness.
Cameras at the
And did each one of those screen capture, did we seek to capture the Dodge journey that you photographed?
Yes, sir.
I want to just talk to you about these next few pictures. Slide 5. Where are you as you take this picture?
So this one I'm inside the office, holding a cell phone here, and then had another officer hold their cell phone on the camera view from outside, and then you have a timestamp right above that.
What is this monitor here that you're looking at?
That's their computer monitor for inside the office.
And is that monitor showing you the current video feed from that camera that you were just standing under in the previous picture?
Yeah, it's still live here.
What is the time showing on your phone?
12:20.
And that's 20 minutes after noon, is that right?
Yes, sir.
On the 9th.
Yes, sir.
And it's the same for the officer standing outside holding a phone up to the camera?
Yes, sir.
Is your iPhone time working that day?
Yes, sir.
Has it ever not been working? That's enough.
No, sir. Sorry.
Now, this camera is showing, you zoom in here, looks like it's showing 10:59.
Yes, sir.
And so, is that where you're getting
For reference.
about 81 minutes behind, 80 to 81?
Good work. Good goddamn work.
10:59
Look at that shit.
is about
Good good goddamn work. They're gonna get the exact time this bitch did.
Next image, slide 6. Is this you looking at the monitor for a different camera pointing a different direction?
Yeah, same monitor, just different camera.
Oh, same monitor, different camera.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does this camera,
Exactly, Brittany.
concerned with here in image 6, does this point out towards Ogeechee Road?
Yes, sir. That's Ogeechee Road, right past those.
She's about to get hammered with this witness. Watch.
And that's, you're indicating to like the top right corner of the picture.
Yes, sir.
Can we see any part of the chevron in this image?
Yeah, if you look at my vehicle, the chevron's right,
Which one's your vehicle?
the police truck on the left side,
All right, and then where's the chevron in relation to that?
just past it.
Are those U-Hauls in the chevron parking lot?
Yes, sir.
And did this camera have the exact same timestamp discrepancy?
Yeah.
That's
Yes, sir.
80
Agree, Paige.
Slide 7. Same monitor, different camera.
Yes, sir.
And does this one just point the other direction as the camera was
They're
talking?
showing us all the different cameras, the views, the time differences,
Discrepancies,
same timestamp discrepancy.
time discrepancies are the same.
Yes, sir.
I bet you this one's gonna be the one.
One moment, please. The cameras themselves appear to be working when you were out there collecting the footage.
They did.
Did you have any issue collecting the footage?
No, sir.
As we were looking at this image, image 6, we see a police truck out there in the Chevron parking lot. At that time, was there in fact a police truck out there and U-Hauls in the Chevron parking lot?
Yes, sir. That's a live view of what's going on right now.
So were these cameras accurately capturing what was actually happening in the real world?
Yes, sir.
And does the timestamp discrepancy have anything to do with the accuracy or reliability of the footage itself?
No, sir.
No further questions, Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard.
Oh, here comes the defense. They didn't give us the shit.
And Mr. Hilliard, before you start,
They didn't give us the goods.
take a full break. If you feel the need to stand up and just kind of stretch it out, you can feel free to do that. I know you've been sitting for a long time. Oh, just stand up and shake it out a little bit. I'll show you.
Come on, let's not hip hop the courtroom.
I
Can we-
recognize you're sitting for a long time.
Can we get some professionalism in here? Let's get with it. Let's get with the shit. I know it. No electric slides. Let's just get the shit done.
All right.
She gonna take this down? I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen. No, probably not. I would imagine. They done knocked the camera. Yeah, I ain't never seen no shit like that.
Start where you left off because it makes more sense to work back.
They fucked up the camera?
With regard to the
Fix the camera,
exhibit
dickhead.
number 55 that we just discussed. The
All right, there we go.
Discrepancy. Okay. Did you ever do any?
That was some crazy shit.
Mr. Shinker.
1 second, I think it's me.
These motherfuckers doing the hokey pokey and shit in the middle of court.
Is that better? Thank you. Sorry about that, Mr. Fraser. Okay, so let's just start with the Azalea cams first. Okay, so on October 7th and October 9th.
Yeah, I ain't never seen no shit like that, sir.
Correct? and you documented, and that's what we just dealt with, correct? Did you ever inquiry or find out when the discrepancy began? You were just sent out there to collect the footage.
That's going to be what their entire defense is here.
Inquiry other than just to note it.
I personally did not,
About the fucking time discrepancy.
Sergeant or the other officer.
And again, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, just asking you what you did, okay? So you noted the discrepancy, but you didn't get to the bottom of it or find out when it started, correct? So let's back up a little bit and go to State's Exhibit 11, which was the one you did prior to that. So you, on October 6th, you
Good morning, Marion.
the Dodge Journey, correct? And you photographed
I hear
it, correct? Did you do anything else other than that or just take photographs?
you. Yeah.
We did alternate light
She's peacocking,
on the vehicle.
chip it out.
Any bags or anything from the scene. We did do a couple swabs of the substance in the back, and we did blue star the vehicle.
Well, and that's why I'm asking is just based upon the testimony I heard, it seemed like it was just a bunch of pictures you were taking, but there was a lot more to it than that, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
Oh,
how many
all right.
people were out there that day on October,
So we did get some testing.
I guess, examining the vehicle?
Myself and corporal fiber.
So two of you.
Yes, sir.
And so you went through the vehicle and you noted the alcohol containers, correct? Did you seize those?
Did I see them?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So they were taken into evidence, correct?
No,
They weren't taken into evidence?
no,
Just photographed?
just for
All right. Just curious, why not?
didn't know that they were.
Evident. Right.
So you don't think it's pertinent to the case, you don't log it into evidence?
Not evidence.
Right. We're good. Right.
Determines whether or not something is evidence.
Well, the cops. The cops.
So you determined it wasn't evidence.
Right.
So you didn't log it, you didn't test it, you didn't swab it, you didn't keep it, correct?
Right. It just can't. It just
Go
can't.
on to the next picture. You had a picture of a natural light can in the back, correct? And that was back in the passenger seat. And did you seize that and take that into evidence?
No, sir.
And again, I guess for the same reason, you didn't consider it to be evidence?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, whenever someone drinks from a can or touches a can or does something like that, is it possible to have some sort of DNA contact or transference between it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you think that that might be relevant to testing to see who may have been or not been in the truck at that point in time?
It could be, but if they both had, or whoever had access to that vehicle, their DNA and that would be all over the vehicle.
Okay. All right. But again, you didn't think it was evidence, didn't seize it, didn't test it, didn't do anything further with it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the substance in the back of the vehicle, which was kind of weird, okay, admittedly, you did take that, though.
I took a sample of that.
And let me ask you this. You said it was some sort of kid cereal,
I believe, I'm not 100% sure.
but it wasn't any biological material. It wasn't any sort of cleaning solvent or anything like that, was it? Okay, but it was, from what you could tell, and I don't have any reason to think, you're wrong, it was some sort of kid cereal or breakfast cereal of some sort that was in the back.
Yes.
Now, when you were taking pictures of the inside of the van,
Exactly,
you
Chris Lynn.
you looked at the entire thing. Did you ever find any
Blood.
feces or
Blood. Feces. Throw up. Anything.
blood or anything like that in it?
Valid question.
Find a spot that reacted on the driver's side seat, but that was it.
And what was that?
Appeared to be blood. We just blue started and fluoresced.
Blood on the passenger seat.
Did you seize that or send it for further testing?
Let's say driver's seat.
You didn't? And again, just curious, why not?
I believe at the time it was
No. Why would they start at 11? 9:30.
With regards to the rest of the vehicle, did you find anything else of any substance in there? Of any relevance?
there was a spot in the back that we took swabs of and logged in.
What was?
A couple fibers from the back seat or the back.
And what did you do with them once you swabbed them and collected them and logged them in?
That was,
And just out of curiosity, if you look at number 15 from State's Exhibit 11, what was this orange thing and this white thing in the back of the car?
those are traffic vests, kind of like safety vests. And then the white paper was from the dentist, I believe it was. Paperwork.
And what's the little orange thing on the ground right there?
That was another safety vest.
Yeah, I figured there'd be video. There's got to be video of it. There's got to be holding on when waiting.
That was the extent of everything that you found or found relevant from the call, correct?
Yes.
Let's back up and go to State's Exhibit number 10. Actually, it might be easier to look at State's Exhibit number 9. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
Let's do that, because it's a better overview, and the other ones are just a lot of pictures to come through. So, you took a bunch of pictures of the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, looking at State's Exhibit...
Exactly, Chris Lynn.
Again, don't want to put words in your mouth, but from what my recollection was, there was a pool in the back, and there was a set of dining room doors and a set of living room doors that led out to the pool area, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it looked like, and again, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, just going from my recollection, that the living room doors opened into a play area,
Yes, sir.
and the dining room doors opened directly onto the patio area. Is that a fair and accurate assessment of what the pictures you took?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you got there, well, I guess it was on October 5th, correct? Okay. When you got there on October 5th, you were sent around to take all the pictures that you took in State's Exhibit 10.
Well, no, Scott.
And Mr. Dean asked you to discuss and go through what it took to go from the front door to, I guess, the living room door, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But based upon that, it's a much shorter trip to go from the front door to the dining room door, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's not nearly as circuitous, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I can't tell from the picture, so I'm going to have to ask you. The dining room door opens right out into the patio, right?
Yes, sir.
I think it's a public
The
defender.
living room door opens into a play area, correct?
This ain't patio, it's just got a little gate.
Right, and it seems to me, again, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but the play area seemed kind of cordoned off, and the dining room doors didn't. It kind of opened straight into the pool area.
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's much easier to get out through the dining room door, the patio, than the living room door, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you were there that day, were those doors open, closed? What were they?
All the doors were closed when I got there.
Were they unlocked?
I believe so, yes.
So you didn't have any problem opening and closing? Or the dining room doors, were they relatively easy to open and get through?
Yes, sir.
The living room doors, same thing. Were they relatively easy to open and get through?
Yes, sir.
And did you have any difficulty getting through them?
No, sir.
Okay. And again, was there anything that indicated that the doors may have been kicked, smashed, broken in any way, shape, or form?
No, sir.
So they were operable.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Dean asked about the route through the downstairs. It's kind of a fairly odd layout in the downstairs area. I think that's safe to say, correct?
Yes, sir.
But was the kitchen in use?
Yes, sir.
And it was usable, correct? Was the living room in use and usable?
Yes, sir.
The dining room in use and usable?
Yes, sir.
And the front area that we're talking about, where you first enter into the front door area, that front door area
gonna smoke.
enters, what's the street that is in directly in front of the That's Buckhalter Road.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the dining room and the living room, they open towards the pool, but I assume that's more around back to where the driveway and the garage and all of that was.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, if I'm misstating it or I'm just trying to understand it, but that seems to me that, and the area had a gate on it, if I'm not mistaken. I remember you taking a picture of a truck.
Yep.
So there was a gate, and the gate goes around to the back, correct?
Yes.
So wouldn't that indicate that the main entrance and egress to the house is through the back, not the front?
Sure.
Well, I mean, you know the layout better than I do, so.
I don't know what entrance they use, but yes.
Okay. So now, when you were taking all of these pictures, and you took a number of them, you took 475, right?
Something like that.
Somewhere there about a lot.
Yep.
Okay. I'm not saying these are all them, but you took a lot. When you came across the pictures, you said it was vomit that was in the pack and play, correct?
I believed it was.
You believe it was. Did you seize it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you send it off for testing?
I did not detect it.
So you basically did your job, seized it, handed it off to the detectives, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But the one thing is you're sure it wasn't blood, correct?
I'm not sure.
Didn't look like it, did it?
It did not look like blood.
And not a trick question. You answered this question from Mr. Dean quite readily, so I'm not trying to trip you up. Okay? So it was, but you believed it to be vomit, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you don't know how old it was or how long it had been there.
I don't.
Okay. Now, did you notice anything else of any significance in that front room? I noticed at least there was at least two other cribs or I guess beds in there. Did you notice any urine, feces, vomit, diapers, things like that in the area as well?
I don't recall.
If you had noticed anything like that, would you have taken pictures of it and recorded it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you take any pictures of it and record it?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. So this was pretty much the extent of what you did in the case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you review you said you went and seized the camera footage from Azalea, if I'm not mistaken. So that was you that went out and picked it up,
Yes.
seized it, and then I guess you forwarded it to the detectives, correct?
Yes. Well, we put it on a computer at work.
All right. So, and does that conclude your involvement in the case?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay. So there's nothing else you did of any evidentiary or investigatory importance at this point. It's pretty much everything that we discussed and talked about here today, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Officer Smith. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Just a moment. Turn to the state. Is there any redirect?
You were asked about blood in the car, and you mentioned something about a spot on the driver's seat fluorescing.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what you mean? Or blue star or something like that?
The blue star is a chemical we use to look for, it reacts to the hemoglobin in blood, and it will fluoresce blue. So we sprayed the whole vehicle with it. It's a liquid, and the only part that fluoresced was on the front driver's side seat.
Well, let's take it step by step. You spray the whole vehicle with this chemical, right?
Yes, sir.
Then what do? Do you next have to turn off the lights?
Yeah, it's got to be completely dark,
Okay.
or
Then,
as dark as you can get it.
again, step by step. Once you've turned off the lights, what do you do?
Then we spray the vehicle. We would spray each seat, the floorboard, and then see if there's a reaction. If there's no reaction, then we'll move on to another area, and then another area. And if we get a reaction, then we'll photograph it.
Okay. And then what does it mean for something to fluoresce or react on when you spray it with the blue star chemical?
It lights up blue.
Okay. Lights up blue?
Yeah.
Okay. In the dark?
Yes, sir.
It kind of glows a little bit?
Yes, sir.
First of all, this spot on the driver's seat that had this reaction, was it, before you turned the lights off and sprayed that chemical on it, did it appear to the naked eye to look like blood or not?
I don't believe so.
Okay, just like a little spot.
Yeah.
And where in the driver's seat was it?
It would be pretty much right where you would sit.
Right where you would sit?
Yeah.
Like dead center in the driver's seat?
Yeah, pretty
Okay.
much.
And how big was it?
It was just a small, line.
Very small, right?
Yes, sir.
Like almost like a pinpoint or something?
A little bigger than a pinpoint, but not a lot.
Okay. And does the blue star reaction necessarily mean it's blood?
No, it's just a presumptive test.
Now, did you take pictures of that spot before you had turned the lights off and sprayed it with the blue star?
Yeah.
And did you take pictures of that spot with the lights off, glowing blue with the blue star chemical on
I
it?
did.
And did you make those images available to detectives?
I did.
And is it detectives who ultimately make the decision about what particular things in the case need follow-up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just one more. And just not to belabor the point, but that was one of those things that didn't need follow-up, correct?
I didn't believe it did.
Follow question on that. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Is there any reason not to excuse this witness?
No, you're not.
All right. You are excused, sir.
Did they say the blood was on the driver's seat? Just a little drop of blood on the driver's seat? I don't know. You know what? As nasty as this bitch is, I wouldn't be surprised. I bet you that's not Quentin's blood at all. She looks like a blood dripping bitch.
Thank you.
A fluid dripping bitch. She looks like one of them types.
I think it's a good time for a short comfort break unless...
Short comfort break. This bitch is always taking breaks.
Head shakes yes. So again, we're going to take a short comfort break. You're going to remain here in the jury deliberation room.
Short comfort
Discuss
break.
the case. Don't do any research in this short time.
All right.
Don't expose yourself
That's all right.
to any media or social media.
It's all right.
Let's take
Thank-
15 minutes. We'll be back at 11.
We ain't got to take 15 minutes. We're already back. Good thing I started 15 minutes late. I feel like, yeah, she's got to be a smoker. She takes more breaks than anybody I've ever seen. Hundred 100% is a smoker. Because she takes a break about once an hour, just like me. Probably Newports. I don't know. She looks like a Virginia Slim bitch. She looks like a Virginia Slim bitch, to be honest. All short hair old people look like a Virginia Slim bitch to me.
All right, thank you. So,
Salem Slim Light 100, yes.
as the jurors are being seated, thank you very much. I welcome you back from our break. And just to confirm, no one's discussed the case or seen any news stories or media. All right, so we are going to begin now, and now we will turn to the state to call its next witness.
Call the boyfriend.
Marion Lemons.
Oh, there's a chick. Who the fuck is Marion Lemons? My grandma used to too, Sarah.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth to help you God. Yes, ma'am.
That was a white chick. Oh man,
When you're ready.
this is the first cop ever. I've been. Oh man.
Jury spelling your first and last.
Number one, she looks like my baby's mother. Number one. Number two, my baby mother wasn't a cop though. She was a stripper. But I'm gonna be honest though. This is the first time I've ever wanted to fuck a cop. Right here, right now.
Yes, I'm Marion Lemons.
Hey there.
Do you work for the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes.
When did you join the Chatham County Police Department?
Give me a soda.
Late 2018.
Did you just arrive
In May of 2018, I graduated from the University of Georgia with a bachelor's in criminal justice.
and when did you go to the police academy?
Late 2018.
And you're a hire on the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes.
They sent you to the academy.
Yes.
When did you finish the academy?
December of 2018.
And from that point, what did you begin doing with the Chatham County Police Department?
I did about a year and a half on patrol.
And after patrol, did you move into any specialized unit?
Yes, I went to the detectives unit.
And what do you all call the detective unit normally in the Chatham County Police Department?
The Criminal Investigations Division, or CID.
I want to ask you just a couple of questions about the organization of CID at this point. Okay? Can you tell us about the organization staffing of it? Who comprises the detective unit of CID?
So in that division, there are several detectives. We're general crime detectives. We investigate everything. There's sergeants who oversee us. There was a lieutenant at that time, and then
You know what I realized about everybody's grandparents smoking? That everybody today, because nobody smokes anymore but like me, everybody today is a bunch of healthy pussies. I'm just going to say that now. Nobody drinks anymore. Nobody smokes anymore. Nobody fucking eat carbs anymore. Everybody's just a bunch of healthy pussies. I'm just going to say that, period. Our grandparents knew how to live. No joke, no bullshit.
And how does CID become involved in
There you go, Brittany.
typically we are kind of like the follow-up unit. When a patrol officer goes out to
Just a bunch of healthy pussies.
collect the initial information, and if it needs additional follow-up, it'll be sent to
Grandmas that vape, yeah.
Or, like in this case, if something immediate and urgent is happening, a detective will respond to it.
Now, as of October 2022,
I don't smoke green, but I drink a fifth a day.
About 2 years.
and what, if any, training had you gotten in the way of homicide investigations?
I have taken, believe it or not,
I agree with you, Brittany.
homicide investigations course.
I turned gay and vape for like 10 minutes, and I can feel it starting to give me popcorn lung, and I said, fuck that, cigarettes are healthier. I'll stick with my pack a day and my fifth a day, and I'll just live my life. But I do drink 0 sugar soda. So, I'm there. I don't eat sugar. I don't consume sugar.
There's Gypstick, which is the Georgia Public Safety.
Other than when I drink,
It's kind of like
of course.
the mother agency of law enforcement in Georgia.
You say got to fit in the mountains of Tennessee. Yes.
It was 5 days, and it was at the Riverside County.
Had you
City.
taken,
Exactly, K-Dubs.
Isn't city, versus city.
as of October 2022, had you taken any other courses at
At Gypstick, I also took Child First, which is a course.
She really does look like my baby mama.
Interviewing children,
I'm not bullshitting you.
and interviews and interrogations, probably some other minor ones up to that point.
Can you describe what you mean by best practices for the child first training?
Yeah, so interviewing children and adults is different. You want to be kind of broad with your questioning. Children are hyperactive too, so you want to make sure you can keep them on, track.
Now, this child first, child interview training, how did you end up doing that? Did you volunteer or were you voluntold, as it sometimes said?
Volunteer.
And why was that?
So, like I said, our unit's general crimes, but we do kind of specialize. At that time, I had an interest in working child crimes, so any training I could get on the subject I wanted to go to.
And as of October of 2020, did you have any collateral duties involving crimes against children?
In 2020,
As of October 2022, were you involved in the investigation?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us about that?
Yep. So at that point, I was part of the Georgia Bureau of Investigations Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, which mainly focuses on child exploitation. I also did a large number of child abuse and child molestation cases.
In your normal capacity as a detective with the Chatham County Police Department.
Yes, sir.
So as of October 2022, you had investigated child abuse cases,
Yes,
and had you investigated child deaths,
I have.
and had you investigated homicides,
I have.
and had you investigated any child abductions?
No,
And why is that?
they very rarely happen, if ever.
Now, your current positions, what are you doing currently?
I'm currently at the counter narcotics team.
What is the counter narcotics team?
It is a joint task force in Chatham. It's a collection of different law enforcement officers from different agencies in the area investigating narcotics.
And how long have you been with the counter narcotics team?
About 10 months.
You guys call that CNT?
We do.
Is that why we asked you at the outset, are you a detective with the Chatham County Police Department? Okay, so you're tasked out to CNT,
Yes.
but you still get paid
Still in,
by
yes,
Chatham County Police?
yes.
Okay. Are you a task force officer with any other task forces other than the counter narcotics team?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes. Beginning last year, I was a task force officer with the Federal Bureau of Investigations Child Crimes Unit.
Exactly, Paige.
Still on that task force?
I am.
How did you get involved in that?
So I had expressed my interest in working those kind of crimes. And I had worked jointly with the local FBI office on several cases, and I was asked.
Now, with that background, I want to ask you about October 5th. First, when I ask you about the scene, to 5:30
I did.
on October 5th.
Yes.
I think we heard one witness say that you were the first detective for CID present on scene. Is that accurate?
No.
And who was there from CID?
Detective. Detective Miller.
About what time of day did you
I agree with you completely, though.
I believe it was after 12.
So when you got there, I'd like to ask you some questions, just kind of set the scene. Who was there?
So by the time I got there, both Detective Wilkins and Noble were there. Our forensics team had the drone up, and they were beginning kind of a grid search with patrol officers. And we had several outside agencies coming to assist in the grid search.
Outside agencies. Who were talking?
Yeah, we had a bloodhound, I believe, from Buford or maybe Liberty County out there that was trying to track. We had mounted patrol from Savannah was out there. Our Marine Patrol unit was out there, and I believe the sheriff's office as well.
Mounted patrol, meaning horse
Horses,
patrol.
yes.
All hands.
Yes.
Did you yourself ever injure the residents during your period of time on scene?
Yes.
And how did that come about?
I asked Sergeant Stewart to kind of give me a layout where everyone was staying, what the house looked like since we started environment.
When I'm sick, a lot of times I drink either
Did you go in?
just regular Jim or Jim
I
Honey.
went through the front door into the main living area for the family and looked at where Quentin's playpen was.
And what did you make of it? Any observations?
It was covered in stains, specifically, a large one on the pillow.
And what did that say to you?
Oh, here we go back to the stain. Vomit.
Did it smell like vomit?
Yes, immediately when I walked through the front door.
So the stain on Quentin's pillow was throw up. It wasn't blood. Now you got to ask, who threw up there, why, and why wasn't it cleaned up? That's wild, man. Because the stain looked fresh.
Door I smelled vomit.
One moment, please. I'd like to.
Holy shit, he was poisoned. I don't know about it. May, you never know at this point. That might be why she would hit him over the fucking head. What if he got a hold of some of the drugs? Yeah. That's a great fucking point.
Now, this is image 30 from State's Exhibit 10. Is this the back way that you're describing looking at?
Yes.
You said it was covered in stains. Can you point us to any of those in this image?
So, I mean, there's some on the lip right here that I can see, and then on the actual bedding, there were several stains.
So, all this
There's some nasty motherfuckers.
did that appear to you as any kind of general grime and dirtiness?
Yes.
Okay.
Did it appear to you to be blood?
No, I was thinking more like Cheeto fingers and the kid touching the side.
Ah. Ah.
Yes.
Ah.
Now, this is image 32. State's Exhibit.
These people are nasty as fuck.
Officer Shaker, I think, said it appears redder on the screen than it appeared in the residence. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Yeah, I mean, I published a paper version for the jury perspective. A little clear and white here.
That's nasty as shit, man.
To be clear, did this substance appear to you to be blood?
No.
You said it looked like vomit.
Smelled like vomit.
Smelled like vomit, looked like vomit. So was it fresh vomit? From the night before? Oh.
Now, I would like to play for you a brief portion of what's been introduced into evidence in State's Exhibit 2 and identified as Sergeant Bobby Stewart's body worn camera footage.
Exactly, Chris.
Observation of the pack and play captured on his body worn camera.
It was.
And did you make any statements while looking at it, at the pack and play, about what it smelled like?
Yes, I immediately said it smelled like vomit.
It smelled like vomit. Try to get just right to the right spot.
That's an adorable fucking cop. Oh, cutie.
It's not mine anymore. It belongs to the court. All right. This is State's Exhibit 2, correct?
I'm not sure. I just never seen.
In any case, what's the time?
Yeah, I agree, sir.
Is 12:31:20.
What are we going to hear you say? Is that correct?
That it smells like vomit.
can't stand the smell, so I don't stand that. They got more next more stand out than the next.
The whole house just smelled like shit when the cops are like, man, I can't stand the smell in there. She does.
All right, I've stopped the play back at 12:31:50 on the timestamp, right in the corner of States Exhibit 2.
They just live like that.
Did you see anything that looked like blood or anything?
No.
Damn. At all in the residence. There was no blood in the house. Then how she killed Quentin? I'm going to say something. I understand that yesterday's opening statements were good. But I'm going to ask you guys a question. Has anyone seen any evidence at all that she killed Quentin Simon? I understand there's been statements, there's been things that make us think, oh yeah, she did it. But has anyone seen any actual evidence that she killed Quentin Simon? I haven't seen any. Not yet. Well, yeah, Khalito says not yet. Yeah, I'm grossed out too. No evidence at all have I seen it. So far, only circumstantial. I don't even know if it's been that. Like, I haven't seen any evidence that even points to someone dead. Maybe he overdosed, that's why he only threw up and no blood. She panicked and dumped the body. That'll be good. Not yet from you either. Yeah, no, I feel the exact same way. And I figured by now we would have some. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to be honest with you. We haven't even seen any evidence that she went to the dumpster. I mean, they claim there's evidence. But we haven't seen the pictures of the car at the dumpster. We haven't seen the video of the car at the dumpster. We haven't seen anything, actually. And if we haven't seen anything, the jury hasn't seen anything. I just thought of that shit. We ain't seen shit. And listen, if you guys remember the opening arguments, remember what the defense attorney said. He says, you're not going to see any evidence in this trial that she did anything to Quentin Simon. He said you're not going to see any evidence. I hate to say this, but if we don't have a murder weapon, we don't have, if there's no fucking, like right now, I'm being dead honest. Yesterday, I started to go towards guilty, and I still think she's guilty. But if you don't show me no evidence, I can't send her to prison forever, right? You got to show me evidence that she killed the kid. Yeah, my gut says she killed the kid, but that's not good enough to send somebody to prison, maybe death penalty or any of that shit. Where's the exhibits? Where's the evidence? Where is anything pointing to a murder happening? Crazy how much difference a day can make.
It is. I'm talking to Captain Wright, who's in the green shirt with the investigations unit, Captain Fandrich,
Yeah.
Lieutenant Thompson, and Lieutenant Foster.
And what is going on at this time?
I'm informing them of our game plan, which was to move Daniel Youngkin, Paul Simon, and Leilani Simon to our main precinct for interviews.
All right.
And did that happen shortly after this exchange?
It did.
Okay. How was that arranged?
Some of the patrol officers on scene drove the adults over.
Exactly, Brittany.
And did they all agree?
Exactly. Beautiful and smart.
Now, where did you all go? I know you mentioned some kind of shorthand,
Yep.
the precinct or something like that. Can you describe in a little more detail where this place is? and what it is?
It's the Chatham County Police Headquarters on Chatham Parkway at 295 Police Station.
And why did you all want to go there?
So we had
I hear you, G-Mac.
just more patrol officers, more search parties. and
I agree,
some
KD.
Family members were also showing up, and we wanted to take the people that were living at the residence at the time that this occurred and get thorough interviews with each one of them.
Now, before we leave the scene, I want to ask you about what happened in Pillow and the case of Acton. I believe Officer Shanker testified that that was taken into evidence.
Yes,
It was the entire package.
yes.
Now,
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know about the babysitter.
is actually put into the property room or evidence room in the Chattanooga Police Department.
It was.
And did you eventually,
Yeah, the only thing that has been proven in this case is that her pussy probably smells. That's it. The only thing that's been proven in this entire case is that she's probably got cockroaches in her snatch. Other than that, man, I ain't seen shit. I ain't seen shit yet. The prosecutor talked real good in his opening statement, but let's be honest though, we still ain't heard from witnesses, we ain't heard from the babysitter, we ain't heard from the boyfriend. Not that those testimony, now if the boyfriend comes out and just flat out, you know what, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to think. Dropkick, you know I'm right. Mustard and maggots, yeah.
I believe it was me, yes.
Now hers probably smells like great, like
how many interviews did you interview
it just smells great. Like hers is fine.
at this time?
So there's only one.
Lavender and shit. Hers is fine.
Recording.
And how was that room set up?
Oh, lavender puss.
So there's a metal desk. I think it was metal at that time. There's a desk in the middle, and then several cameras that are pointing towards one specific wall with whoever you're interviewing sits against.
Yes.
Is the entirety of the precinct describing and wants to walk around?
Shit. Sorry, guys.
That precinct
Sick.
shares a building with the tag office, and once you get to the police
Oh yeah, she's fine as shit.
doors with the police insignia on front.
Potpourri, yeah.
You can't get past those unless you get the
No, I was looking when I was quiet a second ago. I was looking for pictures of my baby mama. I was gonna because I was gonna. She looks exactly like my first baby's mother. Swear to God. Swear to God.
Our interview room is there's an additional set of locked doors.
Eyes and everything. Everything perfect.
Past those locked doors into the police side, are there sensitive areas in there?
Yes.
Can you describe what those are?
We have a patrol officer, offices for all of the command staff is there as well. Forensics is in there. We have our secured property room, and records and dispatch.
So when a normal citizen is back there, is it routine for them to be chaperoned or monitored by a police officer at all times?
Yes.
Now, when you were was the defendant already there?
To the precinct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything that you did between leaving the scene and getting there?
Her dragon fruit.
What was it that you did between leaving the scene and 535 Buckholder?
So I was told that There was a older child, I believe he was around 3 years old, Zane, and I wanted to speak with him as well as some family members.
Okay.
And where was he?
Zane had been brought over to the babysitter, Michelle's residence by that time.
And where is that in relation to this house, 535?
It's across the street, about a block away.
Did you walk there? Or
I think I've just walked.
did you make contact with Zane there?
I did.
And his last name is?
Wharton.
Did you attempt to talk to him?
I did.
Interview him? Can you tell us how that went?
It was on,
First of all, what were you trying to ask?
if he knew where Quentin was. I think I asked if he knew where Quentin likes to hide. I don't know if anything happened last night.
And was that interview?
No.
Can you describe what you mean?
Zane was showing me how fast he could run at that time. His focus was not on me. And it was hard to get him to acknowledge me, not only to answer my questions, but to just acknowledge my existence.
Damn.
So is it fair to say that the interview or attempted interview with Zane was kind of a bust?
It was
And again, how old was he at the time?
at 3.
But you tried.
I did.
And again, you had specific training to it,
Yes,
and it just did not work.
I did not.
Now, at the scene, we saw an image of the public information officer in Sergeant Stewart's body worn camera slides. What's her name?
Betsy Nolan.
How is she?
So anytime there's
I'll feel you there, dropkick.
Ms. Nolan will usually do some sort of press release, or she'll respond to any media requests for us.
Did media show up to the scene that day?
They did.
And they had to be held off to the ends of the street.
It was the worst she can do.
Yeah, at that point, we would have had a grid search in that entire area, so we needed the media to go somewhere specific instead of responding to the scene itself.
Is it normal for the public information officer to come out and deal with them?
Yes,
Because they want to know what's going on.
yes.
She's the one that's responsible for giving a statement from the police department to the media.
Yeah, and then relaying any information about what the media needs to put out. In this case, it was a missing child, so she needed them to put out the child.
Anything unusual or nefarious about Betsy Nolan, the PIO, having been out there?
No.
All right. So when you get to the precinct for these interviews, Daniel, Paul, and Leilani are already there, right?
Yes.
And where were they? Where the-
When I got there, Daniel was in our main interview room. Leilani was in a spare room that we also used as a lactation or nursing room, and then Paul was in a conference room.
Why are they all in separate rooms?
Well, that's simple.
To get their statements
Right.
individually.
Right. Of course.
Transported to a separate room?
I'm not entirely sure.
Interview.
Yeah, so at that point, we had.
Yes, I get it. Women. You all are women. I am woman, hear me roar. We're all badasses. I get it.
So Agent Brad Snyder and I interviewed Leilani. Agent Solomon, Savannah Solomon, Detective Noble interviewed.
Clarice Starling. Yeah, that's true.
And then Paul Simon was interviewed by
True.
Special Agent Burns and Detective Wilson. I have. Yes.
Is it within the jurisdiction of the Chatham County Police Department to investigate the disappearance of a child in Chatham County?
Yes.
I ain't never seen a Tyrone MCing in a courtroom.
Local and federal teams.
Goddamn sound guy in the courtroom.
Yes.
And what was the first thing that you did?
So Agent Leilani at that point, we wanted to hear it from her what had happened in the last 24 hours.
And did you conduct an interview with her at that point sometime shortly after you got?
We did.
And where was the interview conducted?
adaptation slash spare room.
Are we going to see the interview?
Who all was there?
Myself, Leilani, and Agent Snyder.
And was that interview recorded?
It was,
How was it recorded?
I recorded it on my cell phone.
That's why I'm having to hear where he lives. We mean you can't hear shit.
I did a video recording and kind of just set it down on the table, and the camera angle was facing up at the ceiling.
What? What are you talking about?
Now, what was the goal of this initial interview? What were y'all looking for?
To hear it from her, what had happened the last 24 hours.
And did you ask her for an account of her day on October 4th and her night on October 4th and early morning hours of October 5th?
Yes,
And did she give that to you?
she did.
To the best of your recollection, and I'm asking you to kind of summarize the line, but what was that again?
So she described getting her wisdom teeth pulled, returning home with Daniel, eventually getting the kids, getting them, together that night. She talked about laying down to sleep that night. Her tooth started hurting, so she went to get Orajel
Oh,
And what time was she saying that the Orajel trip was at?
around 1
And where was she staying?
yeah.
To get that Orajel?
to the Chevron gas station.
And where is the Chevron gas station that she was referring to?
I believe it's 4800 Ogeechee Road.
Is it the one that we were looking at in the pictures with Officer Shepherd?
Yes,
The one right next to the Saudi Mall Plaza?
yes.
And who was she saying that she had got Orajel from?
Her former coworker, Miss T.
Now, you've seen the reported statement that Foster.
Yes,
Was there a story to you about this Orajel trip that you're talking about her providing in the lactation room initially? Was it substantially the same as what she had told them at the scene?
yes.
Now, in this first interview in the lactation room, did she mention anything about a trip to her drug dealer earlier in the night?
No,
Was she asked about Paul's, her brother Paul's whereabouts through the night?
yes.
And as best you can remember, what did she say?
I believe she described him returning home that night from work and maybe stopping in to say hello and then going upstairs to his room for the remainder of the night.
Was she asked about Danny's, her boyfriend Danny's whereabouts and activity through the night, say from? What did she say about that?
That he was in bed. I believe she said they were watching a movie
Oh,
All night or?
before they went to sleep, around 12:30.
And was she putting him in bed asleep after that?
Yes,
Was she asked about when Quentin went to bed and where?
yes.
And what did she say about that?
That around 10:30 she'd put him in his pack and play for the night. He took about 40 minutes, kind of doing babbling, crying, until he finally fell asleep.
Was she asked about any drug use?
She was.
She might have been using.
Yes.
And what did she say?
I believe at that point she said that she had smoked weed.
Did she mention any other drugs?
No.
Do you see in front of you,
this is wild, man. She was just full of shit the whole time.
disc marked as State's Exhibit 12?
What's up, Roger?
What is that?
It is the 911 call from the communications center.
Is this something that you eventually obtained and incorporated into your case file?
Yes,
And does that include a certificate of the 911?
it does.
This is the State's Exhibit 12.
It is submitted.
All right, so this is the disc containing the audio of the 911 call to give this
Please proceed.
The 911 call?
And I'm gonna play from the very beginning to about 45 seconds.
9:38:37 seconds, October 5, 2022.
Yeah, I think it's going to 535 Buck Halter Road, we release the comes from King Nash. 535 Buck Halter? Yeah.
Ready, set, Thomas. Thank you now.
That file's a few minutes long.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that the remainder of that
She looks like a lion cut.
mostly Daniel Youngkin talking?
Yes,
And is that the male voice that we heard?
it is.
And there's also some of the defendant.
Exactly, G-Mac.
And which son did she say it was?
Quentin Simon?
At some point during the investigation, did you learn Quentin Simon's birthday?
I did.
And what was it?
2021.
1/8/21. So that put him at about 20 months old. So that's the initial statement that gets the police.
Yes.
And what time was that call made? Did you catch it?
I believe it was 9 and 9:40.
You want to play it again?
Yeah, she's guilty as fuck, man.
9:38 a.m.
All right, so let's go back to the lactation room and your first interview. You mentioned you recorded that.
Yes.
Is that the only interview you did?
No.
Do you see in front of you an envelope containing a thumb drive, the envelope being marked as Dates Exhibit 13?
Yeah, 'cause she does look retarded.
Now, broadly speaking, what's this?
It was the October 5th interview of LEILANI Simon.
Did those claims were video recordings, correct?
Yes.
From the lactation room on your phone?
Yes.
And then later from the interview room?
Yes.
It's fairly narrow.
Thank you.
Now, how much was been altered or modified?
They've been redacted to comply with the court orders.
Some portions have been taken out.
Yes.
Like what?
At this point, I would like to publish.
All right, so at least we're gonna get to see the interview. But what parts have been redacted?
I'd like to introduce that.
No objection, subject to the redactions, Judge.
Exhibit 13 is admitted subject to the request.
Right. I'd like to now publish lactation room first video. Is that okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
First interview, huh?
As I open it up, I realize that this is a 28-minute video. It is not court proceeding.
The next video video is close to 30 minutes long. We can play that now, or we can hold it until after.
Play it now, man.
Okay, the general consensus is head yeses, and we can move on. So let's go ahead and hear that video.
All right, let's go.
See that.
Good.
That's why he said,
All right.
I'm Detective Lemons. I haven't met you yet. I was at the scene earlier, but I just wanted to come here and talk to you and get some more information too, okay? Can you spell your name for us? L-A-N-I? What was your last name? Two M's or just one? What's your date of birth?
99. Little young bitch. Agree, Roger. E. Exactly. No, she doesn't. See you later, K-Dubs. Hope you have a good day, beautiful. Right. Let me. I'm gonna go smoke. You can tell this bitch is lying.
It was 1:25. I looked at my app when they asked me to. Then I got home. Because I was only 12 minutes. Literally what it showed. And I go there, put it in. I checked the kids. Everybody's good as sky. She fell asleep on the couch. Quentin knocked out like this in his playpen. And Zane with a tablet on his chest that I wasn't touching. And so I go to bed. I'll wake up about 9. 9. And I was supposed to go to work, but because of this, I was just going to stay home today. Which is why none of the kids got the babysitters. When I get home, the front door was partially open, but hopefully it was not wide open. The door's never open unless somebody is up. Normally, ever. And I get up and I go shut it, not even thinking nothing about it. I just got out of bed, the door's open, let me shut the door, and I turn around and check on the kids. Sky's there. Zane's there. Quinn's not there. So I searched the house, under the bed, behind the couches, and the closets, and the cabinets, outside, inside, everywhere. The pool, everything. Couldn't find them. I called Jeremy. Did you take them to the babysitters just to give me an easier day or something? Did you, forget to tell me, or did you tell me and I not remember? He's like, no, he was there. He was sleeping in the playpen room up this morning. I was like, well, he's not there. So then I called the cops and I called Michelle, which is the babysitter, to try to help me look a little bit farther out. Because I got 2 kids out of the house and my brother was asleep. And I had 2 kids and it was just me searching and screaming and I couldn't find anything at all. I couldn't even find this cup he had. When he went to bed.
You couldn't find his
Couldn't find his cup.
cup?
His cup. And then he had a little Mickey Mouse stuffed animal toy he went to bed with. I wasn't in the bed either.
Does Quentin take any medication at all? Does he have to,
No, he only had one medical issue, which would hopefully fix itself by the time he reached the age of 10. And it's that one of the arteries, one of the main arteries to his heart, doesn't pump like it's supposed to. And that's the only issue he had at all. This boy was walking before he was even 7 months old. It's a smart little boy.
Has he ever, describe me his bed. Is it like a crib or a
playpen?
A playpen.
We did playpen for him.
Okay. Has he ever gotten out of the playpen before on his own? So he doesn't.
He cannot get up on his own. The boy can't even get his foot up there if he tried.
He can't step on something. There's nothing in the crib.
Nothing in the crib but a pillow and a blanket. And that's the only thing he had. The only time that he's ever managed to get out of it was with my oldest son's help. He'd come and grab the side of the playpen and look quick at the time out. No matter what time out in front of my oldest, then he'd go and grab that playpen and snatch it down and get his brother on out. But the playpen's always knocked over when that happens. Everything's out of it. The part that you lay on the, whatever, out of it. Everything's out of it. Nothing was flipped over. Nothing was missed. Nothing at all.
And you have full custody of Quentin?
No, my mother does.
Okay.
I found myself in a very hard situation where my boyfriend at the time left me and I didn't have a job and my car broke down when we started had transportation. So I voluntarily signed over temporary custody to my mother until I could get up on my feet. I've just now recently got to where at the end of this month we were supposed to be going to put money down in the house. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath for all of us. So after that happened, we were going to begin the process of giving me back the custody and legal rights.
And your mom lives with you?
That's her house that we were at. Since she has temporary custody, I wanted to make sure, we would all want to make sure that the kids were, they were supposed to be legally by the book, because I could have had to move up to North Carolina, even though it's a little 2-bedroom apartment. I could have done that after, but I was homeless for 2 months before I even got that. So, I'm be okay, y'all.
I know.
He's so little, he's so sweet. He's so sweet.
We can't imagine what you're going through, and I wish I had some tissue. Do you have any tissue right here? Is that any tissue?
No, I got cigarettes, I don't need any clothes.
Okay.
And I broke it.
What is that?
I broke it.
How do you feel?
The color I broke it.
We're going to, you can rest assured, that everybody working this is going to do everything feasibly possible to help find your son. Okay?
father, him and I haven't been on good terms since before I found out I was pregnant. We stopped talking, and 3 weeks later I found out I was pregnant. So, like...
What is his name?
The father's name is Henry Moss. He goes by Bubba.
Damn, that's fucked up, Mindy. Good to see you, though, beautiful.
When was the last time you saw him?
I have yes, because I try not to be like every mother out there. And when I moved back there,
And no, I ain't sipping for Leilani. Her coochie stinks. We've established that in this trial so far. She's got nasty, drippy pussy. So no, I'm not. No. She looks like Howard the Duck.
used to get in my pants. So I stopped denying him to visit his son.
She gained 100 pounds, and now she looks like a fat Howard the Duck with stinky pussy. Sorry to hear about your car, though. Trust me, you know I totaled my shit too, but I didn't.
Do you have your phones here? Do you want me to leave it the password to your phone?
I tried to pull up.
Is it
There you go, Willis.
Oh, it's funny. I don't know about listeners because that phone on this side, it's one for each for my mother and my area of like the account. I'm not too sure if it's on that account.
Gotcha.
Or if it's on the other account. But I know when I tried to search them up today to try to show the officers or whatever, because one of the last messages I remember getting it from him said, you do not deserve to have a baby. I'm going to get a paternity test and I'm going to take the child.
Oh yeah, this is when she was accusing the father of kidnap.
Today was the first time that my baby's
By the way, it sounds like the father was right.
And I just want to ask you some questions about what the defendant just said there. Can you sort of recap for us what she was saying about these supposed Facebook messages?
Yeah, Roger, I know. But it's the beginning. All trials start like this, man. They got to do the base shit. They haven't got to the shit yet. They got to lay the base foundation of everything.
And she was saying those messages that had been sent in relation to this interview.
Of those specific ones, she said a few weeks prior.
Now, did you look in her phone that day?
I did.
And were you able to see any messages along those lines?
No.
Was she able to pull up and show it to you?
No.
Did you at any point send and obtain a search warrant for Facebook records?
Yes.
And did you send that to Facebook?
I did.
And did they send us a response?
They did.
Some Facebook records?
Yes.
Were you able to find those messages that she's describing in the Facebook records?
No.
She lied about bad. Caught again.
11 minutes.
I don't know, Roger. I might not. I've been doing this stream 6, 7, 8 hours a day. If I'm not exhausted for fucking $20, I might.
I told you what? She didn't tell me I'm the one here. I could have been more cautious if I felt like somebody was watching the house.
Now, every question that we ask, I promise you, is you're going to think you get more truth. I promise you, but I'm going to treat every question that we ask as a focus to try to figure out every feasible possible.
Later on, Roger.
So with that, we're not going to get you in trouble for past recognition, past recognition.
Listen, and you know, chapter with my love best friend.
So you have a death issue.
I'm not even outside of you. I do not borrow. I do not front. I don't do anything like that. I don't owe anybody any money at all.
That's all right, Kimberly.
I'm
Damn.
I'm purchasing myself. There's been times that I've gone to the space of like CBD, actually. And that's what I've been doing a lot lately. I think the last time I bought, like, actually went off the street, like, 3 weeks ago, it was one of my ladies. I've been trying to use the scriptures right now.
So nobody has any sort of
That,
motives being harmed to get back at you. Going back to the time ago.
I know Daniel's going through Daniel's going through I know that I have property.
Let me blow my nose.
His ex was pretty much saying that sending him back home. You know, I guess my best friend he really said that I'm sure like he's a good man. He's a good father. You know, pissed out is what I told her. So any type of altercation from me to somebody else out there would have been over him and probably to somebody. But at that time, I didn't never have my kids talking to me. I never had my kids talking to me. Nobody even knew them. I didn't even know what they looked like. So, I mean, I'm confused.
And you all live in the house.
Paul,
Paul.
his little brother,
There's a gentleman.
I don't know if she's blinking a lot.
Daniel, and me, and nobody else there. And then, my stepdad, my mom. That's it. 3 dogs. Kids.
Tell me about Paul. What's Paul doing?
I just got a job with me at the warehouse. He's honestly studying to take his ass back to team. She does a really good thing. I haven't had much communication with my brother over the past year. He went down different roads, I went down different roads, me and my mom were all on and off, on and off. So, like, I just kind of, I just myself with the family, which is kind of weird when Carolina came to he just finished his GED. He works 2 to 10 shifts.
So he goes in at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, comes home at 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, so like she's leaving, it's like 1:20 and he leaves. And by the time he gets home, it's like about 2:30.
Is he driving himself back?
Yeah, he drives a white Silverado at the house. He's which is my stepdad's truck. My brother just got permission to use it. I'm supposed to be taking him to go pick up his truck from Midway sometimes.
Is that her at the house now?
Yes. The Silverado's at the house and my dog is at the house.
And Paul was at the house when Clinton
Yeah.
was missing.
Yeah, because I got up in this week and was waiting for anybody and everybody please just come help me. I couldn't find them.
Where was he?
My brother was upstairs in his room. I was just went there and started yelling at him. Please come help me. I can't find Clinton. I think one of the very first things I said to him was just, please tell me for some weird reason he got him upstairs.
Something wrong with this bitch.
He got up and he wasn't.
This Clinton kid that he talks himself to sleep. Does he cry himself to sleep?
And he's like I hear him explaining. He just lays it, babbling. He goes on and on and on. Like, most of the time it's not even words. But if it is, it's Mama E.T. Like,
What kind of relationship is Paul having?
they're playful. When Paul gets home, if I need help, he is very helpful with the kids. I need to watch kids or anything. Anything like that.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell's wrong with this bitch's eyes, man.
That's when we let them. Maybe hang out and play an hour more a day. Because normally I kind of try to keep all my kids inside the house. everything all day long.
Any reason at all for Paul to leave the house after he got home? What time he gets off work at 10, so what time do you normally get home?
At 10:30, and then he gives his friend a ride home, but it's like 11.
So what time did you get home last night?
10:40.
10:40. Do you know whether he left the house after 10:40?
He ain't going nowhere.
So from 10:40 until when he woke you up at about 9 o'clock?
He was upstairs in his room.
And no indication that he left, he hit the door open.
The door opening, the truck didn't even look like it was there.
I wonder how she got away with killing with other people in the house.
Yes. Yes.
What was Paul's initial reaction when you said he was missing?
He jumped up and kind of looked like freaking out. He was like, "What are you talking about? What do you mean he's missing?" I was like, "He's missing. Okay, brother, come help me here." So I was like, down the stairs, opening closets, everything, opening the seams, everything. And Paul was out there running, chasing, and looking, and finally looked at him. I was like, "Come on."
So the first phone call that went out, was that a phone call that Paul made or Paul that you made?
First phone call that went out was when I made Danny. When I got up and I shut the door and I went and checked on the kids and I noticed that he wasn't there. That was the very first phone call that went out about Courtney being gone. The second one went to Michelle or whatever. And when she said that she didn't see anybody come to the house and nobody picked them up, didn't see nothing like that, and she came over and tried to help them as well. And she was like, "You can check the closets again." I was like, "Oh God, what are you talking about?" The cops were called by 9:30.
You made that call?
Yes. I'm in God.
Did Danny make any calls?
I think he was trying to, but something was going on with his phone. Which is why I was wondering if making the call.
Danny was the one that called 911.
And let's talk about Danny. So how long were you
Danny was the one that called 911.
We've been together for almost 2 years, engaged for the past week.
So Danny and Bubba, they're aware of each other?
They have never met or spoke to each other at all. I don't even think. I know Danny knows what Bubba looks like. Bubba don't know what Danny looks like. That I know of. I don't know where. So there has been no altercations between Danny or my other two, or the other fathers to my kids. There's no altercations between them at all. I try to be the middle person about everything.
So what's Danny's routine? Any given day, what's his daily routine?
Daily routine, if we gotta work, he's up normal, that's fine. He gets ready to start taking his babysitters about 5:30. Because normally I just stay for another 2 minutes. Because I sit on the line dressed. Then we go to work. We get off.
Y'all ride to work together?
Yes, we work the same shift, 6 to 2. 6 a.m. to 2
These happen to be your deal.
So that just happened to me. I was to school yesterday and I wasn't going to work.
She has three baby daddies.
When he gets off, we can't leave the warehouse once we get there. So there's no going out for sign up for lunch or nothing like that. So when he gets off, we normally stop by to the convenience store, gas ice cream, or something to drink, snacks, sometimes snacks.
Exactly, Mindy.
And then we go straight from there to pick up the kids. We pick up the kids and we go home. Daddy normally cooks dinner while I'm getting the kids adjusted for getting home. So when I take them inside,
Last night, did you cook the spaghetti last night? Or
no, I cooked spaghetti last night because no seasoning. No seasoning.
So when Danny got home from work last night at what time?
4:30? No, we left work together yesterday for my wisdom tooth. Because I knew I wasn't going to do the job. They were going to judge me or whatever. So we were home early yesterday. We didn't pick up the kids until 4:30. Because I wanted to go. Because Danny was going to do it.
What did y'all do when you got from the time you got home until 4:30? Just hanging out the two of you at the house?
We did like clean up the laundry, setting the meat up for us, and cutting up the sausages and mushrooms or whatever.
So y'all were there in the house together?
Yeah, we were there together the whole time. I think we went up to the store once for a beer. That was it.
What time was that?
Probably 3:45, right before we got here.
And then
Even her laugh is fake. Everything about this bitch is fake.
And but I did not put him in there after we ate, bath, everything, lay down, had the tablet set up for him. I was like that. I said, no tablet. You know, I took that away. He was like,
Everything about her.
For about 40 minutes.
And what time did you take it out? 9:50. Was he asleep at that point, or are you still battling at that
He was
point?
babbling at that point. He didn't fall asleep till about 10:30, 10:40. But when he still, I took it away, that's when he was,
She's not talking like someone that's son is missing.
Check on it.
yeah, we heard about it one time, or whatever. The way that it is set up, I was checking on it like it's on the bed or something. So I'm just hearing the babble. It's when it gets quiet that I check. That's when I'm worried. So when it got quiet, that's when I was really in there checked at 12 or something before I left to get some orders. So I checked again. Sleep.
Where is Amy when you went to?
Thank you. I think we need to take a brief pause. I'm going to ask the jurors to step into the jury.
Oh. What do we got going on here? Man, you got a fat back, bitch. You used to be cute, man. Look at your back. When you're abroad, look, man, let's just call it like it is. Let's be honest here. I'm sorry, but hold on. When you got this thing, now, if you was just looking at this image, is that the front of a bitch or the back of a bitch? That's all I'm saying. If you just saw this image right here and you didn't know that this image came from this image, you would swear to God this is the front of a chick standing up. Son of a bitch. Son of boobs in the back. Tell you, man, that jail's got to hurt, man. Man. Her front and her back looks the exact same. With a long ass beard, yeah. Sorry, Marion.
So it came to my attention, I noticed it, and Mr. Bryant, the clerk, noticed it as well, that one of the jurors was sleeping.
I told you this trial's a motherfucker, man. The juror with the bed. He's like, man, I can't keep listening to this bitch sit here with her bullshit. That is some quality shit. Because we're all sitting here thinking the same thing. This is, we're all sitting here thinking the same thing. Oh, man.
Keep an eye on it. But it seems to continue. Felt like better for us to stop and address it. I can remind them all of the need to stay awake.
Yeah, Juror fell asleep.
Stay awake. But it seems it's pretty early in the day, and it like to proceed with this?
That's a good point about hats.
Just tell you, in the past, the main, when you have long, slow, dry stuff to get through, just chopping it up, whether they want to take a break or not, tends to do that because they have to get up. So, do that and that. So but the routine breaks are not just to kind of keep them moving and keep them engaged. That's the first thing. The second thing, though, I didn't think about this, but it did come up, and I think we're probably time delay right now that doesn't really matter. Is I don't think it was intentional, but the child's names were mentioned on the record.
Yeah.
Just for like, so if there's any way possible to edit that out, so it's clear.
We already know the names.
I know normally routine is something that we redact along the way, so it wouldn't go out, but names are testified to, and dates of birth and things like that.
We already knew.
I don't know if there's any way possible to do it.
Mr. Lee? Let's first talk about the sleeping juror, and then we'll talk about that. So you want to remind them to stay awake at this point, and we give it a go, because I also understand too, we're mid-morning, it's a lot to have to listen to.
There's only 3 minutes left in this video. I think we can just press forward and take a lunch break.
Them bitches went to sleep.
Okay. Now, as to the redaction request.
These children, their identities and their presence in the house is part of the evidence in the case. I mentioned it in an opening statement. The involvement of other surviving children is one of the reasons that I objected to the presence of cameras to begin with. I understand that based on aspects of Georgia law that impose a strong presumption for open access, that the court made the court's ruling on that. But I don't see where that, I'm not going to do the entire trial where I'm referring to these children as ZW and SY. It's just,
Damn.
I'm not asking to do that, but I'm asking personal identifying information like dates of birth and full names, just not be aired. He can do whatever he wants. The request really has to do with what goes out on television.
Damn. They're trying to fuck up the cameras in the courtroom. I ain't gonna lie. I wouldn't even be.
Now, what my concern is about the children.
So I understand that. So are you asking, for instance, that Detective Clemens not use the entire dates of birth of the children?
Not using dates of birth or any personal identifying information, and if the media could just maybe bleep the full names out. I'm not asking them to censor themselves. I understand they have to do what they have to do, but it doesn't have to be aired. That's my only concern.
Okay. So I'm hearing
Exactly, Christmas.
personal identifying information,
That is good for her.
and I really don't know anything else. The date of birth, I believe, is given for Quentin, and I understand that. I don't recall hearing that for any of the other children.
I don't think I did either. Full names.
I'm not trying to handle the statement in any way, shape, or form. This really has more to do with Zane Scott at this point.
You just said the name. You just said the goddamn name. Dummy.
Change what happened before they send it out. No one
You just said the name your damn self.
other than that, the state has to do it.
First, I do understand that you're not trying to affect how the state presents its case. I get that. And you bring up the point that we do have a 30-minute delay with the media. So I would ask the media to not
Too late.
publish full dates of birth
All right. Right.
for the year.
Right.
And not to publish first and last names of the other two children.
Too late.
state, and it does protect the children. It's really my own.
Very good. We'll proceed in that way.
All right.
We'll proceed in that way. And so let's, Mr. Dean.
I'm sorry, far be it from me to intervene on behalf of TV here. But I did say their full names in the opening statement. That's
Opening statement. That's right.
public record.
I think so too.
I don't know, imposing an order on them to redact the last name every time somebody says it, I think is maybe a little burdensome. I think it's kind of water under the bridge at this point.
You know, I do think it's burdensome. I do think it's water under the bridge. I don't think, I think that we're gonna proceed
Exactly, sir.
as we have been. So,
Exactly.
I am not gonna impose that restriction.
Good job. Good job.
30-minute delay. I'm not gonna impose that restriction on the media. That information, some of that information is already in
All of
the
it's
record.
already in the record.
We're going to proceed. Mr. Hilliard, I do understand your concern for the identities of the younger children being, of the other children being not published, but we're going to proceed as we have been. Thank you, sir. Please bring the jurors in.
Well, holy fuck. Jurors falling asleep. That was the most exciting moment of the day. It's easily found out. Yeah. It's 2024. It's not really that hard. Motherfucker fell asleep. Ain't that a bitch? I guarantee you it was a dude too. He's just like, fuck. He's like, I had a little bit too much to drink last night. Just quack and get the shit over with, bitch. I see. You look like you want to quack.
Ladies and gentlemen,
All right.
please have a seat
There's that bald bitch.
in the jury box and in the rest of the courtroom as well.
Already at max. I think it's already at max.
Good news as we begin this video.
Yeah, it's already at max.
There's only about 3 minutes or so left.
I can check one of the other channels
It's really hard, and I get it.
when we come back
And sometimes things are.
and see if there's a louder one.
Do your best to stay awake and to pay attention to.
I'll check Court TV in a minute to see if they got a louder once we come back from lunch. Or once this,
To make the record clear, I stopped the playback at 25 minutes and 12 seconds in the file, and I'll resume it now.
I don't know how you die hair that short.
Cops go to heaven. Something about cops in heaven. I feel like classic. If anybody would say does anything, he drinks. And that's only like a 6-pack a day. On a good day.
Has Danny ever been violent with the kids at all?
Never been violent towards me. Most time I've ever seen him was no horn traffic.
So Danny gets up at 5 o'clock in the morning, this morning specifically. Gets up at 5. Do you hear him leave the house?
No, I didn't hear him leave at all, which is why I told him, I said, well, if you did drop him off, and you did tell, like, I don't remember if you took him somewhere. I didn't even know that he got a bed this morning. So, that,
Do you normally sleep that heavy?
no, I think it had a lot to do with listening to his tired, pain, everything. So I was like, I was out when I was finally out.
And, Quentin, he had medications last night, he wasn't sick, no Robitussin, no cough syrup, nothing like that. And
All the kids have been a little stuck. So I'm pretty medicine in this morning, if you know what, so I'm making better. my bathroom cabinet or in the kitchen cabinet above the sink.
Does he ever go in there by himself?
He can't go up there for more. Even with the little stools and chairs. The dude's short with old lady. He's like, when I get something. He just stands up his head. Maybe a little bit above my knee.
When did you call? What time this morning did you call? Dan?
I remember looking at the phone while I was dealing with it, and I couldn't find quite it. It was like 9:17 at that home.
Was that before or after 911? Did you call? Dan?
That was before, and then when I looked around again and still couldn't find him, I called again. We called 911 after that. 911 was called by 9:30. I realized Clayton was missing by 9. That's a 30-minute delay of me trying to find him and see if I could locate him, and then calling Danny to see if he knew anything. Saying he did, it was not called the cops. And Michelle, she came over right away. It was like, I'm freaking out. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
There's some bullshit. This whole thing is some bullshit. Right now it is. We need to get some of them good witnesses, man. I mean, we got some good shit today, but not. I mean, we need some better shit. Jurors are falling asleep.
Good a time as any to take a break. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to release you now for a lunch break.
All right.
Break. The time now is 12, almost 12:30.
12:30 at that time.
Ready to go.
1:30.
12:20. That'll give them
What do you mean 12:20?
get an opportunity to get
You mean 1:20?
all set. What did I say?
So they're probably coming back right now. Yeah. Well, you're black. You're black. We understand. We understand.
Yeah, do not discuss the case. Do any research. Do not look at any media. And with that, continue to follow the instructions, and I will see you back at Miss Delia 120.
All right.
See you back at 120.
All right. All right. So I think it's 1:21 now. It's 1:21 now, so they should be ready to get the fuck going again. And now it says till 2 p.m. here. Oh, that's right. There's the delay. There's the half-hour delay. I forgot. There's the half-hour delay for us. So they may not be back until 2 o'clock. Yeah, but they speak boring as fuck. But I'm gonna be honest. I think it's gonna get strong for us, guys. I think it's gonna get strong for us. I don't think like there's gonna be anything. What I am gonna do is we're gonna have some. Oh, the beautiful Mindy sent 20. Thank you so much, Mindy. Thank you so much. Because I sure the fuck was. Thank you so much, Mindy. I sure the fuck was about to say, and I still feel like this is my last trial I'm gonna cover. It's a lot of time being spent that I can't be streaming on my other channels. You know what I mean? And look, man, the only trial them motherfuckers are gonna want to see is the Kohlberger trial, and everybody's gonna stream the Kohlberger trial. So, you know what I mean? So it's this, you know, this is something I got to think about, because now once this trial's over, you know, the Delphi trial's not televised. The Kohlberger trial, maybe. I probably will do the Kohlberger trial, but in general, this is the first trial I've streamed live, and I gotta admit, man, I don't see how the rest of these true crimers do it. It's long, it's drawn out, and I guess I would understand if like this was my only channel, and if like true crime was my thing. But he said the whole community went nuts over this case 2 years ago. Well, you got to remember, the community's retarded. The community is like a retard. Like they're very small. Like they're what's the word I'm looking for? They move on to new shit every day. You know what I mean? the LEILANI Simon case, don't get me wrong, there are certain people that's streaming and that's doing really well. I'm sure Grizzly's doing really well, shit like that. But this, I think maybe the Kohlberger case I'll do. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm OCD, so I'm going to finish. Yeah, they've already judged her as guilty, exactly. I'm going to finish this one because I'm OCD and I kind of feel like I have to, you know what I mean? But I think I may do the Kohlberger trial live, and I think that will be it for trials that I do. It's just too time consuming, and it takes me away from my real fucking content. You know what I mean? And but I still have faith that this trial is gonna spicing itself up. The boyfriend's gonna come testify. The babysitter's gonna come testify. We're gonna start seeing videos of the car. Probably we're gonna start seeing. The problem is right now I don't see him having a whole lot of evidence at all. I understand, but it's gonna get better. Yeah, no, I'm gonna ride it out, Berlin. I'm not gonna start watching a trial with you guys and then let you and just be like, nah, fuck you. You know what I mean? It's just the truth. The Kohlberger one, yeah, like I said, I'll do. That's at the end of the year. I mean, it's about a year from now. So, I do think this one will get better. I do. You know, right now, currently, we also got the Delphi case. Yesterday was day one. It was doing jury selection, but the Delphi case will not be televised. In fact, I'm going to go smoke. If you guys don't know what the Delphi case is, which you should, well, you should. I'm going to smoke, but peep this one out. Hold on. Peep this one out. This is a preview of the Delphi murder trial and what you need to know. Very good little mini documentary that Channel 13 did. Very good one. So while we're waiting on them to come back, they don't come back till 2. I figure what the hell, instead of me signing off and then coming back, I'll just smoke and we'll check this out because this is actually one of the major cases going on right now. And when it comes to the Delphi thing, you guys know my position on it. You should play the Howard the Duck theme song while you smoke. Nah, might as well play this. I had this set up. Give people something to watch while while we kind of wait. But anyway, I'm going to go smoke real quick. I will be right back for your viewing pleasure. In the meantime, we're waiting on the trial to come back. Preview of the Delphi murder trial, which currently is doing jury selection. As we speak, they should be seating a jury today, which means the trial may start tomorrow.
Thanks for joining us on WTHR Plus for our special on the Delphi murders case. We want to get you caught up with what you need to know before this long-awaited trial begins. We'll be breaking down the major developments, beginning with a timeline from our Dustin Grove, from when Libby German and Abby Williams went missing.
On February 13th, 2017, Libby and Abby disappeared. The next day, their bodies were found.
The hope among hundreds of searchers turned to heartbreak. Well before authorities announced that 2 bodies were found, the faces and tears of firemen, lawmen, and volunteers told the tragic outcome.
We are investigating this as a crime scene. We suspect foul play. We have not made positive identification of the 2 bodies.
The bodies were found shortly after noon outside of town along the banks of Deer Creek, about 3/4 of a mile upstream from the teenager's last location. A Snapchat photo taken by Libby German put her and her friend Abby Williams on the abandoned Monon High Bridge early Monday afternoon. They were enjoying a day off from school. The pair never arrived at a location a relative was supposed to pick them up.
It's been a long several hours. It's played tremendously on the emotions of the community.
So if you can group up, like somebody's got a pickup truck or something.
Hundreds of volunteers joined firefighters and police from across the county. They searched and researched a 20-square-mile area. walking through creek banks, the remote woods, wide fields, and buildings. Many of the volunteers know the girls and their families.
Yeah, we do take it personally. We don't know what's happened here.
Hours before the bodies were found, we spoke with Libby's grandfather, Mike Patty.
Very, very good kids. I mean, they're sports oriented. That's their relationship together. They play a lot of sports together, volleyball, softball, baseball, whatever it is.
Investigators wanting to protect the evidence are releasing few details. The presumed murders occurred in a popular, well-used hiking area.
Should people in the community be afraid right now?
Delphi Police Chief Stephen Mullen.
I think people are smart enough in our community to draw their own conclusions about what they should feel and shouldn't feel.
A day after that, on February 15th, police revealed images of the suspected killer.
Here's the image police want the public to see. Not calling him a person of interest, but someone police want to talk to because he was on the same trail as the murdered teenagers at about the same time.
Look like anybody that you've seen in the area living close to the trail?
No. Same question police have been asking. We saw them up and down country roads near the historic bridge and trail the two 13-year-olds were walking around the time they were murdered Monday afternoon.
Just wanting to know if you'd seen any strange people, you know? Maybe that's where I seen it.
Police not only want to find out who this man is and whether he was seen near the girls Monday afternoon, police also want to talk to anybody who parked in the High Bridge Trailhead parking lot between 1 and 5 p.m. Monday. It's critical they call police.
We're going to get to the bottom of this. We feel confident, and we're going to do everything we can within our resources to reach justice in this situation.
The Carroll County Sheriff, after autopsies, confirmed the identities of the two 13-year-olds, Libby German and Abby Williams. But to protect the investigation, police not yet releasing the cause of death or whether the girls died in the same way.
Did you recover either of their cell phones at the scene?
We cannot comment on that right now.
At least one of the victims had a cell phone and posted photos to social media before she died. It's unclear if this picture was taken by the girls.
Well, there went I don't know.
A couple more police officers going by?
They've been pretty much blocking the road all day and keep people out of there.
February 22nd, they release a recording of the alleged killer's voice saying, "Down the hill." In July of 2017, police released a sketch of the alleged killer.
It's basically just a clear picture of his face compared to what you saw down below. We've got the information out there, the pictures out there. Now we got this composite that we feel that is the same. We feel it is the same person, and we just want to make sure that people realize that picture is this person. We're hoping, and that they can get that picture and take that picture and get us some information on a possible suspect.
Then, nearly 2 years later, in April of 2019, state police released an updated sketch and additional audio. On October 26, 2022, Richard Allen was arrested and on the 28th charged. Police announced Allen's arrest in Libby and Abby's murders 3 days later.
I'd like to speak directly to Anna, Mike, Becky, Kelsey, your extended families, along with the entire Delphi community that certainly has grown and now includes our nation and even many countries around the world. I am proud to report to you that today, actually last Friday, was the day, and an arrest has been made.
November 3rd, Richard Allen is transferred to the Westville Correctional Facility, a state prison in northwest Indiana. On November 29th, a redacted probable cause is released.
The probable cause affidavit says Abby and Libby were found dead in the woods less than a quarter mile from the Monon High Bridge, and there was a .40 caliber unspent round found between the victims' bodies, less than 2 feet away from Libby German. Investigators first spoke to Richard Allen back in 2017, and at that time, Allen told investigators he was on the trails by the Monon High Bridge between 1:30 and 3:30 on the day of the murders. The PC did not say why investigators spoke to him back in 2017. Then, last month on October 13th, investigators interviewed Allen again. According to the PC, Allen again said he was on the Monon High Bridge to watch the fish. He said he parked his car on the side of an old building and was wearing blue jeans and a blue or black Carhartt jacket with a hood. Investigators say that matches the clothes worn by the man who Libby captured in this video on the day of the murder. Last month, Allen also told investigators he owns firearms. That same day, police executed a search warrant at his Delphi home and recovered jackets, boots, knives, and firearms, including a Sig Sauer model P226 .40 caliber pistol. He told investigators he never allowed anyone to use or borrow that firearm. Investigators sent that gun to the Indiana State Police Crime Lab for analysis, and it was determined the unspent round located within 2 feet of Libby's body had been cycled through Richard M. Allen's gun. Then, on October 26th, state police again spoke to Allen, and when asked about the unspent bullet, he did not have an explanation of why the bullet was found between the bodies. He again admitted that he was on the trail, but denied knowing Abby or Libby and denied any involvement in their murders. 1 day later, Allen was charged with 2 counts of murder and has been in custody ever since.
September 20th, Allen's attorneys submitted a filing alleging the girls' deaths were part of an Odinist ritual sacrifice and accused detectives of ignoring or intentionally suppressing evidence for years.
We got about 25 minutes till the trial comes back on.
The real killers are members of a pagan religion called Odinism. And defense attorneys say the crime scene was filled with symbols linked to Odinistic rituals, suggesting the teenagers were killed as part of a ritual sacrifice. The document names people who the defense claims are Odinites and should be prime suspects, some already interviewed by police. 13 News is not naming them because they were not arrested and charged, and we're also not sharing many new details of the crime scene because they're too graphic to broadcast. The defense team argues Richard Allen is not in any way connected to Odinism, something investigators downplayed when they obtained a search warrant. They also claim the sheriff intentionally concealed evidence from the judge and lied about other evidence in order to get the search warrant that eventually led to Allen's arrest. Defense attorneys now want the judge to dismiss evidence collected from Allen's home, including a gun that allegedly matched an unspent bullet police found near the teenage victims. If that evidence is suppressed, that would be a huge win for Allen.
Some Nordic shit.
There would be no evidence of a handgun, and that would make it extremely difficult to tie him to the crime scene.
It's just a way for them to blame white people.
Shay Hughes is a deputy public defender in Tippecanoe County. He says this
white supremacists,
is clearly an attempt
like
to
that.
share Allen's defense with the public, especially after a court hearing earlier this summer revealed Allen had confessed to the murders during a jailhouse phone call. The defense claims Allen was pressured into making that false confession by prison guards who they claim are Odinites and who threatened the defendant. A direct contrast to the prosecutor's claim that Allen is a confessed murderer.
I think this is kind of their opportunity to rebut that, that essentially there's somebody else out there that committed these allegations.
Now that Allen's defense is out in the open, it will be up to a judge to decide whether important evidence was obtained legally and whether it can be presented. I bet they've already
seated the jury by now.
There has been a contentious battle between the judge and Richard Allen's attorneys throughout the years leading to this trial. That actually led to the Indiana Supreme Court getting involved and issuing a ruling in January of 2024. On Thursday, the Chief Justice of Indiana's Supreme Court said the trial judge should not have kicked Richard Allen's original attorneys off the case.
There's not been these findings with regard to incompetence. There's a lot of words out there, but let him have his attorney to get this case back. Let him have his attorneys. He wants to privately hire them.
So that means Andrew Baldwin and Brad Rosie are reinstated as court-appointed public defenders. Allen's civil attorney sent 13 News a reaction. Attorney Kara Winicky says, on behalf of Richard Allen, Mark Lehman and I are very pleased with the court's order today and with how quickly the court issued a decision. I spoke with Rick's wife earlier, and she is happy and relieved that Rick's attorneys have been reinstated. Another big development on Thursday. The prosecutor filed amended charges against Richard Allen, 2 counts of felony murder and 2 counts of kidnapping, in addition to the 2 counts of murder.
New charges suggest is that Mr. Allen did not have to literally be involved in killing the victims in this case. He could have simply been involved in their kidnapping, which resulted in their death.
So I asked our legal experts if the amended charges give us any hints of what the prosecutor thinks may have happened to Abby and Libby nearly 7 years ago.
Hold on, real quick. Taking a look, there is some news real quick when it comes to the Delphi case from this morning. Prosecutor doesn't want jurors to see sketches in the Delphi murder trial.
I'm Jenny Runovich, and we begin 13 News at noon today with new developments as the Delphi murders case gets underway. The prosecutor now wants to block jurors from ever seeing those composite sketches of possible
That's because they
suspects.
know this is kind of
You've seen those
bullshit.
pictures. 2 sketches released by investigators.
Look at these sketches.
The first one, this one, the guy with the hat, came out in July of 2017.
Right.
5
Now
months
look,
after.
look at that. Look how different the sketches are. No wonder why they want this shit.
The second that you see here came out in 2019. Investigators say they were drawn from descriptions various witnesses gave of a man they saw on the trails. Now,
Show the
prosecutors
jury
say
everything.
those sketches could prejudice, mislead, and confuse jurors.
Oh, yeah. Because the sketches were some goddamn bullshit. You're goddamn right they can. And it should show the ineptness of the police department in this particular case. No, they should see both of these. Because what if it's not this guy? What if it's this guy? You guys are on some bullshit. This one you could say looks like Richard Allen a little bit, maybe. This guy over here looks about 20 years younger.
And he says they're not relevant because the
Oh,
pictures
they're
were
relevant.
not used to identify Richard Allen
Bullshit.
as the suspect. Now, we don't know if there will be a
Bullshit.
hearing on this particular issue or when the judge could decide.
They're full of shit. What else we got here?
Happening now, it's day 2 of jury selection in the Delphi double murders trial. I'm Anna Darling, filling in for Melissa Crash
It
today.
says
at
we got
noon.
a court
Our
revelation.
team got into the courtroom at 9 this morning.
Check this
we
out.
saw a lot of progress on day 1, seating a jury, but we've already seen
Watch
3
this.
of these jurors removed from the box
Why?
this morning,
Why?
and some replacements already selected. That plus new bombshell evidence revealed by the defense team. CBS 4's Russ McQuaid
By the
joins us from
defense
outside the
team.
courthouse in Allen County now.
Tell us
Russ, what's
more.
the latest you can tell us?
And a good afternoon. We now have 12
Breaking.
jurors and 3 alternates. We still need 1 more in order to sit this full jury.
Almost set the jury.
For the double murder trial of Richard Allen later this month in Delphi. Richard Allen's defense team arrived this morning at the Allen County Courthouse. Their mission: they were prepared to find a jury willing to believe that there is reasonable doubt that their client killed Abby Williams and Libby German near the Monon High Bridge during a day off from school in February of 2017. The state's contention is well known that Allen is Bridge Guy, the suspected killer whose image was captured on Libby's cell phone, and that investigators found a bullet from Allen's gun at the murder scene.
Yeah, but it
Plus,
weren't
that
shot.
Allen has confessed to the murders more than 60 times.
I mean, that's valid.
During the defense presentation to the jury pool this morning, we learned new details. Not only did Allen claim that he murdered
Now, I was going to mention this today. Allen confessed to murders that did not happen. I'm going to end up looking stupid here, ain't I? I'm going to end up looking stupid here, ain't I? Because you know my position. He confessed. That's it. And now there's new hair found at the scene. Oh, shit.
other details that don't exist. He also confessed to killing his family and grandchildren, which clearly never happened. Also, we found that investigators have discovered hair, presumably from the killer, clutched in Abby's hand at the murder scene.
He said he confessed to murdering his grandchildren and shit, and it didn't. Oh, my God. Oh, this is about to get wild. I wish we were watching this shit.
But that hair did not come from Richard Allen.
Yo!
His attorneys are trying to lay the groundwork of a false confession defense based on mental health and Allen's time awaiting trial in solitary confinement in a maximum security state prison. Assuming that the judge and the attorneys from both sides can choose one more alternate juror this afternoon, then Judge Gull will spend the rest of the afternoon hearing motions on evidentiary issues. Then we all take the day off tomorrow, come back here Thursday morning to swear in that jury and have one more motion heard. And then everybody drives across the state to Delphi to begin this trial Friday morning. Live in Fort Wayne, Russ McQuaid, CBS 4 News.
Yo, that is some breaking news shit. That is some breaking news shit. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say in that. I don't even know what to say.
There is certainly now room to wonder whether they believe that there were other actors involved. Because essentially, again, with these charges, what they're saying is, jurors, you don't have to find that Richard Allen literally killed these girls. You just have to find that he was involved in the commission of the felony that resulted in their death.
The jurors will be from Allen County and will be selected over 3 days in Fort Wayne. Then they'll be taken to Carroll County for opening statements and the rest of the trial. The jurors' job will be to find the truth, and jurors are going to hear very different versions of what happened in Delphi.
When jurors take their seats in this Carroll County courtroom, they'll be asked to decide whether Richard Allen did, in fact, murder Abby Williams and Libby German.
I think the world will be watching.
13 News
Well,
legal
no, because you're not
expert
letting us
Katie
have
Jackson
cameras
Lindsay
in
has
there.
tried both sides of a murder case as a deputy prosecutor and as a criminal defense attorney. She says when the Carroll County prosecutor presents the state's case to the jury, it will focus on painting a picture of the crime scene.
We don't know every single piece of evidence that was collected. We don't know how significant every piece of that evidence is. Learning more about the crime scene itself and educating this jury on that is going to be really important for the prosecution.
Also important for the prosecutor, establishing for the jury that Richard Allen was actually at the scene of the crimes.
That's so important because at this juncture, Richard Allen is the only person charged with these murders. They have to be able to put Richard Allen there, I think, to have credibility with this jury.
Allen denies having anything to do with the murders, but police say he did admit to being on the walking trails near the Monon High Bridge, not far from the crime scene, on the day of the murders, and the jury will hear that.
And so the state's going to use that as a very burning piece of evidence to, first and foremost, at least put him in the area and give him opportunity. But on the other hand, that can also cut both ways, because if he truly committed these crimes, why would he admit that?
We also expect the state to tell jurors about a bullet found at the crime scene. Even though the court records suggest the girls' deaths were not caused by a firearm, investigators say forensic testing conducted on an unfired bullet found near the girls' bodies show it matches a gun that belonged to Richard Allen.
That it's a pretty critical piece of evidence for the prosecution because it's the single piece of physical evidence, as I understand it, that links Richard Allen to the scene.
Expect the defense team to challenge that evidence and the controversial science of linking an unfired bullet to a specific gun. And when the state tells the jury that Richard Allen allegedly confessed to the murders while in prison, well, his defense team will push back on that too.
As the state's presenting this evidence, we're going to watch the defense challenge every single one of these witnesses in cross-examination.
She says cross-examination is when the defense team will try to undermine the credibility of police, how they investigated the murders, and how they singled out Allen. Also worth watching, the judge and the defense have both claimed the other is incompetent. Will they be able to set aside their animosity to ensure a fair trial?
Even if it wasn't Richard Allen, someone did this. Someone has caused this horrific harm to these families. And so the idea of individual or personal tension, it just really increases the anxiety, and it makes it a harder trial for everyone.
Make no mistake, this trial will be hard, especially for Libby and Abby's families and for Richard Allen and his family.
They never gave up hope or stopped praying, telling themselves with every day that passed.
We still keep positive that today could be the day.
Today's the day.
That's the phrase the families of Libby German and Abby Williams said to themselves every day for almost 6 years.
I had to call it like it is, so I went to my community tab and I wrote, Richard Allen confessed to other murders that never happened. Holy hell, I might have been wrong. Egg on my fat face. Like, I don't even know what to say. Other than damn.
Years, believing that one day,
That's all I can say is damn.
investigators arrested a person responsible for the murders of Abby and
Son of
Libby.
a bitch.
That day finally came when police called them to say they had a person in custody.
That's why we said never stop searching anywhere, because we didn't know where he was.
Libby's grandparents, Mike
That's
and Becky
embarrassing.
Patty, spoke Monday following a news conference where Indiana State Police announced they had arrested Richard Allen,
Can't win 'em
a
all, though.
longtime Delphi resident who worked at the local CVS, charging him with the girls' murders.
I don't know the gentleman personally at all.
Turns out, though, the Patties did have contact with Allen, confirming that at some point since the murders, he had processed photos for them at CVS, but didn't charge them.
That is accurate.
Okay, and that he didn't charge the family when they came in to claim the photos?
That is correct.
The interaction between these grandparents and the man now accused of killing their granddaughter and her friend Abby. Confirmation about what investigators and even the families have believed at times over the years, that the killer was hiding in plain sight.
I feel very strongly that there's a very good chance that it was somebody from the area that knew this area well.
That's Abby's mom, Anna Williams, speaking to 13 News 4 years after the girls' murders. Williams chose not to talk after police announced the recent arrest of Allen, but she's spoken several times in the past about the loss of her only child.
My heart's still breaking.
That's Williams just 6 months after the girls' deaths. Back then, holding on to the hope that an arrest would come at any time.
I'd like to be able to have a little bit of happiness come Christmas time this year.
That woman's done some drugs.
Nobody else is ever going to have to go through what we went through, and that this person isn't still out there.
But Christmas that first year came and went, with no breaks in the case. What followed were days, weeks, and then years of what should have been other milestones in Abby and Libby's lives. Learning to drive, going to the prom, graduating high school. All moments never realized.
It's tough.
9 minutes to the trial's back on.
Everybody is feeling what we're feeling as a group.
Social media, the posts, the kids going to prom, or, the various things that kids do, and you get their license and they post pictures of it, Well, we didn't get to enjoy that, and Libby didn't get to partake and have that.
Instead, every year around the time of the girls' deaths, the families held a food drive. They also built a park in Abby and Libby's memory.
I think of Libby's laugh every morning, and I imagine all
Just
the
don't
really
build a
great things that
bridge.
she would be doing right now.
Libby's older sister, Kelsey, was the one who dropped the girls off at the trail that day and was the last person to see Abby and Libby alive.
That's something I live with every day.
Kelsey has spoken several times over the years about the loss of her little sister.
You have a lot of regret in that, and that is also part of the reason why I keep pushing so hard.
For Kelsey, that push included studying forensics and psychology at Purdue.
I have a mission now. That mission is to get this case solved.
But even as 5 years passed with still no answers, the families of Abby and Libby continued to push forward, getting up every day, knowing the person responsible for the murders was still out there, continuing to share the girls' stories and their journey through the grief of losing them, hoping at some point someone would call in the one tip that would help.
I think it looks like Richard Allen, though.
We don't want to keep doing what we're doing, but we have to. We have to keep looking for justice and finding justice, and we're just going to keep pushing forward and doing this every year that we have to.
Finally, last week, it seemed like the first step towards finding that justice for Abby and Libby had arrived. Their families had a face and a name, Richard M. Allen, to put with the nightmares that have kept them up at night for the past 5.5 years.
I don't feel like I thought I would. I've always said that I would be screaming on the rooftops, but we're not. It's sad. While there's somebody that's been arrested, our lives for 5.5 years have been
I just don't.
search.
I don't know,
That's
man.
what we've done. You get up and it's like, oh, we're not doing that anymore. So we're all just kind of feeling our way and figuring out what our purpose is now. What do we do next? How do we help?
The answers to those questions will likely be answered in the coming days and months.
This is another chapter in this whole story that in our lives.
A chapter that's still being written to a story that started on a cold February day when the families of Abby Williams and Libby German learned monsters aren't just the stuff of make-believe. Sometimes they might look like the person walking towards you on a bridge in the woods.
And this won't just be hard on the families, but also for the community of Delphi. And it'll be costly for Carroll County.
It's been nearly 2 years since Richard Allen was arrested and charged with the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German. And as the legal battle drags on, the costs keep going up. 13 Investigates has obtained these accounting records from the Carroll County auditor. They show Carroll County taxpayers have now spent just over $1 million on the Delphi murders case.
Hey, Kate, how you doing,
Mike
beautiful?
Fincher is Carroll County's emergency management director.
We're just
He
waiting
says
on the
Carroll
trial to come
County
back on.
budgeted $2.1 million for the Delphi murders trial.
Hope you're doing well,
but
beautiful.
as the case gets bigger and the timeline gets longer, that might not be enough.
Is there a chance you're going to go over that 2.1 million?
They
Part
did.
of me
Spoiler.
thinks that we might. We
Spoiler, it's $4.5 million now.
added 15 more days to the trial, so there's 15 more days of expenses. Now we're going to have to look at where the money's going to come from.
Of the $1 million spent so far, more than half, about $581,000, is considered expenses for Richard Allen's defense.
Damn.
That includes $434,000 for his. He budgeted $2.1 million for the Delphi murders trial. But as the case gets bigger and the timeline gets longer, that might not be enough.
Is there a chance you're going to go over that 2.1 million?
Part of me thinks that we might. We added 15 more days to the trial, so there's 15 more days of expenses. Now we're going to have to look at where the money's going to come from.
Of the $1 million spent so far, more than half, about $581,000, is considered expenses for Richard Allen's defense. That includes $434,000 for his attorneys, $49,000 for experts, $47,000 for investigators, and nearly $38,000 for depositions and transcripts.
Is that a lot for a case like this? That is high. And this case is honestly more high profile in Indiana than most of our death penalty cases. So it doesn't shock me.
Derek Mason runs the Indiana Commission on Court-Appointed Attorneys. He says the organization will be reimbursing Carroll County for about 40% of its defense costs. That's because Carroll County is a member of the commission, which helps local communities cover the cost of big murder trials like this one.
Having that 40% reimbursement, it's almost like an insurance policy for counties.
Yeah, it is crazy, right, sir?
The commission does not cover costs for the prosecutor. And so far, the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office has spent $370,000 on the Delphi murders case. Most of that, about $250,000, is for additional attorneys to help the prosecutor. The next
Damn, they
biggest
haven't spent
expense,
much at all.
$72,000
Other than
for
for other
a
attorneys.
special podium with AV equipment like this one.
That's crazy,
to
right?
be used in a courtroom. Other prosecutor costs include about $20,000.
All right, guys,
for
we are about
computers and
to
computer equipment. $9,000.
We are about to get back to the trial. Should be coming on any second here. Make sure it's not on back on over here yet. It's not. It looks like she might be going to sit down though, so we'll find out. We'll find out. We're about 2 minutes away, 3 minutes away. But hopefully this picks up in the second half. I mean, we got some good information today. It just wasn't, we didn't have much of a, there was some interesting information I think we got. Some sounds like people are lining their pockets. Yeah, I think so. I think with a lot of these cases they do. Just like with Idaho, you can't tell me that Ann Taylor is not enjoying that $8,000 a week. So of course she wants to keep things, you know. And I get it. Look, man, he needs time to defend himself 100%. So whatever, however long it takes. But you can't tell me that's not part of it, right? but it's common sense, man. Everybody goes to work to make money. And I don't ever find that to be a bad thing. And before any of you other normies say some shit, you milk the clock too. All normal people milk the clock at their jobs. They do all kinds of shit. So I'm not really shocked at, like, them milking the clock. Does that make sense? I think everybody milks the clock at their jobs. I do. So let's see what we got here. Let's see if we can get things going. We got a minute. See if they got us going over here. Can I turn this on, see if we get any sound? So I'll check this and see which sound. Keep milking the clock at my desk watching this. Exactly. No reason not to. I mean, shit. As long as you can get your job done the way you can keep your job, who the fuck cares? Right, I understand what you're saying there. But you gotta, so I guess here's my theory on that. I understand what you're saying. But you're expecting other normal people to do things at their job that you don't do. Do you see my point? Like, a government worker is no different than you. They're going to milk the clock just like you're going to milk the clock. So basically what you're saying is that your boss deserves to be fucked over, but not us. See what I'm saying? You're like, oh, my boss? Yeah, he could fuck him. He could be fucked over and done wrong and stole from. But not when I'm the one paying the bill. You see what I'm saying? You see where I'm going? Yeah, man. All right, it's 2:01. Let's get this shit back in action. It's 2:01. Let's get this shit back in action. Come on. Should be any minute. I've never milked the clock, so. Well, I assume you milk your husband or something, so that's the same thing. Same thing. Same thing. All right. Man, so we'll get things started as soon as we hear the sound of this. In the meantime, let me see if there's any breaking news that's happened today for us to be able to report on tonight. I don't think so. Nothing I ain't seen yet. Who are these hot little bitches? All right, let's see. What's up, Kate? It says I do. There you go. That's the point. You can milk anything with nipples. I mean, that's true. You can milk anything with nipples. You can milk anything with... Yeah, it's a wild world. We'll just say that. It's a wild world. Nipples, prostates, it can all be done. It can all be done. Shit. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. I agree, sir. Said Milkman calling. That's funny. That is definitely funny.
But there is one brand.
KD says, I have nipples. Can you... Yeah. There you go. Do your thing. Do your thing. Come on, man, with this goddamn shit. Why are they late? There's definitely time. Let's get back to the fucking show. But I will be letting live tonight on the Gun Show channel. Drink some whiskey, talk some news with you guys. Hang out with you guys for a little while. Try to get some shit done. I'll try to bounce back and forth every day, but a lot of this depends on how long these trial video streams are, how fucking worn out I am at the end of it, and go from there. All right, I won't be doing any work on my wrestling channel. Oh, here comes the judge. Wrestling channel or gaming channel right now. Till this trial's over. I gotta move Friday into the new house. All right, let's see. Here we go. I think they got it over here, right? Let's see. Nope, they still ain't got it over there. I want them to get it done so I can see which one has the best volume. Yeah, it looks like they're talking. It looks like they muted a little bit. Okay, so once they get to talking, we'll see. Once they get to talking, we'll see.
We're back on the record in SPCR 22-0334J6. The state of Georgia.
Yeah, I think this one's better.
LEILANI Marie Simon.
I think Court TV's is better.
At council table with her attorneys Martin Hilliard.
That one sounds louder.
The state's attorneys
Court TV.
are President AUSA, Tim Dean,
All right.
Parker, along with Detective Lemons. The jury is not present at this time. So we are going to resume. The state is going to resume with Detective Lemons. And just to give a general idea, is Detective Lemons going to take you out the rest of the day?
No problem, Mindy.
Yes, with one caveat, Your Honor. We have, they're either here or they're arriving soon, 2 FBI agents from the Augusta office. They've driven down here with testimony.
FBI?
And if we don't reach them, they're going to lodging. And so, in order to
FBI? Here we go.
drive down from Augusta again tomorrow morning, I might ask at some point, probably will ask at some point, to break during Detective Lemon's direct examination, probably between interviews, and take testimony from them just so we can get them up and down, and then resume our direct examination after that. Doesn't seem like it should be a problem from my perspective, because I imagine the cross-examination might extend into tomorrow anyway. But that, I've talked to Mr. Hilliard about it. I don't think he has an objection, but I'll let him speak for himself.
I don't really object to it, Judge. I kind of expected Lemons to go the rest of today, correct? So if we stop and break and do these 2 little, what I call administrative witnesses along the way, I don't see what's going to change anything. The only thing I would ask is if it goes a little bit further into the day, I may want to continue my cross-examination tomorrow with Lemons rather than have to stop and then resume again tomorrow.
I understand.
So we'll deal with that when we get to it. That's the first question. The second question was, I just wanted to check and make sure, because I know tomorrow's a judge's meeting. So are we going to resume at 9 tomorrow or 10 tomorrow? 10? That's all, just for schedule.
So I think it's a good practical consideration for us to.
I agree, Kate.
Detective Lemons, stop where we need to for the 2 FBI agent witnesses that you have this afternoon.
Thank you.
That'll be interesting to hear what the FBI's got to say.
Cross-examination needs to begin tomorrow, then we'll deal with that. But as these things go, they have their own flow. So
Yeah, I think the sound is better too.
All right, please bring in the jurors.
Yeah, here we go. Hopefully shit livens up. I want to see some goddamn evidence. That's what I want to see. Show me something. Hurry the fuck up.
All right, please have your seats. Welcome back, jurors. Ladies and gentlemen, were you able to follow the court's instructions? Okay, there have been no discussions about the case? Okay, and you have not done any research or looked at any data? All right, very good. Resounding no. So with that, we'll resume.
All right, let's go.
Detective Lemons.
Oh, that's right. Lemons is that fine chick. Yeah.
Now, when we left off before lunch, we had come to the end of what the evidence is lactation room first video. How many video files did you film on your phone from that set in the lactation room?
There are 2 separate ones.
And why are there 2 separate files?
So at the end of this first video, I got a phone call on my phone that was recording it, and I took that phone call.
Okay. And how long were you gone? Did you leave the room for that?
I did.
How long were you gone?
Probably less than 10 minutes.
Do you remember what the phone call was about?
It was someone from the scene. I don't remember the details.
Somebody from the scene was called.
Yes.
Did you return to the lactation room?
I did.
And were Special Agent Snyder and the defendants in there?
Yes.
And did you resume recording?
I did.
When you resumed recording, what was being discussed at that time? Do you remember?
When I walked in and started recording, they were talking about the smell of vomit that was on the pillow.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would publish the second videos on the home drive.
14? 13? Oh.
Second
Subject to the data sheet has to be done as a best location.
Okay, you may proceed.
displayed on the monitor the opening frame from litigation room video. Whose feet are we looking at here?
Leilani's and Agent Snyder's.
Damn.
And I will play, I begin to play that just from the very beginning.
Oh, yo. Yeah. Hell you turned the thing over for?
Nothing else that he's got to say.
Son of a bitch.
Pause the playback at 30 seconds. So, Your Honor, may I remain seated for this motion? Yes. Thank you. Was this agent, Special Agent Snyder, asking her some questions designed to get at the origin of the apparent vomit on the pillowcase?
Yes.
And what did she say there about that?
That it had been a cookie that she had given Quentin prior to this day.
Cookie?
That she thought she'd cleaned it all up.
Oh. Thought. Oh.
She was saying that was something that happened on Monday night.
Monday. But the whole house smelled like it to the point where nobody wanted to be in there. Yeah, you ever heard of people that stink but don't know they stink? You know what I'm talking about? Like people that's just so used to stench, they don't recognize that it's stench.
Let's just play that bit again.
I bet you that's the type of situation it is.
First of all, what day was this?
So last night, Tuesday night, so Monday night, keep it on cookie.
Yeah, we have a cookie in the bed, like towel and paper and whatever, and I'll try to wipe it up. It didn't look like a whole bunch. I didn't change the filters yet. I was like, just change it tomorrow.
What kind of cookie was it?
It's the vanilla cookies. Yeah, the vanilla.
But you would call that nothing else that he's got sick on.
Pause it. I'm sorry to belabor the point, but I just want to make sure we're clear on what is being said here.
Let me give a shout out to the beautiful Kate. Kate. That's right, I'm bullying you. Said giving you the rest, she said $8, said giving you the rest of my lunch money to make it an even 50 for my OCD. I love OCD. Thank you for your streams. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you. Very much so. I'm OCD too. Thank you, Kate. Give me your lunch money, fool. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, beautiful.
I know that Zane has an ear infection now. Now, if they did work past midnight,
What was that, Raquel? Hope you're doing good.
So, just to kind of rehash some of this stuff, you know, and some of it, there's no one that has any sort of motivation to do harm to you or any of your family. You don't have any sort of financial debts, you know, related to drug use. No one that has anything done to you or any of your family as a result of something that you've done. Correct?
Getting ready to prep dinner. Sounds great.
I could sit here and look at you straight in your eye and say, on top of my head thinking, I do not think of anybody that would actually want to hurt us. Or
Yeah, you know it's black privilege, right? You know that's black. Well, thank you, Raquel. She said getting ready to start dinner. You understand? I'm gonna show you guys how. You understand? I've been going to court for many, many years. I mean, not now, 'cause I'm older. Since when do they allow motherfuckers to wear hats in a courtroom? Since when? Then this broad works there. Clearly black privilege. I'm just saying it. I'm just laying it on the table. Because you can't get mad at them, because then they'll be like, you're being racist. This is part of my culture. Right, okay. Person doesn't have any hair for real. Yeah, probably not.
Or my kids, especially pointing at me. I don't speak that big.
Bonjour, motherfucker. Yes. Say bonjour, motherfucker. That's right. Fashion accessory, yes. Religious week.
6 seconds in. 6 seconds of the file there, Your Honor. And I'll resume playback at 2 minutes and 6 seconds into the file.
You pushed me to the wall. I the basket when I was there. Both the kids were there, so I just got the kids. And I went to her room, tried to distance her stuff. She followed me to the room. She pushed me again. I called the cops and y'all called me and pulled that police report.
Look at her.
She pushed me again, so I called the cops again.
Telling other people about some shit now.
Somebody in trouble. I was calling the cops to prevent the negativity and violence around the children. Okay, so that was the most.
Good times reboot, yes.
What did we just hear her describe? There was that altercation with her mother that had happened recently.
Yes.
It was the case that
Exactly.
everybody was saying that the defendant's mother was out of town during the period of October 4th, October 5th, correct?
Yes.
That's right.
I'm going to advance to 5 minutes into this file and resume playback from there.
No chance that you will cause your wisdom tooth and whatever that you were taking. And it's just ibuprofen is what we're thinking.
No, that's what they prescribed me. I don't know what shots they grew in their mouth. They gave me different shots on the side. My whole side of my face was numb even like 6 hours even afterwards. It was still not over here.
Hey, your face still looks numb now. One second. Right.
He does respond to monkey a lot. If somebody does see somebody reverse it, he'll say he responds to monkey a lot. He don't really respond to Quinn. He don't respond to monkey. He just want to call him for the boy. He look like a little hairless monkey.
Well, thanks for telling the story, bitch. I think they knew then. They sound like they knew then. They were just trying to build the shit up.
How do you say your name?
LEILANI.
I can imagine, what you're going through. But you just, at this point, you have to trust the process. And we're going to do whatever we can to get you the assistance, but truth be told, we just have to, work through the process, the steps, wherever you move.
Stop the playback at 10:42, 10 minutes and 42 seconds. You were gone from the room for a moment there,
I was.
and then we just saw you return.
Yes.
What were you doing?
Grabbing a consent form.
For a consent to search the phone?
Yes.
Which she had just orally agreed to that,
She did.
but you wanted to make a paper record of it.
Yes.
Smart move.
Resuming playback at 10 minutes and 42 seconds into the file.
So, L-E-I, L-A-N-A, right?
LEILANI.
L-A-N-I. And all this is just for us to get your consent to look at the phone, okay? S-I-M-O-N.
That's a dumb bitch. I'll be goddamn if I murder someone and give you consent to search the very thing that'll prove all my fucking lies. That's a dumb bitch.
Did you turn off the recording at that point?
Yes.
Thing in here,
Not very smart at all.
clarification purposes. At 5 minutes in, when there's a point where Special Agent Snyder is asking her about the possibility that she slept off somewhere or something like that. And we hear him ask if that's something that could have happened
What's she say?
at midnight or 12 a.m. when she went to Circle K, right? That's what he asked?
Yeah.
Now, at this point, I just want to be clear. She had not described a midnight trip to Circle K, and this was a reference by Snyder to the 1-something a.m. Chevron story. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so he was just kind of getting the time and location wrong
Yeah.
as to
What it
what she had
sounds
said?
Yeah.
Okay. I just briefly.
Once again, smart.
And again, starting at 4 minutes and 59 seconds.
No chance that you will cause me to listen to, whatever that you were taking. It's just ibuprofen is what you did.
That's what they prescribed me. I don't know what shots they gave me. They gave me shots to the side. My whole side of my face was numb even like 6 hours in. It was still not right here.
Did you, in your sleep, I guess you're sleepwalking, did you grab Glenn and let him go to the store with you because you were concerned about it and you left the house and then I think it was okay?
he was talking about Chevron or gel there. Is that right? Am I understanding that correctly?
That's the way I took it.
Okay, thank you. And I stopped the playback there at 5 minutes and 32 seconds.
Okay. Okay.
All right, so then that first interview in the lactation room ends with you all getting her consent to search her phone and her signing to realize that.
Yes.
After this interview that we just watched, did you all go through the phone?
Yes.
All right. And how did you do it initially?
So the other teams had also asked their people, Paul and Daniel, the same questions if they would go through their phones. So we had all planned to do a extraction of the cell phones in our system. I believe at that time I just manually went through the phone.
Okay, I know you're not a forensics
No.
person, but what is involved in doing an extraction of the phone?
So it's a big computer system, and you plug the cell phone into the computer system so it can make a copy of it, and it's a one-at-a-time system, and it usually takes at least an hour per phone.
Okay.
Really?
Who was doing this at the precinct that day?
Sergeant Coleman,
Did he do that with all three of their phones?
he did.
All right, so at the time that the defendant consented to your looking through her phone, are you saying the machine was occupied with one of the other phones?
Yes.
Okay. And so you went through it manually, meaning what?
I just actually took the physical phone and went through it myself.
And while you were doing that, did you see in there a text that the defendant had sent to Daniel Youngkin the night before, saying something about, I'm turning on to 204 now, or I'm about to go to 204?
Yes.
And
What a dumb bitch. LEILANI is so dumb. I'm going to go smoke. LEILANI's a dummy.
did you and Special Agent Snyder then go interview her again specifically about that?
Yes.
Okay, and where did that interview take place?
In the interview room.
Did you ask her about that text during this interview?
We did.
And what did she say that text was about? What was the initial story about that text?
She said that she headed to 204 was the text, and that meant that she was going to the drug dealer's house or their location to meet up to pay off a drug front.
Did she say how much the drug front was for?
$20.
Now, in the lactation room interview, she had given an account for the 1-something a.m. trip, correct?
Yes.
And what was it again?
That she went to meet Misty to get Orajel at the Chevron.
Now, did that story involve her making any phone calls?
She had mentioned that she called Misty, and I believe she also said in that interview that she tried to call the Chevron or the Circle K.
Okay, called the Circle K to see whether they had it?
Yes.
And which call was she saying had come before first and second?
She tried the gas station before Misty.
Okay. Did you look through her phone between interviews after the lactation room interview but before the next one?
Yes.
To see whether you could see any record of those phone calls in her phone?
I believe I did at that time, or it may be one of the later ones.
Okay. In any case, whenever you looked for that, whenever that might have been, did you see any record of those phone calls in her phone?
No.
Okay. Now, you've talked about going through the phone manually, like with it in your hand, scrolling through it.
Yes.
And seeing the 204 text, right?
Yes.
Did you later have an opportunity to review the full Cellbrite extraction?
I did.
Okay. And Cellbrite is the machine that Sergeant Coleman uses to do this?
Yeah, it's the system they use.
Did you find any record of it, of those calls there during that more in-depth review of the phone?
No, there was no call to the gas station or Misty.
Do you see in front of you 3 exhibits marked as states 14, 15, and 16?
Yes.
Can you tell us what those 3 exhibits are?
Yep, 14 is the consent to search form for LEILANI Simon's cell phone. 15 is the consent to search form for Paul Simon's cell phone. And 16 is the consent to search for Daniel Youngkin's cell phone.
In those consent forms, were they all completed that day, October 5th?
They were.
By these 3 different individuals?
Yes.
With the interviewers that were interviewing them?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move these in as states 14, 15, and 16.
Objection, Your Honor.
14, 15, and 16 are omitted.
Now, returning to this, the next interview, in the interview room that you've been talking about. You said you asked her about the 204 text, and she said she was just going to pay off a $20 drug front.
Yes.
And for what type of drug did she say that was?
Marijuana.
Who did she say went on that trip?
Just her.
Was she asked who exactly it was that she met?
Yes, she did.
And how did she identify this person?
She referred to him as Red.
Red?
Red, like
Did
the
she
color.
Like the color, you said?
Mhm.
Sorry. Did she give you a description of Red?
She described him as a light-skinned black male.
Did she say when she had left the house, I mean?
Around 10:30 p.m.
And did she say where she had met Red to make this payment?
By the Flacco's Tacos.
And did it later turn out upon your review of the phone that this payment was actually made via Cash App?
Yes.
Now, what is Cash App?
It is a kind of like an online baking application.
Okay. Do you have to be physically present with someone to make a Cash App payment to them?
No, you don't.
Can it be done remotely?
It can?
Like if I'm at home and I owe you money and you're at your house, can I make a Cash App payment?
Yes.
To you? At the time that she was saying this, though, did you know that this payment had been made via
No.
Cash App?
I did not.
Did she explain in any way why, if the drug front was to be repaid via Cash App, why she had to go meet the guy to do it?
I believe she said that she gave him cash, like
Okay.
physical cash.
Oh, is that right?
I believe so.
Did she give any particular reason in this first interview in the interview room for why she left the house at this particular time to do this thing? Like what was going on?
Yeah, she's dropping names like a motherfucker.
I think at this point she had mentioned that her and Daniel had had an argument and she wanted to get away from the house for a while.
It's only because she got caught lying.
Was she asked during this first interview in the interview room whether there had been any sort of accident that caused Clinton to be injured or anything like that?
I think we asked her that in every single interview.
Yeah.
And what was her consistency?
Smart question.
If it was consistent.
That's what my initial suspicion was.
That she knew about.
That was my initial suspicion, is that she just got high and it was an accident.
Whether Clinton was okay before she left to go see her drug dealer.
She was.
And what did she say to that?
That he was asleep in his playpen.
And was she asked whether he was okay when she got back from this trip?
Yes.
And what did she say to that?
That he was still in his playpen, perfectly fine.
Right.
Did she describe actually interacting with him at either of these times?
Yeah, she kind of showed us Quentin's reaction to her petting, or I guess brushing his hair.
Petting the little motherfucker.
She said that he kind of reacted and nuzzled up in the blanket.
Was she asked whether Danny was behaving abnormally in any way when she got home from the movie? As though something might have happened when she was gone?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
I believe she said he was still in bed watching a movie like normal.
Was she asked whether Danny was behaving abnormally or suspiciously the next morning when she called up to tell him that Quentin was missing?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
That he was normal.
And was she asked whether Danny ever displayed any violent tendency toward the children?
Yes, she was.
And what did she say about that?
That Daniel was scared to even pop the kids.
Yeah. Most of us stepdads are. We don't handle that.
Now,
She tried to blame the boyfriend. Yeah.
was there a
Oh, it gets worse, Mindy. First, it was First, it was her ex-husband or one of the other kids' fathers she tried to blame. Then later on, as we saw in a text message, after she gets caught up in all these stories, she then tried to blame Danny. She tried to blame everybody.
And she was at this time saying that she had met Misty for Orajel at the Chevron, right?
Yes.
Where is the Chevron in relation to the
They are right next door.
Can you tell me what it looked like on the Life 360 application? Could you, as you're looking at the phone, could you tell whether the other location?
No, it was too broad of a picture frame.
She blames every guy she can, yeah.
So to you, it just kind of looked like she had been in the general area. You can't tell whether it was Azalea or Chevron.
Yes.
And was the investigative team later able to get more precise location data from the phone than you were able to see on the screen?
Correct.
Damn.
Now, at this time, I would publish what is on State's Exhibit 13 as interview room 1542 to 1639, something shy of an hour.
What?
We'll proceed with that. Let me just turn to the jurors. So this next tape is gonna, this next video is gonna go for about an hour. Is this audio and video?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay. So it's gonna go about an hour.
Fuck!
We just got back from lunch. What I anticipate doing is that we'll see this play and then go take a break. But if y'all need to stand and stretch right now, feel free to do so.
This better be good, bitch. Do the hokey pokey, we get it. Look at it, look at his mother. Look at it, you see this blind bitch right here? You see this bitch right here? Right here, this bitch literally did the hokey pokey. Look at this fat bitch. Look at the fat black bitch with the no hair. They literally are wiggling around and shit. That's too goddamn funny. That's too goddamn funny.
Mr. Dean, you may proceed.
That was too goddamn funny. We're gonna start spinning on their heads in a minute. Yeah. This better be a good fucking tape. This better be a good tape. Because we're gonna be here till like 3:45. 3:40. You can't tell me that lady with the hat doesn't do crack. You can't tell me the lady with the hat doesn't do crack. You see, you're right. She's probably bald as fuck.
HDMI 1 on the TV at the front of the courtroom, and I will publish interview room 1542 to 1639 from State's Exhibit 13.
But is it helpful at all to dim some of the lights? Okay.
Motherfucker.
Maybe helpful.
Diversity, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
We can leave it. We can leave it.
They said we can't turn the lights off, man. They're gonna go to sleep.
Okay.
These motherfuckers. These motherfuckers. At least this is a video.
So last night, was there any chance that you having some issues with your wisdom teeth and needed to go get something to ease the pain last
That was like, I got home at 1:25. Damn.
125.
I was gone for 12 minutes. You all went through 6 people and got it right there.
There's some text messages in your phone. You can send a little bit of phone.
Yeah.
Calling her out.
There's a message in there. It's an outgoing message from you that says turning on 204. And that's at 10:40.
Yeah.
10:40 p.m.
Yeah. Yeah.
We didn't talk about that before. So what? 10:40 p.m. Where were you at 10:40 p.m.?
If I was turning on 204, I was probably going to go payback or something. Payback front from him. To be honest with you, I was going to go pay back the $20 front from him.
Yeah, Blondie's hot, man. Blondie's hot.
He had $20 a week. I went payback. Whatever. But he was awake at that time. He was up. He was awake at that time. Quinn had just went to sleep. He had stopped all the crying and all that stuff. And that's why I left, because he went to sleep at 10:30. And it only takes him 12 minutes to get to a floor. If he takes 16.
You can tell she's lying. Right? Yeah, she was definitely skinnier in that video. Why is her mouth stretched like that? It's so weird.
Talking to himself, a constant baby talk. It's almost like he's singing to himself. There you go. But he's always done that. He's always done that from the time he started crawling and actually saying mama or dada or drink or eat or anything. He's always done the little when he's asleep.
You can understand there's a lot of resources being expended.
I know there is. I know that for as long as it's been, you've always had to expand the search, which means something's popped up.
I made her bigger for y'all, so you can see the bullshit in her eyes. You see the bullshit.
Anywhere that we went after we picked up the kids at 4:30, me or him, no one gets what it is. 100%. After we picked them up at 4:30, all three of them babies were at that house.
You can see in her body language, man.
I made 2 runs, orange out, and then 204, or 204, and then orange out.
Just talk about that. What time did you do this?
That time, I texted him and said I was turning on 204. I had already been going. That means I was literally turning on 204, so I've only been going like 10 minutes at that time.
Left your house off about culture.
If I went off Culper, I took 17. It was possible on the way, yeah, it was possible on the way back. I may not have taken 17. I could have taken 16 because there's been road work on 204.
So you went south from 17 about culture.
Yeah, I took the highway back.
And then you said on this text message, you said you turned.
You can tell she's a dope fiend.
Like, okay, so if I'm on 17.
You can see it.
Yeah, like when I say I turn on 204, if you have turn 17, just 4 more on that bridge.
She has the constant grinding of the teeth look in her mouth. I think that's what it is. I think that's why it looks like her mouth is always stretched out. I feel like she grinds her teeth so regularly that it's becoming a permanent formation in her mouth.
That's me turning on 204. That would have been my location right there by that bridge, turning on 204. Going toward
south out to 95.
South towards 95. Like over there by the Flacco's Tacos and Harley Davidson shop. That's where I met the person I paid back $20 to.
Who's that person?
They goes by Red. He goes by Red. I don't know his name. He's a tall, light-skinned dude. Tall, light-skinned black dude.
Of course.
Yeah. And I was already headed back by the time that.
So at 10:40, when you texted them that you were turning on 204 to go meet Red?
Yeah, for it now. Like, I'm about to meet him. That's what I was trying to tell him. So.
And at that point, you didn't get anything.
No, we just.
Yeah, exactly, Chris Lynn.
We said I gave him $20 and no left. And it was referred from a couple days ago. A few days ago, I think we got that in. We paid $10 and we owed 20.
She said that shit like it was cool. We paid $10 on the 8th. We got a good deal. You know what I'm saying? This bitch. And yeah, no, I guarantee you she sucked some dick for some crack. Or whatever the fuck dope she does.
That was it. No, she sucked $20. Just for you to see messages, otherwise somebody will look or Danny's. Yeah, no, we did. I don't. Like that was handled. That was, got in front 2 days later, pay you back. That's what that was. That's like, I don't do fronts like that. That was on his name, on his front.
Oh, see what she did? See what she did? While she's sitting there tweaking it, it's not me that does drugs. That's on his bitch. Stop it. Stop it. You can see it. You can see it in her. I bet he was.
Where do y'all keep the weed when y'all do have it? Outside. We got it outside in the safe box. Was there anything else that would be inside the house? No. We don't smoke cigarettes inside. We don't smoke weed inside. We don't take it outside. We don't do it. What about Paul? Is he into any of that? Yeah, he smokes, but I don't think, I'm sorry, I know he keeps it in his truck. His truck? As far as I know, he keeps it in his truck. That was one of the rules in my kerosene when we went there. But it's just weed though? Yeah.
Exactly, Chris Lynn.
Just weed. Nothing else.
Right.
Listen, my mom's convicted felon. There's no way I'm going to sit there and continuously push the buttons of these people. Yeah. You can't do that. But you were in substance abuse for... I've had other things. I used to do other things. I have for this one coke, or at one point I was on meth.
Of course you were. Of course you were. She. Right. You're clearly still messed the fuck out. Danny just hits the blunt and drinks beer. Oh. Oh. Right. Right. Blame it on the drinking, man. Blame it on the drinking, man. You were supposed to pay for my weed, but instead you bought yourself a drink. Yeah, that's the way it works. You see how she blames everybody for everything. So she's the responsible one. You saw how filthy the house was. She's the responsible one. Six-pack of natural ice and shit.
I can't hear nothing. When we used to be upstairs,
Oh, it's because you're doped out. All right. All right. Exactly, KD. She did the thing. She did the thing. You know what I'm talking about? The crying in your hands and you pee. You know, she did the thing. Oh, that's too good. That's too good. The glance at motherfuckers to see if they're, are you guys are buying this, right? Exactly, Kate. Yeah. Right. She's coming down hard. Yes. Yes. Right. Right. Yeah, I'm more of a danger to myself. Do you know what that shit sounds like? Remember when the motherfucker used to say, this is gonna hurt me more than it's gonna hurt you? No, bitch. You got me in a landfill, chopped up. I'm pretty sure I win the award. Like this bitch, man. Clearly coming down hard. Clearly. She knows she's caught. She's been caught lying already.
I paused it at 15:54 and 43 seconds on the timestamp in the top left corner. I'd like to ask you a couple questions about the defendant's demeanor in this and other interviews.
Yeah. No shit.
Is her demeanor consistent
Hey, baby.
throughout any given interview?
I see you, girl. I see you, girl.
That's why you say that.
I mean, as we saw in this interview, she would kind of get into these hysterical, yelling rants.
That's right.
And would that happen in response to any particular lines of questioning?
Sometimes when it kind of questioned her statement or her timeline, it would start to escalate into this.
And when she got like that, was it then difficult to get an additional question in?
Yeah, we would have to calm her down before she engaged back with a back and forth conversation.
You're 100% right, Gigi. She clearly is. It's been so goofy. The beautiful Texas Gigi joined us. Said she did it. Case closed. Nothing to see here except handsome Jimmy. Thank you, beautiful. Yeah, no, she's clearly coming down hard, man. This is clearly, like... But here's the truth, Gigi. Here's the truth, everybody. We've now been watching this thing almost 2 days straight. There is no evidence so far. There has to be something still coming. They have not provided any evidence that she killed the kid. You and I know she killed the kid, but they haven't provided any evidence.
Is it fair to say that during these interviews, when pressed on certain things,
It's wild shit.
she would become histrionic and just kind of fill the room with this?
Whenever she's questioned about her lies, she gets crazy.
Resuming playback at 15:54:43.
Let's go ahead and get her back up here.
I passed around from house to house, and that's something I didn't want my kids. So when I found myself in a hard situation, I just took one thing I did. Mom, I call her mom. Help me, kids. If she has them, I'll probably start getting myself back together and come back here and get a decent job, got a car for myself on Mother's Day. Just trying to build myself up for these kids. And I'm still going to try my hardest no matter what. But I can't. And I don't even know if it's okay. I just want to know if it's okay. I want some type of traffic camera to get you something to tell me he's okay.
I wish this bitch's mouth would stop stretching. It's so goddamn ugly.
When you're most likely to find a missing person, and if you pass it, after that you're less likely, right? After the first 20 rounds. We got people out there. Everyone's
Oh yeah, I agree, Gigi. Gigi says, I'm raising a grandchild because mama is currently a sober heroin addict. I have no doubt drugs. And yeah, you can tell by body language, Gigi. I believe 100% drugs led to the death. 100%. She said he said she looked like an anime character. She's like, no, I want some heroin. I want some goddamn meth. Right. Agreed, Raquel. Sarah. That's right. Agreed, sir. He's looking her right in the eyes and it's fucking her up. It's fucking her up. He reminds me. He reminds me of. Let me show y'all. Hold on. I don't know if y'all have ever seen this. Hold on. You know you done fucked up, right? Hold on. I don't know if y'all remember this. What was it? Was it Minister Society? It reminds me of this shit.
15. Yeah, it was 12, 15. Exactly.
It reminds me of this shit right here.
See something?
Hold on. See something?
Now you see
that? You done fucked up. You know you done fucked up, right?
I see what I'm saying. No, I thought. That's what I'm saying. You done fucked up. No, you know that, don't you? Yeah, you know you done fucked up.
That's exactly what it's like. That's exactly what it's like. He's telling her, we're going to get you. Then he was about the bear. And old boy stuttering. Yeah, G-Mac. Right. Right. Exactly, not your house, bitch. Could have been. Clean up stuff. Right. Right. This bitch tried to say, a lot was going on. I had to come up and clean up. Come home and clean up. I'm sorry. We saw the house. Nobody has cleaned up there in years. No way. This is cleaned up. Your shit. No, you can't use that as an excuse for anything. I was cleaning up. No, you can't do it. Exactly. What is she doing? She ain't clean shit. Show me on the door where you cleaned up. Exactly. She ain't clean. Her whole fucking life is dirty. Why in the fuck would you have a tracking device like that? Just let this sink in. This is how bad drugs will fuck your brain up. You knew you threw your baby in a dumpster, and you knew you had a tracking device on your phone that, as you're saying to people, literally tracks every place you go. I'm telling you, man. I think I would be the best criminal on this planet right now if I still wanted to be one. Because the rest of these motherfuckers are dumb. You're literally sitting there knowing you dumped the baby in the dumpster. And you're like, hey man, I got a tracking device on my phone. You can check it out. It tells you everywhere I went, all the time. Every time. Exactly how long I was there. What a dumb bitch. This is why, man, this is why I call society dummies. This is why I say it all the time, because they're dumb as fuck. She wanted to track her boyfriend when she accused you. Yeah, I know. One of them weirdos. I wish a motherfucker would tell me they'd like to track me. Number one, I don't even leave the house. But even if I did, the phone did show she went there. But you need to remember, the dumpster was to the gas station. So she went to the gas station to pick up Orajel from her friend Misty. See the point? It shows she was there. She was there. There just was no Orajel involved. I'm the same way. I don't want nobody tracking. I don't even go nowhere. Like if I'm walking around the house or doing something, and my girl's like, what are you doing? I was like, walking around my house. She's like, no, what are you doing? I'm like, walking around my house. It's the only answer I will give. Because it's none of your goddamn business if I was taking a shit or changing clothes or it's none of your business. I'm in the house. I don't go anywhere. I don't leave. I don't do shit. I'm not going to give you updates on what I'm doing in the house when I don't leave the house. You see what I'm saying? Like, what that sounds dumb as shit. What are you watching? Television. What are you doing? Walking around. Thinking. It's just... So no, I wouldn't do the whole tracking thing. Leave me the fuck alone, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Let me do what I do. Boy, horror jail from this, yeah.
Unless something happened when I was not there.
Oh.
I had no knowledge about he was fine.
Oh.
When I got home, he was fine. He was asleep. He was curled up in that blanket. I touched his little hair and he moved and rolled over. I'm telling you, he was fine. So just help me understand what type of accident could have happened. Do you think that Danny may have done something? We have to.
Here we go. Listen to her. Here she goes.
Not like that, not easily. Not to where I think that he would finally just get fed up with somebody crying and do something to make him shut up and not realize that they didn't do
You see what this bitch is doing?
You know, he's not that type of person.
Right.
He was fine. He was a happy baby when he went to sleep. When he was asleep.
Oh, when he was asleep. Happy baby.
I don't know what something could have occurred. I don't want to think about
Right.
possibilities, even though there's a million of them. But I don't know. I don't want to think that he would do something like that. But like you said, when people snap, people break. I don't think he would though. Daddy was not acting out.
You see what the bitch is doing?
Like fancy or nervous or mad or concerned or anything weird. What about this morning? This morning? I didn't see him. I didn't see until a minute ago. Sam, he's been very calm now. It's probably because I'm not. Is that a normal thing? If I'm freaking out, he tries his hardest to stay calm. And then if it's the other way around, he's really freaking out. Yeah, I called him screaming about him. I said, I can't find him anywhere. The door is open and I can't find him anywhere. I said, did you drop him off on the shelf or something? Did you tell me that you were going to do that and not tell me? Like, and I not remember? He said, no, he was there when I left this morning. I said, you're 100% sure? He said, yes. I said, it's not here now. And there was 3-hour difference between when he left this morning and when I woke up. Do you think something could have happened in those 3 hours with David? I don't know. On like 360, it shows that he left at the time that he says he did, and then he got to work at the time that he said he did, and then he left and came home when I called. So, I mean, I don't think so. I got my boss's numbers as well if you would like that to confirm that Danny was there. We can pull it up on here. Danny's your fiance. She's lived 23 hard years. You got a lot of life left in front of you. You're the mother of 3.
I'm gonna go smoke. This bitch has lost her mind, man.
Nothing is more important than you being yesterday, but I was in pain. Gauzes in my mouth. He was helping me in and out of the car and into the house because I was a little Libby, you know. So I really don't.
And the kid then starts crying, and you're not there to be the mother because you're suffering from having your wisdom teeth pulled out.
Like I'm telling you, like when he was asleep, when he would lay down, and when I took that tablet away, yeah, he did cry. That might be what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, he did scream. He screamed. He's TV on, TV on, as he says it, or whatever. But by the time that I had smoked a cigarette, got dressed, and was getting ready to leave and checked on him, he was asleep. Shut, eyes shut, completely. Left, kissed back, checked again, moved his hair in his face. Still, it was good. He did a little. It was good. Same, he was good. I wasn't touching that tablet, but I knew better than I was. Throw the tablet at me.
And you don't think there's any chance that an accident could have taken place, and Danny just did something that it just...
If there was, I'm not going to say no because you never truly know anybody. Y'all read about that. But if there was nothing at all that made me suspect anything was wrong when I got up. Or even when I got up this morning, besides my front door being open. That's the first thing that threw me off. Front door's open. Okay, got up, shut it, checked to make sure every single kid's there. And Quentin wasn't there. But everything was good. But minus that, I normally wake up when Danny gets out of bed. I normally wake up, and he normally tells me bye. I do not remember him telling me bye. I do not remember him getting out of bed. That's probably the weirdest part right there. You know, but I was up throughout the night.
Is there any reason that y'all have been up and in and out of the house throughout the night?
No. And the last time anybody should have left that house would have been me, and that was when I went to go to that ordeal. And that was just the end of a culture back that was on my street.
So none of the doors in the house would have opened or closed at any point after you got back home?
Nope. At all. And I had that back door locked. I know I looked out the front door. I pushed up against it, and I knew that was locked. And Danny went outside this morning and grabbed some cigarettes off of it and locked the door and didn't push it all the way. It wouldn't have caught. It wouldn't have latched. You could just push it over. So, he said, or he kept on swearing up and down that he locked it, that it was locked. I can take a better application and I open my door. Just held on. That's how easy it is to get in that house. So, I don't think he would, and I don't want to believe he would. He wasn't acting up the way. There is nothing at all that I could think of the way he was acting, talking, looking, reacting, behaving, or anything for me to think, yeah, he probably could have done something. There's nothing for me to think that at all. I'm just really baffled right now. It's all this. I don't know. I don't even know where to begin to look. What am I supposed to do when I go home? What am I supposed to do? Act like everything's normal? Sleep in the room that I normally have 3 babies in, and now I only have 2?
Just one last thing with the messages on here. You're saying something, or he's saying something about, I guess when you were meeting up with this dude, Fred, about him being threatened.
No, that's about my brother. Paul showed up and is going to bed. Wow, okay, he said something about telling you he was on the way, and he was being threatened to run over. That was my brother leaving work, and somebody threatened to run him over at work.
Can you tell us about that?
I didn't elaborate on the situation. Like I said, Paul normally stays down there and hangs out, but he didn't. He gave his dog to one of the cigarettes.
Yeah.
So, I still haven't asked about that situation yet. I got up and I didn't have the time.
Does Paul ever have issues or anything?
Like that? No. He is autistic, and sometimes he runs his mouth, and if he runs it to the wrong person.
Man, the dumb thing is that this bitch told them that she woke up with the door open, But yet, remember when it said, remember when she woke up and called Danny? 6 minutes into that phone call is when she opened the door for the first time. And her security system tracks that shit. This has to be the dumbest bitch. This is what drugs does to your brain. I don't doubt it at all. This is why I've never been a druggie like this. I've never done heroin, cocaine, meth, any of that. Never. Cause I ain't trying to be like this bitch. Ever. The dumbassery is through the roof. She also got to hold the babysitter 5. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Exactly, Sarah. Marvin, I bet he's black. So he's got a drug dealer named Marvin.
I'm just asking if it does. No girlfriends, we question he's gay. Our boyfriends see if boyfriends come over. Yeah, but no, none of that. I haven't seen nobody come over. Thomas, when he's home, he doesn't have company come over unless it's his sister or his really old friend that's named Roger.
Exactly, Sarah.
My other brother's Joe, that was here. I had 6 brothers.
I. It's a distraction, Sarah.
Yeah, from the time that I first gave the custody to until now, yeah, no matter what, I gave her the custody to. She hasn't had custody over them for not even a year yet. Not even.
I'm trying to understand this.
Yeah.
She's away. She's, maybe even out of town for a month, 2 months.
It happens. Sometimes your beauty confuses you. Sarah, when hot chicks say dumb shit, I just say to myself, it's just a beauty glitch. You were going to say something smart, but the beauty kicked in. You're like, yeah, it's kind of, you know what I'm saying? It's one of those situations. It is what it is. It happens to hot chicks. No matter how smart you are. Just occasionally beauty just turns you dumb for a second.
pretty soon to go ahead and just start a little test on that because Zane is autistic and I wanted to help it if he didn't even progress. We've been through a lot.
I agree. Her ass don't smell right. Exactly. You know what's great, right? You know we're going to see the Koberger interrogation interviews, right? That's going to be good shit. That's going to be good shit. Jail food has done it. Oh, I bet he didn't cry either. I don't know. Plus the lack of drugs, yeah. You know, I bet you no jurors are falling asleep. Not through this video. This video has a little bit more oomph to it. I mean, granted, it's long as fuck. But this one has a little bit more oomph.
Right, and I can tell because of the way he's acting, the way he moves. It's very secretive.
Plus the lack of drugs, yeah. You could tell a motherfucker's drug addict and guilty, all that hand movement. Normal people don't do all that movement when they talk. It's just not the way it works. It's very animated. You see it? Normal people don't do that. Told you. She's inserting. She's inserting suspicions that it's Danny. Exactly, Raquel. What's up, Contessa? Did you miss the jury falling asleep? Jury fell asleep. They got in trouble for falling asleep. And just her being caught up in all of her lies with the initial interviews. Yeah, I agree, contestant. Here's the thing. I think we're past, except for we got the 2 FBI people coming in, I think we're past a lot of the cop witnesses. I'm sure there's still some. Once we get to the witnesses that know LEILANI, that's when shit's gonna be good. When we get to the personal witnesses that know LEILANI, Quentin, all that. Yep. Yeah, that hoodie's got to be all snotted up. Probably because she knows she's going to jail right then. Yep. Here's the thing. You know, every trial has this boring red tape shit. All of it. You know what I mean? The beginning of almost every trial has this. They have to establish a baseline and do things that are just, you got to put things on record. That way, you know, it's all in the court record. I mean, clearly. So, no, I mean, once we're done with the bullshit, the introducing all the cops and what they saw, what their part was, that's when shit's gonna get good. The formalities, yeah. My biggest surprise is that they still haven't shown any evidence. Still 2 days into this trial, there's been no evidence that shows that LEILANI Simon killed Quentin Simon. None. I haven't seen a drop of evidence. And that's the unfortunate thing. At some point, we gotta start seeing some evidence. Exactly, Berlin. I think we'll see the video of her at the dumpster. Agreed, contestant. But what I will do is, so far these interviews and everything that they've done, it has established one thing. What they have established so far is that LEILANI Simon is a liar and a drug addict. So they've already established her character and that she's lied regarding this case. That's a huge thing to establish in the first 2 days. In the first 2 days of this trial, they have completely destroyed her credibility. That is actually a major deal.
Pausing at 16.
No, Sarah.
27. 16.
They didn't find the body for 6 weeks.
She just said there about why she left the house to go visit the drug dealer.
She thought Daniel was talking to other women.
I hope so too, Tessa.
And did she also say because he didn't want to be with her in bed?
He didn't want to fuck her. Told y'all.
And when he was awake and was around Danny, was not acting no type of way towards Danny, wasn't acting scared or frightened, didn't flinch when we picked him up and spit him in the air, nothing. So, and even afterwards, when he was in bed and asleep, whoever said Danny wasn't acting funny, animals weren't acting funny, the house was exactly the way it was when I left it. I mean, exactly.
Mr. Drug Dealer Witness.
That was all the same.
Oh no. Here's the truth. If this is all they got and I'm in the jury, I gotta say not guilty. I know she did it. I think she did it. But they haven't proven that she's done it. And that's the only important thing. Facts don't care about your feelings. I feel like she did it. But they haven't proven that she did it at all. Not even 1%. And that's fucked up. That's fucked up. Exactly, insufferable. Yeah, I need to see that, Contessa. Because here's the truth. Here's the truth. Have they established a murder weapon yet? No. Have they established a reason for her doing it yet? No. Have they established any evidence, physical evidence at all? No. There's nothing other than the fact she lied that night about doing drugs and shit like that into the certain time frames. I think she did it. But, like I said, they haven't proven shit. Why am I staying sick? Because my whole household's sick. The whole household has had the flu for 2 weeks. Didn't the house have video or just the ADT? I don't know. I think it was just a security. Right. They said they know it was blunt force with an object, but they don't know what. Yeah, I know. That's crazy. Exactly, Contessa. Well, like I said, right now I wouldn't.
Do you have any other way of tracking anyone else other than Life 360? I used to have the location thing.
Yeah. Because she's babbling.
What is SoFi? So it's a bank app. There's a lot of those in there. I was trying to get $30 sign-up bonus. So if you would, I'm kind of new to Life 360, so if I start. So the farther you go down, the older they get. Gotcha. Alright. And if you click on mine, and you want to see where I left this morning, this will show phone, and because my phone battery was low, which is why it's showing like that, and it's showing pulling up here. There's the Chevron gas station. To get that,
Yeah, the blunt force could have happened with the dump truck, man. They have no way to be able to tell because the fucking remains was in the landfill for 6 weeks before they found all they found was scattered remains, a skull, some bones. I don't think that's gonna work. Looks like
I took 17 there, took 16 back, or 95 back. So how do I see DAs? His name, click on it, and it says same. Unable to connect. Oh, we have it on airplane, but you can take it off. Do you need Wi-Fi or do you already have data?
Yeah, very hard to prove. I agree. It would suck if she walks because the reality is that she's so fucking dumb. It's not like she's gonna walk like because she outsmarted people. You know what I mean? Like right now, if she ends up walking, it's just flat luck. Just flat luck. Exactly, Contessa.
It's trying to do both.
They don't even have the dumping child. They don't even have the dumping child yet. Show me where you saw evidence of her dumping a child. You got to remember, the days of internet rumors and documents is over. We're seeing the trial. You have to act like you're in the jury. Have you seen any video of her dumping the child? I know I haven't. Lying? Yes. Dumping the child? No. I'm waiting on that evidence. That might be enough to get her convicted. Maybe. But I ain't seen none of that shit.
That's weird because I seen this stuff this morning.
All they've done is destroy her credibility. At this point. They ain't showed the gas station video. They ain't showed it.
It's been on there.
Exactly, Tesla.
No, it should still show up the history.
They haven't showed it at all yet.
Yeah, it should still show that up.
Excuse me. And it's an Exxon.
But it's not showing the history.
His phone is on. Yeah, it's like connected. So it relies on his phone to push you down.
Yeah, I hope so, Contessa.
There's no chance at all that I think that I would do anything with my mental, no matter what, to hurt my children. Danny, no. I'm going to put it this way. I 95% believe that there is no possibility that I've been hurt the children. which is why I said I'm 95%. Exactly, because there's nothing we can know. If something did happen to my baby last night that I did not know about, then it was probably an accident. I don't think somebody would intentionally, or Danny, or anybody would intentionally that I know, or that was in that house, hurt the children. I don't think they would. You won't be ready to fight over the babies just for calling them, or referring to them as these little effers. Just then I want to fight you.
There's no such thing as justice. Casey Anthony got off because she was innocent. But I'll leave that one alone for now. Let me tell you why there's no such thing as justice. The boy's dead. Do you honestly think that boy gives a shit or even knows whether someone's going to go to jail or not? That's why I say the same thing in the Idaho 4 case. I'm like, there is no such thing as justice. You can't undo the murder. And there's nothing you can do to the murderer that would make the murderee happy. Think about what I'm saying for a second. If you got murdered and you had a say-so about it, like, what could they possibly do to the person that murdered you that would make you feel better? Have you ever had someone close to you murdered? I have. Is there anything that they could do to that person that murdered your child or your mother or your best friend that would feel like justice to you? No. Most people would say no. There's no way to obtain justice when someone's been murdered. It's final. You know what I mean? That's just you can keep that person from having and killing another, though, but I don't care about that. I do not care about that, though. I only care about the fact that you killed someone I love. I don't care if you go kill 100 other people. There's no way to bring back the person I love. There's no way to fix what you've already broken. You know what I'm saying? Like, protecting the rest of society does me no good. Because no one was there to protect my situation. So for me, you got to realize how much I hate society. So because of how much I hate society, protecting everyone else from the killer doesn't do anything for me or my dead loved one. That's just my personal take on it. Because let me tell you something. I'm not one of those save the world type of motherfuckers. I'm just not. I believe that the world and most of society is completely fucked up and evil. You see what I'm saying? You got to remember something about me, Gigi. If I had it my way, we would have a Holocaust in this country for many groups of people. I'm not, and you know that, Gigi. You know me. And you probably already even know the groups of people I would get rid of. But we would basically have a Holocaust in this country if I had my way. At least half the country would be gone. Tomorrow, right now, in the chamber. So, the reason I'm saying that is, yeah, protecting other people when my kids are already dead, my loved one's already dead, yeah, it's just not, it's not a big deal to me because I think most people aren't shit. I keep my circle very, very small, and you know that because you're part of that circle. My circle is very small for a reason. Exactly, Contessa.
clear area next to the car park.
Yeah, exactly, Gigi.
And he can run and follow me, not be too worried. Yeah, that's what we were playing up there. He would always be attracted to that old rusty truck.
See, Gigi, I believe that humans are inherently evil, bad people. I believe, and you know what? I know you're a spiritual person. So I know you know people are inherently evil. Says so in the book. I believe it's Romans. Says every human is a sinner. No, it's Romans that says the wages of sin is death. I think it's Psalms or Proverbs that says every human is a sinner. Therefore, every human is inherently evil in some aspects. Every human. Ain't that the entire point of grace, if you believe in that type of thing? That's the entire point of grace, is because everyone falls short. There are added godless humans inherently evil, but with the added godless humans, yeah, I understand. I'm saying that majority, since I think there are just some evil people that I can deal with. Yeah, so that's where I stand. Is, you know, I just think most humans are fucked up people, and that's just my opinion. And I do agree with you, Contessa, that some of the God-fearing are part of those people. Like I said, not all. I don't say everybody, but that's just kind of my take. And it's backed up by the very book you believe in. So, exactly. If you truly believe this world belongs to Satan, which I know you do, because I know how much your spirituality means to you, then you're living in evil. It's the way it works. It's the way it works. Exactly, Contessa. I don't respect other. Here's the truth. Listen, the people that know me know I don't respect everybody else's views and beliefs. It depends on the view and belief. I take my politics and shit seriously. If I could wake up tomorrow and there was a holocaust of every single leftist, I would wake up happy. And you know what? I then would probably believe in God a little bit more than I do and say, thank you, bro. Thank you. It's time to get this fucking thing started. But so I have certain views that are very, very extreme. But I've also lived quite some time on this planet and seen the evil of everybody. And I know who is the opposite of me. I know who my enemies are. Let's just say that. Exactly, Gigi. I hear you, Contessa. Oh.
Then he came back the following week again.
There you go, GG. Yep. I feel you.
And I said, who is it? Whatever. And he said his name. And I was like, do you need anything? Are you okay? I didn't open my screen.
You see her just making up stories? You see LEILANI just making up stories about some random white dude that's knocked on her door a few times? I mean, it may not be a story. Because knowing her, I mean, her whole, you know how it goes. Yeah. Oh, I already know I'm imperfect. I'm all for it. I believe I'm one of the, what, our dealer? Yeah, I believe I'm one of the few people that admit I have flaws. But I'm also one of the few people that don't give a fuck about my flaws. You know what I mean? She's trying to Letitia's starch defense. Yeah, that's exactly what she's doing. Some stranger did it, yeah.
He said, no, you left again. And the last time I seen him was, I think, a few days ago when I had all the kids, including Scott, all of us were outside in the front yard kicking the ball around.
Did you ever try to engage her with the kids? Like, hey, buddy, how are you doing? Or something like that? Every time.
She's so full of shit. She's so full of shit.
God bless you. Give me a hug.
Exactly, with the door wide open defense, yeah.
There is something off about him. I mean, what person comes up and knocks on somebody's door at that time of night to say God bless you?
What else? You have no idea a car or anything?
I've never seen him in front of a car. I've never seen him in a car. He's always just come walking open the road. I can tell you he's probably about 5'11", light blue eyes, 106 pounds. Maybe around 19, 20 years old.
I don't think they have any evidence so far, Raquel. I don't even think they have that.
That's the only person that's popped up recently.
I don't even think they've shown us any circumstantial evidence yet, if you want to know the truth. I don't think we've even seen that. In my opinion, they have shown us zero evidence so far. But this could just be them attacking her character before they start the evidence. I'll let it play out. Exactly, Contessa. Yep, GG. Yeah, exactly. That's how you know a liar's lying. If your husband comes home at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you're like, so where you been? And he comes up with this hour-long explanation. What do you ask, baby? Let me go ahead and tell you right now. You know what I'm saying? Do you see my point? See, what had happened was, well, anytime you hear that, you know it's some bullshit. It doesn't take that long to say I was down at the fucking liquor store grabbing some drink. You get the point. He's alive for sure, exactly. Oh, I know all the body languages. I'll give you another one I'll throw at y'all. I'm not having I'll throw another one at y'all. And this is, some of you women are going to get mad at me for saying this. If your husbands or boyfriends are by you, tell them to go do something else right now. The number one, and I'm telling you this, if your significant other always sits their phone face down, they're on some bullshit. If they always have the ringer off with their phone face down, they're on some bullshit. If you do it, you're on some bullshit. It's just the way it works. Because you don't want to be sitting there next to your significant other This is why I'm not ever on no bullshit. My chick knows I'm actually in very much open situation. Not on her end, no. So if I'm sitting here and Chris Lynn texts me, I don't have to hide it. I can just respond to it. But people that are hiding who they're texting has to put their phone face down. That way it doesn't accidentally slip. You know what I'm saying? And y'all know I'm telling the truth. Y'all know I'm telling the truth. Face down, dead like Elvis. There you go, upgrade. You know I'm telling the truth. You don't want them to see that dating site notification, that email notification, that text message, that, inbox message, that whatever. Facebook Messenger or ticket, whatever the fuck you got. Just saying. I love the statement, if you and your spouse traded phones for the day at the end, y'all would not be together. No, it's exactly right. Many of you would not. And don't get mad at me. I'm just a messenger. Don't get mad at me because I know some shit. Gigi says, Tessa Gigi, whose phone stays on silent. Yeah, I'm not saying if your ringer's off. Oh, I'm not saying if your ringer's off. I'm saying if consistently the ringer's always off and the phone is always face down, this is so your significant other cannot hear your phone ring or text or see notifications if the audio's off. That's all I'm saying. Is that if it's a consistent everyday thing, phone upside down, that's when you, I take my phone in the bathroom at all times, but that's because I watch videos when I shit, Contessa. I watch YouTube when I'm a man. I sit in there for a minute. When I go to the bathroom, I'm in there a good 5. So, if they don't leave their phone anywhere, bro. Yeah, that's true. But the most important thing, just trust me about the putting the phone face down. Just trust me. And if you don't believe me, ask them. Ask them, say, why do you always put your phone face down? Or show some real courage. The next time you see them with their phone face down, and they all of a sudden pick it back up and check something out and they're doing something, say, stop what you're doing. Let me see your phone right now. Don't give them time to fix nothing. Say, turn your phone around and let me see it right now. Let me see the conversation you're having right now. I'm just saying, a lot of relationships would end today. A lot of relationships would end today, and we know that. Yeah, you gotta hit him with the "can I see your phone" out of nowhere. No, that's 100% right. That's another thing you can do. Can I see your phone for a second? Can I go through your phone for a second? Can I see your phone for or just whatever? Or just say, can I see your phone for a second? And if their first response is, why you want my phone? Yeah, I don't snoop either. But I pay attention to what I see, and it's just to test you. I go through my husband's phone whenever I feel like it. Yeah, see, there you go. It's not even about going through it. It's just a test. I don't actually want to know all the dumb conversations you're having on your phone. I just want to see how nervous you'll get if I say something. And I'll tell you what, I do it with the kids. Let me say this to you. If you listen, when your children come home from school, just say this. As soon as they walk in the door, look at them and say, sit your ass on the couch. And as soon as they say what? You look at them seriously and you're like, tell me, little Jimmy, why was your teacher call me today? And at first they'll be like, more than likely they'll be like, I don't know. Then you got to stop and say, I'm only going to ask this one more time, and then shit's about to get serious. Why would your teacher call me today? And let me tell you what will happen. They will tell on every fucking thing that they did, except for what they majorly did. I'm telling you now. It's not about. Just try that little life hack when your kids come home from school. Bluff. It's called a bluff. You're bluffing them. The teacher didn't call you, but I'm telling you, if you say the words, tell me why your teacher would call me today. Let me tell you something. You're not even lying to them. You didn't say the teacher called you. All you're doing is asking a simple question. Tell me why your teacher would call me today. And 99 out of 100 times, they will tell on themselves for something. And you got it for free because the teacher didn't even call you. True story. I'm going to go smoke. You're welcome. I always act like I know more than I know. Yeah, I do it just to fuck with them. He said, JB, my 8-year-old, I'm raising no phone, but 2 weeks ago we found she had unlocked her iPad from parental restrictions by watching a YouTube video and downloaded and signed up for TikTok and yeah, that's some bullshit right there. Yeah, that's that bullshit right there. But she lost her iPad. Yeah, absolutely. She cannot be walking around posting videos. 8 years old of you guys, your house, them, her. Yeah, you got to nip that in the bud immediately. I'm going to go smoke. You got to nip that in the bud immediately.
Now that last line of questioning from Special Agent Snyder was about whether there had been any suspicious strangers around the house anytime recently, right?
Yes.
And in that nearly hour-long interview, is it fair to say that most of the questions focused on whether Danny might have been responsible?
Yes.
There were also questions about whether there could have been an accident.
Yes, several times.
And there were questions about whether Quentin could have just gotten out of the pack and play himself and walked away.
Yes.
And she denied that that was impossible.
Yeah, she said he wasn't capable of doing that.
There were questions about how Paul treated the kids and what his relationship with the children was like.
Yes.
And she said that he treated the kids well and that their relationship was good.
Yes.
As she had said for Danny.
Yes.
Who was, in her words, afraid to even pop them.
Yes.
Is it fair to say then that you all as an investigative team kept an open mind about what might have happened?
We did.
One moment, please, Your Honor. I think this might be a good time for a break.
Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a break. It is 10 after 3. Let's come back at 3:25 for our 15-minute break. Again, don't discuss the case and don't do any research. All right?
You're exiting.
It should come back any second. It's because I know I had it on hold for more than 15 minutes. Son of a bitch. Let me see here. Fuck is she wearing? I have no clue. I have no clue. Let me put this out here. Give me a sec. They caught my ass slipping. They sure the fuck caught my ass slipping. So you love natural gingers, yeah? Yeah, Judge needed a smoke. Let's see here. So we're still waiting on them to come back. Let's see what's happened over in the Delphi case today. If we've had anything else. If they finally set the jury. Hair in the victims. Oh my God. We saw that there was other people's hair. The hair in the victim's hands is not Richard Allen's. Holy shit. Holy shit. This is a big fucking deal, man. We knew that there was other hair there. We reported on that earlier. But they're saying the hair in the victim's hand. Oh, my God.
Let's turn now to Indiana, where day 2 of jury selection is underway in the highly anticipated Delphi murders trial for defendant Richard Allen. He is charged in the deaths of 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German. Prosecutors say that Allen killed the 2 teenage girls while they were on a hike in a public park back in 2017. He has pleaded not guilty to both murders.
Exactly,
Here's
Gigi.
Court TV senior producer Barbara McDonald with more on the background of this case.
On a Monday afternoon in February of 2017, best friends Abigail Williams and Liberty German went for a walk along the Delphi Historic Trail. Gated are the real killers. But the judge ruled the defense won't be able to talk about those men at trial because they can't prove those men are connected to the murders. Judge Fran Gull isn't allowing cameras or other...
Yeah, he confessed 60 times, but he also confessed, we learned this earlier today, he confessed to murders that never happened as well. He confessed to murdering his grandchildren. Actually wrong, Contessa. It's a very small percentage. It's actually 1.2%. 1.2% make false confessions. But... I mean, yeah, it's possible, but in this case, I didn't think it was likely. I didn't think it was likely, right? But I feel different after today. Like today, different hair, and then he confessed to like killing his grandkids, and he did. That never happened. Like there's a Richard. He might have really went nuts. I might have been wrong about Richard Allen this whole time. Once I heard he confessed, I said, oh, that's it. And I've been arguing with people who's like, you know, false confession under duress. I was like, I ain't trying to hear that shit. And then today, hearing that he confessed to crimes that never even happened, murders that never even happened, and the hair in the victim's hands isn't Richard Allen's? How is this... I think I've been wrong. I might have been wrong. And I can admit that if I was wrong. I can admit that.
Recording devices in court, leaving reporters to rely on handwritten notes of the testimony.
Joining me now with all the latest is our own Court TV senior producer, Barbara McDonald. Barbara, always great to be on with you. You have been there in the courtroom.
No, I
Tell
agree
us,
with that.
and we know this is not televised. Jury selection's never televised, but this part also, not never, but usually, we know the whole trial will not be in the Delphi murders. So tell us all about what is the latest.
So right now there's some confusion about how many jurors have actually been selected. When we started the day, we thought we needed 2, and then we selected 2, and then we found out that there's still 1 more that the judge wants to get. So we're not sure if our numbers are off or if another juror has been dismissed. When we started the day today, the judge did dismiss
So they still need 1 more
3
juror
jurors
after
that had
today.
been selected yesterday. 2 of them for health reasons, 1 medical, 1 health, and then 1 who was a young mom and said she would struggle to have childcare during the duration of this trial, which could last a month. The jury is going to be sequestered, meaning they're going to be away from their families, away from their electronics, and in hotel rooms through the duration of the trial.
That's wild.
And I know the sequestering of jurors, in my opinion, is not as common as it used to be. So before we get to one other thing I want to talk about, I just want to ask, was any reason provided by the court, Barbara, of why the decision was made to sequester jurors in this case?
Other than the pretrial publicity, no. And a lot of the jurors that have been questioned, we sat through 52 yesterday, and I believe 24 so far today. And quite a few of them did raise their hands and say they had been exposed to some media coverage. There were a small handful who said they had already formed an opinion. It could not be changed no matter what was presented in court, no matter what either side said or did. So those people were obviously excused. Many of the others who said they had been exposed to some media coverage of the case did say they could remain impartial, look at the evidence, and then make their decision based off that.
And tell us about Richard Allen,
I agree,
how he
Contessa.
looks, his demeanor as he's inside this courtroom.
He looks a bit healthier. He, in previous hearings and in some of his mugshots, he looks kind of gray. His color has
Exactly,
returned.
Contessa.
He is now in a county jail for jury selection. He's being held at the Allen County Jail. He will move to a jail close to Carroll County for the duration of the trial. But, for about 2 years of his time behind.
Designed, and it's a several page.
Here we go.
Everybody in specific residence, we ask them to try to refresh their memory. Did you see any vehicles? Do you have any cameras?
I don't think that audio is supposed to be on.
Things that people that don't work child abductions may not necessarily think to ask. So these questionnaires assist our law enforcement partners and the team that's out there doing the neighborhood survey. They give them a series of, it's like 3 or 4 pages worth of questions that help to stimulate and provide us then investigative leads, whether that be video or somebody saw a vehicle or something. And we try to make sure that we hit every single house and every single adult resident.
I don't think that audio is supposed to be on.
So we're making sure we catch as much data as we possibly can. So in this particular case, we did both the residence where the child lived and the mobile home park. We can also customize those.
Where did this cocksucker come from?
Specific, we can add 1 or 2 extra questions, and I believe in this case we did that as well.
And is all of this part of the FBI's best practices for investigating reported child abductions?
Yes, this is all part of the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team's handbook. It's provided to state and locals. It is considered best practice.
Now, from your perspective, did the investigative team comply with best practices and follow the advice that they gave in this case?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Let me grab something to drink.
And that starts with calling on it in the first place.
Correct.
Now, at some point, were you involved in making contact with the team?
Yes, sir. Because of my involvement on the card team and I've worked a number of these things. One of the things that we bring to the table is that card for missing exploitation. One of the resources we had is a group called Team Adam. Team Adam is a group of retired volunteers, former law enforcement
They have a number of services they'll come out and help do. Neighbor canvases with you, they'll come out and help do any kind of search. But one of the very specific
Who's this motherfucker? I feel like we got gypped here.
landfill team, and it's
Fuck it.
experts, a couple individuals that are really experts on landfill science. And if you
I hear you.
that is definitely an area of concern when you have missing children is landfills. So after being briefed on the case and kind of seeing where some of the data was going,
I heard that existence.
our headquarters, FBI headquarters, and then we reached out to Team Adams' landfill team to bring them.
And did anyone from Team Adams' landfill team respond to Savannah and to the Savannah area and assist in this case?
Yes, sir. Two individuals that were experts in that came down to assist myself and the investigative team over the course of that weekend.
And by that weekend, it was the first weekend of the investigation. So, talking about Wednesday, October 5th, so we're talking about 8th or 9th of October.
Yeah, and I don't remember the date specifically, but I know that Monday was a holiday, so
Her mom's.
it might have been Monday, the holiday day that they flew down. But I want to say they flew down on Sunday, and we met at the landfill that Monday morning on the holiday.
And by this time, a specific landfill had been identified?
Yes, sir.
And had a specific area of that landfill further been identified?
It had been. So we had, using the data that we had kind of uncovered up to that point, we were able to provide Team Adams experts, landfill folks, some of our initial findings. They were able to identify an area within the landfill that was most likely to contain the garbage collection from the areas that we were most interested in.
And then going forward now, once you have an area of interest in the landfill, what services does Team Adam then provides? What do they do?
So Team Adam they speak the language of the landfill experts, and it is, I've learned, a very technical science, if you will. The way that garbage collection is brought into a landfill, it goes to a transfer station from the truck, from the transfer station.
Wait, is this a landfill guy?
An area that they designated for that particular day, or days, whatever the length of time it is. So that these experts, they can communicate with the landfill.
We didn't catch who this is.
I can tell you that if this particular garbage truck, if you will, collected from this area on this day, it went into this particular section of the landfill, which then gave us, it's still a needle in a haystack, but it's a smaller haystack. So it's still very difficult to find, but it's a much smaller area than before.
And do they perform calculations designed to kind of guide you in estimating how much garbage you're going to have to search through and how long?
The exciting was this? What's the exciting? What's so exciting about? What's exciting about it? Who is this? Is this the? Oh, this is the FBI people, right? This is the FBI, right? Because they said that the FBI's were coming to see, right? That's who this is, right? Yeah.
We do landfill searches, and I've been a part of several of them.
Yeah, that's who it is, right? FBI.
Personnel requirements and hazmat requirements. So by having these experts tell us exactly where they feel and drawing the box and narrowing the scope of the search.
Earlier they said the 2 FBI agents were coming.
The truck pushes garbage down. So even though you may be looking at a small area, you may have thousands of cubic feet of trash to go through. So they help us with all those calculations. In this particular case, they were instrumental in finding an area and then helping us decide what resources we would need to logically be able to go through that area.
What do you remember about the estimate that they provided you in terms of how long this might take and how many people it might take?
It was long and it was going to be expensive, but it was not undue. It was short enough that we felt like if we wanted to find Quentin Simon's remains, that would be it was worth the efforts to do.
Was it on the order of weeks?
Yes, sir. I believe it was more than 3. I can't remember exactly, but it was definitely not going to be more. It was definitely going to be more than a couple weeks.
One moment, please.
Yes,
We're still not seeing no evidence, though. This is still just more of the foundation building.
Aspect of the case. Did you have ongoing contact with him for a period of time?
I did.
And how did he communicate with you?
We communicated through text, through phone calls, and through in person.
So had he provided a phone number or to you?
We got it, I think, first, but then he confirmed that I talked to him. Mostly, he was very difficult. He works. He's
I agree, Contessa.
Often
Very impressive.
And doesn't have immediate access to his phone, so I would sometimes text him, and he would get back to me later to meet up. There was several meetings that we had through the process.
Do you see in front of you a document marked that states Exhibit 82?
I do.
Do you recognize that document?
I do recognize that.
Is that a screenshot of a portion of your text messages with Henry Bubba Moss?
Yes, sir, it is.
Does it fairly and accurately depict that portion of your text messages?
It does.
And more importantly, does it contain his phone number?
It does contain his phone number.
Your Honor, I would introduce this state's Exhibit 82.
I don't have any.
Now, can you read from that exhibit and tell us where his phone number was?
His phone number is 706-526.
No, we don't know that she threw her in there.
Text messages from during the investigation.
No. No. There has been absolutely zero evidence that she threw him into the dumpster. None. Has anyone in here seen any evidence of that? That's all I'm asking. Because I've been watching every minute of this trial for 2 days straight.
Not recently, right?
They were during the investigation from my phone to his.
Yeah, I threw garbage out twice today. I took trash out twice today. Just so you, I also took trash out. I also threw garbage out.
Thank you. One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Hilliard?
She did throw something away around 1 p.m. Okay. I feel like, Giro, you don't understand. Well, let me try to be nice. That's not evidence. That's just internet mumbo snack cake. That's not evidence. That's just Hostess Twinkie. It's not a real thing until we see evidence of it. Okay, that's not evidence. She went to the dumpster to throw away. You throw trash out when your baby is missing, that baby is found in a landfill, I'm going to think you're guilty. But that's not evidence. Who gives a fuck if you think she's guilty? You know, we all know she's guilty. There needs to be evidence that she committed a crime. And I'm going to tell you something. If they cannot prove that she killed him, then she needs to walk. Her and Casey Anthony need to stand together, do a little, dance, and go about their lives. I would rather see 10 guilty people go free than one innocent person go to jail, to prison. Period. True story. If the cops can't prove she did it, then she needs to go free. Even though I think she did it.
Very well. Thank you.
That's all I'm saying.
There's no reason to not excuse him.
Excuse him for what? What did this dude? What did he do?
You can. Are those documents? Hand those off to
Yes.
Mr. Dean. I think Mr. Dean is probably going to give those to the
Yep.
clerks.
Listen, I hate to say it to you. They got more evidence on Brian Kohlberger. And I still don't think they have enough to convict Brian Kohlberger. At least Brian Kohlberger's DNA was found at the murder scene, even though it's touched DNA. I get that. There's no evidence right now. No murder weapon, no motive, no nothing. No nothing against LEILANI. And I think she did it. Yeah. We think she did it. And the truth of it is we know she did it. But once we start sending people to prison based on our gut feeling, our country's done. Once we start sending people to prison because of the hostile purchasers on the internet, we have to calm it down. We have to chill out. We have to say enough is enough. We need evidence, not cream filling. Evidence.
Okay, Mr. Dean, who would you call next as a witness?
I'm ready to resume with.
You said I will wait. Yeah, I'm waiting too.
If I can remember where
I do think she's guilty, though. I think they're going to come with evidence.
Whether anybody wants a break before we do that, or if we want to carry on.
What do you mean a break? We just had a break.
Okay, so
Exactly.
Detective Lemons, come back
Exactly, Gigi.
and place the witness stand. You are under oath. You remain under oath.
I think that's exactly right. They're going to try to destroy her credibility and then go for the evidence. Yeah, we can't be committing hosticide. Exactly. All right, Chris Lynn. So they got her back.
Whenever you are ready.
Okay. Well, fuck. Well, she's clearly a dumb criminal, Contessa. That's been established.
Going back to State's Exhibit 13, which has been introduced into evidence and identified as the October 5th.
No, not back to 13.
And this is the very last frame of the last interview that we watched.
Motherfuckers!
Timestamp tell us when in the day this interview ended.
It is 25/2022 at 15:30.
Motherfucker!
Now, after this interview was over, did you guys?
We did.
And during the break, what was happening?
We were gathering as a case team, discussing everyone's separate interviews, what information we've collected from the scene, from the interviews, and what we were going to do next.
And was one of the next...
Please, no more of that interview.
Did the defendant was asked her to write a written statement?
We did.
How did that begin?
So we did that with her, Paul, and Daniel. Each one of those groups had a form that we read from explaining what we were looking for in the written statement. They all agreed to do it.
And before you, was she in the interview room still when you asked her or approached her about writing a written statement? Before you did that, did the two of you at some point go out and smoke a cigarette together?
We did.
Are you a smoker?
I'm not.
You were that day, though?
I was that day.
While you were smoking a cigarette with her, I presume that was outside?
It was, yes.
Okay. Did you, two of you kind of engage in small talk?
We did.
Did she talk to you about her family, things like that?
Yes.
Did she mention anything in particular to you about Zane and her relationship with Zane and all this child?
She did.
What do you remember her saying?
She talked very fondly of Zane, how he got her through a lot of emotional issues in her life.
And did you catch in one of the recordings that we've already watched her saying something about the importance of the first 24 hours of a missing persons investigation?
What?
What did she say about that earlier, as best you remember?
She was just stressing the importance that we find Quentin within those 24 hours, and I believe she mentioned the odds were going to decrease after that 24 hours.
See what I'm saying? You goddamn crime TV, you motherfucker. You crime TV motherfuckers. Even LEILANI Simon was like, you know, if you don't catch the suspect after the first 48 hours. That to me is just funny. Because even the people that we cover watch too much goddamn crime TV, or whatever the fuck they call it, true TV, court TV, whatever the fuck. When they're starting to quote, they're starting to quote the fucking television show's catchline and shit. Cops filmed on location. Shut the fuck up. That bitch said, I hear all the cops episodes are filmed on location.
Did that seem to be her understanding?
Son of a bitch.
24 hours goes by.
Okay, I did. I'm done. Yeah.
Outside smoking a cigarette, did she repeat that same?
She did.
And did she say anything to you while you were smoking a cigarette?
Of course she did.
Relationship with Bubba, with Henry Bubba Moss Jr., with his father, during the time period that she was pregnant.
God! The goddamn arrogance of the Twinkie. And to find out that LEILANI Simon was one of them, she looked at a detective and was like, you know, you got to really get to work. Because if a case isn't solved in the first 48 hours, the arrogance of using a television show to tell a detective, hey, I don't know if you're aware of this. It's all, I'm not fat, I read bonbons and I watch YouTube all day. Just saying, oh, I know. Listen, let me tell you what the scam, that's the scam. That is how I end up meeting and fornicating with women off of this channel. Because I do the fat snack cake hostess eating shit. And what happens is all the skinny, fine ones, all the attractive ones are like, I'm not one of them. I'm like, prove it. And I get my phone number, and then they show me, and then the next thing you know, we're shooting the shit, we're talking about things. You know, if it doesn't happen within the first 48 hours, you know. But that's how it works. Make no mistake about it. The whole hostess tweaky shit is nothing more than strategy for me to get pussy. Good pussy off the channel. True story.
That her and Bubba had already split up before she even
True story.
She talked about how Bubba
strategy.
She was pregnant, and that she had Quentin by herself.
After that.
Yes.
And sometime after that.
Correct.
Listen, it's the way women are. If women think that you don't like any of them because they're all hostess Twinkie motherfuckers, it's common competition. They're gonna try to stand out. JB, do you see this glamour lingerie picture? See, I told you I'm not one of them fat motherfuckers. Oh yeah, I need to see more though. I need to see more. And then what happens is I'm like, this could just be just pictures, though. This could be AI. I need to see in person, I'm just saying. It's all a game. It's all a game. For science. Exactly, Kate. Exactly. For science. I'm doing a study here.
So I'm opening up from today's exhibit 13 file labeled.
And that's why every female I've ever met off here was an 8 and up.
1857 to 1947.
You Jedi mind tricked them.
What time are we at now?
1858.
6:58 p.m.
Yes.
And what's about to happen?
We're about to read from the form her instructions for the written statement.
Oh shit, this is a different interview.
I'm sure we won't, be sure that we completely understand. And so
Or no, it's not. I'm gonna go finish smoking now. So no curvy chicks? I like actual curvy chicks, just not big fat bullhorn Betty motherfuckers. You understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, no, I don't mind curvy. I don't mind curvy at all. It's how you look, man. Curvy chicks will still come at you because they'll be like, he don't mean me when he's talking about the Reese cups and shit. And you're right. But the women that are sitting here 300 pounds will be like, oh man, I know I can't do it. The minute you walk, like if you're like, you're like the minute he sees me, he's gonna say something about snack cakes. Yeah. I'll tell you before, yeah. So, no, it's all strategy. Now, it doesn't mean that I don't knock some bigger ones. It don't mean I don't knock shit. I'm just being honest. But those are like real life chicks. But if I'm gonna like get one off the internet and pay for travel and all that shit, I don't know. I ain't gonna sit here and pay for somebody to come see me that's sitting there 300 pounds. Now, if I happen to be around the neighborhood drunk and I bump into a 300 pounder, you never know. Go to smoke.
And then I'm going to leave this with you and then give you opportunity to put in your words, what happened, from really, starting yesterday.
Pick up my kids.
Yeah, forward to when you made the 911 call. Okay. So I'm going to put the date on here. Today is October the 5th. So 10/5/22. So I'm just going to read this out. I'm going to read this piece of paper with you. And you can read it again, but I want you to completely understand kind of the purpose and the thought process in this statement. So you just read along with me, okay? Before recording any of your memories on today, take as long as you need to picture in your mind where you were, what you saw, what you were thinking, how you were feeling at that time. Why should you do this? Thinking about the event before writing down your memories will help you remember more details. So don't just let that say it. Just don't start randomly write things. Take a minute and figure out how you want to put your thoughts to paper. Okay. Give yourself plenty of time to concentrate. Visualize what happened in your mind. Think about the following things: where you were, what you were doing, who you were with, how you were feeling, what was happening, what was involved, what you could see, what you could hear. It may help sometimes to close your eyes and kind of process this and think about it. And there's a lot of things you talked about. There's some things that, I don't want to call them lies, just things that we had to come back and readdress. So encourage you to take the time to reflect, and anything that we haven't talked about, feel free to put that in there as well. And then once you're satisfied you've managed to fully remember the event, turn the page and continue. So right here, this is just, some open-ended, lines here, and the space provided on today's date. Write down the things as you remember them. It doesn't matter if you remember the things out of order in which they happened. Don't leave out any of the details. Write every detail you remember about the entire day, no matter how insignificant it may seem. The time that you remember when you put the spaghetti, on the stove to cook the noodles. That's the type of detail that we're looking for you in this statement. Okay. Use as many pages as you need. Take as much time as you like. Don't guess about the details. If you can't remember, just put basically, I know this happened, but I can't remember the exact time. And just make sure it's complete and as accurate as possible. And we're going to give you as much time as you need to do this. Don't rush it. This is the biggest thing in my life right now. I know it's the biggest thing in your life. So just know that we're here, and we're going to continue to, like I told you earlier, turn over every leaf possible. Okay? Yes. You have any questions at all? Okay. So you're more than welcome to read through that again. There's an extra 10 in case this one goes on. We're going to step outside. If you need anything, just knock on the door. And we'll be more than happy to come in here and accommodate you. Okay?
All right, after those instructions that we just watched, did the defendant proceed to complete a written statement in the interview room?
She did.
And did she eventually come to the door and let you all know that she was finished with it?
She did.
And did she give it to you?
Yes.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 17?
I do.
Do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is it?
So the front page is the instructions that we had given her, and the following pages is her statement. Or her statement.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the original written statement that she completed?
It is.
Your Honor, I would introduce this into evidence as State's Exhibit 17.
Objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 17 is admitted without objection.
Now, those instructions that we heard Special Agent Snyder reading on the video, is that what he was reading from, the front page of that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to publish this to the jury now by having you read her written statement. Not all the instructions, because we just heard those, but what she wrote.
Okay. My fiance and I picked up the kids from the babysitter, Michelle McCarta, around 4:30 p.m. When we got home, I started cooking dinner. I was cooking the sausage and the hamburger meat for the spaghetti while Daniel, my fiance, was getting the kids settled down and cleaning the room. After we ate, I put Zane, Quentin, and Sky in the bath to start getting ready for bed. I then took them all out of the bath, dried them off, put pajamas on them, and gave Zane and Quentin both a cup and their tablets. It was probably around...
Nope, this fat lying bitch. Do you guys remember earlier? I can't be the only one. Remember she said she didn't pick up the kids immediately? She let them stay at the babysitter's till 4:30, and she came home and was cutting up sausages and shit for dinner. She actually said she came home. They came home from work early. Do you guys remember that? In her verbal statement, prior to her writing that written statement, she said, me and him got it because they worked the same schedule. She said they got off early, came home, she started dinner, he went to grab a beer, she started dinner, and then they went to get the kids at the predetermined time of 4:30. That's what she said earlier. In this statement, she says they picked the kids up on the way home. This bitch, remember what you guys were just saying. It's a setup. Don't sign the paper. I have already caught something just like that. Just like that.
I decided to put a movie on and played with my kids for about an hour and a half. So I...
Just like that.
It's about 9:30 p.m. and I just laid Quentin in bed with his cup and Mickey Mouse stuffed animal. I gave him his tablet to help him lay down and started to relax for the night. After I laid Zane down with his cup and tablet, Quentin was very talkative when I finally took the tablet away around 10 p.m. But it didn't even take 20 minutes before he was fast asleep. During this time, Danny was cleaning up from dinner, doing laundry, and laying on the bed with Sky. After Quentin fell asleep and Zane fell asleep, which was no later than 10:25 p.m., Danny and I started to get into it. And because I had just gotten my wisdom teeth removed earlier that day, I was already aggravated.
A lot of weight, Raquel.
So I decided to take a quick drive to 204 to pay back $20 we owed on.
Hold on. It's not just the jury. It's not just the jury.
On a front to a guy named Quinn. Before I even left the house, I checked all three kids. All three of them were fast asleep. I left at 10:33 p.m. Arrived at 204 at 10:44 p.m. and arrived back home at 10:54 p.m. I then checked on all the kids one more time before I crawled into bed with Daniel. I then attempted to get some rest, but my mouth was keeping me awake. I stay in bed.
Yeah.
I stay in bed for about 2 hours until 1 a.m. until I finally had enough of my mouth hurting. So I got up, called Circle K to see if they had any Orajel, and they didn't. So I got in contact with a old coworker of mine.
I see her chest moving.
And she did have Orajel. So I left the house at 1:13 a.m., rode up to the Chevron at the end of Buckholder, and got some Orajel. When I got back home again, it was 1:25.
She knows she's fucked,
I
man.
went to the bathroom as soon as I got home and applied the Orajel. I then checked on all the kids again, and they were all perfectly fine. Zane was asleep in his little race car bed with his tablet on his chest. Quentin was asleep in his playpen with his cup and Mickey Mouse stuffed animal. I moved his hair out of his face, and little man moved a little, grabbed his blanket, snuggled up to it. Sky was asleep on the couch, and Danny was laying on the bed. I then crawled back into bed after double checking the locks on the door at probably around 1:45 a.m. I go to sleep. When I wake up, it's 8:59 a.m. on the dot. The very first thing I noticed was my door was open. I immediately closed the door and checked to make sure all the kids were there, but they weren't. Zane was, Sky was, but Quentin wasn't. I start to panic. I searched the whole house, top to bottom, inside and out, and my baby was nowhere to be found. I called Danny because he went to work at 6 a.m., asked if he'd seen Quentin or took him to the babysitter. He said no, that Quentin was in his playpen when he left and that the door was closed, not opened. So at 9:17 a.m., and I called 911 to report my son missing. After I called 911, I called Michelle, the babysitter, to urgently come help me look. Danny was at work when I called him and came straight home. He was home before the cops arrived. All I could keep saying was, I need my baby, where is my baby?
Right.
Note, please, please do everything possible to bring my little man, my monkey, my Quentin home to me, please.
Now, in the instructions that are on the front of that form for Special Agent Snyder read, is it fair to say that the defendant was urged to be thorough?
Yes.
Fair to say that she was urged to be truthful?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that she was urged to include every detail?
Yes.
So, if she had wanted to revise her story about what she was doing
Exactly, Raquel.
at the drug dealer, would this have been a good time to do that?
They would have.
If she had wanted to say, I wasn't actually at the Chevron. I went next to the dumpsters at Azalea. Would this have been a good time to do that?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, was there any mention of throwing trash away at Azalea in this statement?
There was no mention of her going to Azalea.
Any mention of throwing trash away anywhere at all?
No.
Would these instructions have called for that detail?
Exactly, Gigi.
Now, while she was sitting in the interview room between interviews, what was she doing?
She was eating a few times, talking to some of the officers walking by, or the ones that were sitting there watching everyone.
Now, at some point, did she make a disclosure to an officer out in the hallway about anger problems, behavioral issues?
She did.
And was that captured on camera?
It was.
Oh, this dumb bitch. you dummy. You big, chunky, heavy, bleaking bitch.
13, file entitled Interview Room 2057 to 2103.
Well, clearly she can eat when she's stressed out.
Now, what time was this at?
So the timestamp on this is 21:01.
Clearly she can eat
Yes.
when she's stressed out, Contessa. You can.
Who's she talking to?
I believe she's talking to Officer Carlson and.
What's up, Jakes? How you doing? What's up, Brittany?
What are we going to hear her say, more or less?
She's talking about her anger issues and how she can snap into anger
She's been blinking the whole time.
very quickly.
And I'll publish this now.
There are days that I wake up, or days that something so little just might happen. Just like a trigger. And a snap. And it's almost like I'm a completely different person. The way I talk, the way I move, the way I look at you. Everything, even my tone of voice. Can you feel that happening?
What a dummy.
Where it's like, when it happens, I have finally reached a certain level of anger or stress or whatever it might be at that moment that I just, it's like a switch.
What a
I don't
dummy.
realize it until after I've calmed down that I just seriously tripped on you and tripped on you. That's what you said. And then I'm left apologizing to everybody. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm crazy. I don't know what happened. I don't even know why I did that. And half the time when it happens or randomly happens like that, and it's not like the slowly transition or whatever. It's because
Yeah, Raquel.
I don't even know how to explain it. If I'm doing pretty good throughout the day and I've had a good day overall, and then something might trigger me,
Yeah, she's clearly a tweaker.
I can feel it. I can feel myself changing the way I talk, the way I think, the opinions I have, everything. I can feel it, the difference. But when it happens, like today with the amount of stuff going on and stress and emotion or whatever, that's a snap.
What a dummy. What a fucking dummy.
Did you and Special Agent Snyder interview her again in the interview?
We did.
And before that,
Son of a bitch.
her phone.
Yes.
And had you seen messages in her phone buying, using Percocets?
We did.
And is that, at least in part,
You may have an account and come into the streams. Maybe the. Oh, that's cool, Jakes. That's real cool.
what did she say about the Percocet messages?
That she was buying them for a friend.
That's real cool, Jakes.
And did you ask her whether she uses any drugs?
I guess, Raquel.
We did.
Now, she had mentioned smoking marijuana earlier, right, but hadn't mentioned any other drug use.
That's correct.
And in this next interview, when you ask her whether she does any drugs other than marijuana, what did she say?
She said that she had in the past, but
He said on that. That's what's up, Jakes. We'll be live streaming on the live stream channel at 8, Jenks. Little whiskey, little news, shit like that. It's been a long day. Long fucking day.
I'm ready to play it,
Said her lawyer's falling asleep next to her.
I think we should take a quick break.
Son of a bitch.
Fit this exhibit in. We're gonna hear it. I want to give you guys a quick break before we sit you down for a while, okay?
Another hour.
So, let's take a quick.
Fuck.
Let's make it 10 minutes. It's 4:25. We'll be ready to go at 4:35. We're in recess.
What did they say? Okay, I think they're coming back now.
Okay, we are back on the record in the state of Georgia versus.
Why is it talking about a lawyer president? Because she's an idiot.
Ready?
She needs that SIG, JB, yeah.
The defense is ready, Judge.
Okay, please bring out the jury.
Oh, man. Fuck. Yeah. They're not bullshitting with this one at all. This is going to be a minute. Isn't there 400 witnesses in Coburg? I've heard numbers like that, but I don't really know. I mean, there probably is. Richard Allen case, there's like fucking almost 300. The judge has a hickey bandage from her husband? I don't know. Oh, man. I may not be able to do my live stream on the other channel tonight. It depends on how long these motherfuckers go. Oh, yeah, I see it. I don't know, man. I think black women grow like facial and neck hair, though, so she might have just cut it off. They can't grow hair up here, really. They gotta get weave, but it might. You know how it goes. I wish they would unmute on their end. Son of a bitch, man. These trial days are taking some time. Might have been a mole or cancer spot removed. That's true. It could be. Here we go. The wig on it. Was that it for the news on Allen? Yeah, I mean, they still got to seat the jury. I mean, that was still pretty big news on Richard Allen. Vampire, yeah. Son of a bitch, this is going to take a minute.
Welcome back once again. We are able to follow the court's instructions not to discuss the case, not to. Very good. Have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen.
We're already at 7.5 hours on this stream. Son of a bitch, man. Long goddamn stream. Cutting into my real job, man. Cutting into my real job. My normal gun squad's gonna be shitty as fuck at me for not being over there making content. But, I mean, fuck, what do you do? Fuck. What do you do? Once you commit to some shit, Says, damn, I missed a lot. Yesterday's was like 6 hours. Now we're at 7.5 for this one. Yesterday I had it broke up into 2 streams though. Hit mute, let this play. They're the ones doing it. They're the ones doing it. I gotta wait. They're the ones muting right now. There's shit they don't want us to hear. Left and came back. What's going on, K-Dubs? Yeah, that's not me muting. That's them muting on their side. There's some shit that's going on they don't want us to hear right now. There's nothing. Yeah. Yeah, sidebar, that's what that shit is.
Showing of the video.
So when we left off, you said that you looked through her phone a little further and seen some messages about Percocets, I think.
Shit, I'm talking about you. Oh, no, I ain't gonna handle shit at the moment.
Ask her about those messages and ask her about her drug use.
Yes.
No, my other job is streaming on my politics and news shit.
Marijuana.
And did this interview start at about 9:26 p.m.?
Yes.
I do it every day, Contessa. I sit here and work 12 to 14 hours a day.
Interview room 2126, 2229.
Not really, K-Dubs. Not really, Denny. A little bit. Oh, yeah, I know. Well, I got to use the same software that I'm using for this. So I'm fucked either way.
As much detail as I could, and I was given like, this is who.
I got a bad cold, Jakes. A bad one.
And I was trying my hardest to think about exactly what Danny was doing when I was doing it. I can't get the timers on, but I do know that he was cleaning up for dinner and doing lunch.
Yeah, memory.
Yeah. Same champion shirt. Yeah. All of these interviews are the same day. All of these interviews are the same day.
Anything in particular you can remember when you went to meet at any area of Flacco was talking? Is there anything you remember about that? Any cars that you saw? Anything that stuck out?
No, I can take this perspective that I watched Red pull off and go the opposite direction of where I went before I pulled off.
Which way did he go?
He went up towards, not towards.
Opposite of 95.
Opposite of 95, there you go. That direction.
Was there any other cars in the parking lot?
None at all that I could see. Not fucking doing. There's a match across the street, but there's always a whole bunch of cars there. So.
No, I don't think the Sarah Boone trials is going to be really shit. There's no mystery to it. Not really. The bitch let her dude sit there and die in a fucking suitcase. There's really no mystery to it. I don't know. Yeah, no lawyer. Of course it's stupid. Boone is alone.
So when you get to that light, if you're coming from my house, heading towards 17, you would go right, and it's literally immediately on the right-hand side. There was only one time, and I really didn't think this was relevant to
Who's innocent? Oh, yeah.
But by the time I had passed the school, it was going into the driveway. The car had stopped and turned around, so I didn't think much of it. But they did pull out from Jasmine's and then I did. And followed me all the way down that road until I passed the school. What time was that? It was about 9 o'clock that night. I can't tell you exactly what day it was. I don't know the day, but I know it was about 9 o'clock at night. Because I had to work at 6 o'clock the next morning.
Yeah, it might be, Brittany.
So it was probably on a Wednesday. That's when I first started. Friday and Saturday shift. It was like a couple months ago that happened. Yeah. But that's the only time that I can ever remember anybody following me, and the person looked like he was following me skinny, Mexican. So.
And the time that you got home last night, what time was that?
After I went to 4, or after that, it was like 10:54, 10:53. It was before 11.
Exactly, Brittany.
And then you made you woke up at 9.
Yes.
You woke up at 9. Did you wake up at all before that? Were you lying awake in bed, or was your teeth was hurt so bad you were out until you woke up?
I was out until I woke up. When I finally was able to get enough relief to actually go to sleep, I was out until I woke up.
She talks with her hands so much.
Feel Danny get out of bed. I didn't hear no alarms. I didn't hear any doors shut. I didn't hear the car cranked up. I didn't hear the pool filter come on, which is right next to my
I do. I'll have my whiskey in about an hour. I'll have my whiskey in about an hour, Janksy. I need it too. It's been a long fucking day, man. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't cover the Boone case. I'm only covering trials that I covered the case, but to be perfectly honest, just be honest here. This is the lowest viewed shit I've done. And to be honest, the Koberger trial may be the only trial I do like this again. You know why? Because I think people forget about cases. This case 2 years ago, when it happened, everybody was on it. We all made so many videos on it, and then, basically people get a new play toy, man. You know what I mean? And so, like, don't get me wrong, I love the intimate setting we all have here, just us, but then again, not everybody's got 7, 8, 9 hours a day to watch this shit. So, they've been playing, there was no playing hide and seek. That's not how hide and seek works. Hide and seek isn't, hey, go ahead and sit me up in the hiding spot, then come find me. If you don't want to do it, don't be mad at you. Yeah. Now, when it comes to the cases I don't already cover, I don't like to sound like I don't know anything. You know what I mean? That's why I don't do, there's certain cases that I, like the Gilgo Beach killer or whatever. I didn't cover that case, so it'd be weird for me to try to do the trial. They were grown-ups, right? Yeah. Exactly. These three, exactly. Yeah. I have to. No, I have to cover this now. I have to cover it now. But yeah, the other cases that I don't know shit about, I won't cover it like that. Unless I've already made videos on them. Yeah, this case will get more interesting when we start hearing from witnesses that know her.
As soon as I woke up, like I got up, looked at my phone, as soon as I looked at my door was open. The very front door of the house. The back door is normally always locked unless somebody's awake. So.
And then tell me the call pattern. So who did you call? Did you go see?
I agree, Contessa. I don't think it's going to be more than a week or so. Maybe 2 weeks tops. I don't think it's going to be longer than that, though. There's no real mystery to this case. However, with them not having murder weapons, anything like that that we know of, I don't know, man. Here's the thing, Jenks. It is cut and dry, but we've seen absolutely no evidence. None. There's been zero evidence of anything other than she's a liar. And that is insanity. I haven't seen anything, man. Nothing. No clear evidence of anything, any wrongdoing at all. And that's not good. Not to have any. Even in their opening statement, you know what? We'll see. They said they can prove it. We'll see. Oh, now she's crying because she ain't get dick, of course. Yep. Yeah, I remember the ADT a long time. The skull, yeah. Oh no, we watched the opening statement. They did not show the video of her car at the dumpster in the opening statement, though. They showed the video of her car leaving her neighborhood, which is crazy. I still have not seen the video of the car at the dumpster at all. Not even a picture of it. Yeah, but we haven't seen. No, we haven't seen it yet. Drugs. Drugs is the answer, existence. Jesus Christ. Yo. Okay, I'm telling you now, everybody always does that. I've been on dope and I've never wanted to murder anyone. You're wrong. I bet you have. I bet you have. I bet you sat and looked at a motherfucker that you were arguing with and said, but either way, okay. There's a reason they're called mind-altering substances. I am telling you now, I don't want to hurt anyone. Drunk, I might kill you. Drunk or angry, I might kill you. True story. There's a lot of people. Right, but what I'm saying is, people do this all the time. They take their own anecdotal experiences and say, and you think everybody's like that. You know, I'm telling you now, there's a lot of people in my life that I've lost my temper with, and going all the way back to my teenage years. Yeah, it's definitely going to pick up. There's a lot of things you guys, okay, this belief that everyone also loves their children like you do is insane. The belief that people can't take mind-altering substance and it causes them to harm people is insane. It happens with people that do mind-altering substances all the time. All the time. I get it, you're special and you don't get high enough to do things that are immoral. I get that. But that doesn't mean other people don't. That's all I'm saying is that shit. I'm just letting you know right now. I'm the last motherfucker you want to be drunk around. Especially, not saying everyone's name. I'm just saying how fucked up it is to want to hurt someone. Here's the thing. I don't think you understand. Okay. I don't think anybody understands. The belief that everyone remembers what they do when they're fucked up is insane. I can tell you so many times in my life just from drinking that I was told some shit that I'd done that I had no recollection of doing. At least 1,000 times in my lifetime that's occurred. Do you see my point? You can snap, black out, anything and do some horrendous shit and wake up the next day and didn't even know it happened. That doesn't mean you didn't love your kids. That doesn't mean you didn't love your wife. That doesn't mean anything. Some people, when mixed with substances, anger mixed in with that as well, there's blackout periods and you don't even remember doing the shit. Or you just fuck up and do some shit that you wish you hadn't, that you wouldn't have done sober. So what I'm saying is that when I hear people say, I wouldn't have done this when I was intoxicated. So is your claim that you wouldn't do things intoxicated that you wouldn't do sober? Anyone that makes that claim, that says, I wouldn't do shit fucked up that I wouldn't do sober, to me, I find that unbelievable. Majority of us do things when we're fucked up that we would never do sober. Ever. Ever. And it's not like we thought about it when we did it. Excuse me. Drugs and alcohol. I mean, shit. It's just the truth. Exactly. Exactly, James. I've made decisions and fucked people that I was drunk when I was drunk that I woke up the next day like, holy fuck. You know how I know? You know how many times I've woken up the next day and made videos or posts and put it on my fucking YouTube channels when I was fucked up, and woke up the next day and been like, and watched that shit and been like, let me delete this motherfucker. You see what I'm saying? Like, it happens all the time. Wake up and see videos I don't even remember making and shit. Don't even remember making the whole motherfucker. Yeah, it is crazy, Contessa. But, you don't know you're blacked out. You're not blacked out at the time. All blacking out really means is you don't remember it the next day. It's not like at that time you're like blacked out and not in control. I mean, you're not in control, but you have more control than people think. Fuck. They caught her.
Sometimes when you ask me if I've done it, I haven't done it recently. I do have a friend named Cheyenne Crosby who lives in Florida.
What a snitch! What a snitch! What do you mean you can't hear? How can't you hear? Anyway, it's the same volume it's been the whole fucking 8 hours. Anyways, so let me get this straight. This woman, they caught her with her text messages for buying Percocets or whatever, and she's like, oh, that! Let me tell you about my friend Judith L. Johnson, Social Security number 643-842. You know, I just went right on into it. Right? She's snitching like a motherfucker. They've caught her ass. They've caught her ass with her lies.
So we gotta go back to an accident taking place at the house.
Exactly, Brittany.
What happened at the house? And I'm looking at you in the eye, and I'm being as passionate and serious. And I hope you see that. I do. I do. I see. I really do. I want you to know that there was no. It's fine. There was no accident. There was no planes in their head. There was no, oh, the TV fell over or something like that. Nothing like that at all. When we got there, Danny took them, started getting them settled down, out of the car seat, taking their shoes off, getting their tablets and toys going on as I started cooking. The night went like a normal night. This night we know that from 11:40 until about 9:22 that the door didn't open. You have a pretty sophisticated ADT alarm system.
I'm sorry to interrupt the playback, especially at 5 till 5. But what Special Agent Snyder is saying right here, we know that the front door didn't open until 9:22. Where had y'all gotten that information?
From Leilani's brother, Joe.
Okay. Had Joe come into the precinct as well?
Yes, I drove him there.
You drove him there, and had he sat down for an interview with a different detective?
Yes, Detective Noble.
Okay, and Detective Noble will talk about what Joe was able to show him on Joe's phone in the way of ADT records?
Yes.
Yeah, they bought her McDonald's. I'm gonna drink a fifth of whiskey, Raquel. Instead of NyQuil, I'm gonna drink a fifth of whiskey. It should be here in about 25 minutes. Oh yeah, she's hot for sure.
That door was 100% open, and like, the reason why I can tell you that for a fact, no matter what you say about that camera system thing is, since my cousin William was staying at that house, and where that camera is to the front of the house or whatever, he unplugged it the moment that he moved in. You know, so the security system is not a security system if it's not being used properly. The door was opened about that far. From here, where it shuts, about that far. It was open for a fact.
Yeah, I know the blonde. That's what I'm talking about.
It's hard not to wake up and see the sun shining right in your face.
No, the blonde is, no, I agree. The blonde is fire as shit. 100%. I told you, I wish I could find you an image of my fucking first baby mother. She looks just like her.
Beth, moving, everything that we normally do, TV on, laying down, we had a bath, you know?
The ADT? Yeah, I think she...
I was not aware or made aware, or it was when I was not home or was asleep, because not one thing went weird or wrong or out of the ordinary after we got the kids at 4:30. Not one thing. At all. Not even the way the kids were acting or behaving. They were doing just fine. I really do mean this.
Were you both home until you decided to go out and talk to Ray? You and Danny?
Yeah, both home. Danny was the only one home when I left by the time we got back to Paul, so.
And it's just y'all that drive the cars too?
Yeah, us three, we drive between the three of us, we drive the truck and the Dodge. That's all we drive.
And then Paul's the one that drives the...
He drives the truck, not the truck, he drives the truck more often. We drive the Dodge more often, it's better on gas.
What kind of car's the Dodge?
It was a 2015 Dodge Turbo.
Is that what y'all went to go pick up the kids in?
Mind if I finish those? The fries do look good, man.
That's what I used when I went to 204 and when I went to get the overkill.
Okay.
That's exactly what I used.
Gotcha. And you just took the normal route down Buckholder for both of those?
Yep.
And what time was that again? She picked up the kids?
4:30. 4:30. It could have been way earlier.
They ain't clean shit.
We did leave work earlier that day because we wanted to go get this done. But we left at like 8 or 7. 7:30 we left work yesterday. And when we got to the office, the doctor's office, or whatever, they had me in there by 8:30, out by 9:32. Something like that, 9:32. We went and dropped off prescriptions. We went to Kroger's. We went to the house. We straightened up the house now. Or whatever. I relaxed for a minute. Some salt water and watched Netflix. HBO Max. I don't got Netflix on. Or whatever. And then I told him that text Michelle, make sure it was okay if we picked up.
No, she talks her ass off, man. She's a tweaker all the way, man. No, you know he's cold, bitch. Stop. I agree, Raquel.
That happens in everybody's life. But there's things here that just I want you to help us understand that. Okay? Your car, Dodge Journey, you drive that. What's the white powder that's spilled in the back of that? What is that?
Baby cereal that busted in a cereal bag over the back.
Baby cereal. Exactly, Jenks. Man, you gotta be a cheap fucking drunk to combine natural ice with Fireball, man. Like that's like hey, let me get the cheapest of this and let me get the cheapest of it all. Just let me get it completely fucked up for a month for $8. You know, like that's crazy.
That was after I
You know what I realized? The cops on day one knew she did it. Do you hear the way he's talking to her? The cops knew on day one she did it. But she didn't get arrested for like a long time. What was it, 6-7 weeks? Right. Right. Now they're bringing up, was it possible he was dead? Got her. Got her. He was. He was my happy baby. Was my happy baby. Got her. Got her. Woo. Yep. She's a dumb bitch, ain't she? Right. I didn't know that.
And that's because of what he's done to me. The cheating. That's why I don't trust him 100% when it comes to my kids. I've never done him. I've never done him. My mother has. My mother's done him before. I have never done him. I have never come home except for some of my kids.
I'm gonna smoke.
Yes, he does. He'll take care of him, that man.
What if I told you that if you're not home by the time that you said you're supposed to be home, and Danny is there with the kids by himself, that he just leaves and just leaves the kids there unattended? Would that be a surprise to you?
Yes. That would be 100%. That is something he would not do.
That's something that he does.
Huh?
Yeah.
I don't. Did he say that?
We told you we're looking at every possible.
Somebody's left my kids unattended before when I wasn't home.
And that's what we're trying to get to. What else has Danny done? What accident happened?
I don't know if there was an accident.
What did he talk to you?
He
say anything?
said nothing at all about the kids when I came home. Nothing. He just laid there and he was just talking about my anger issues, my mental problems, what makes him turned off about me. And I did the same and told him about what turns me off about him. And we went to bed. So I'm not understanding. Not understanding. I don't think he would do anything, but then again, I didn't think he would leave my kids alone. I don't understand this, my dude. Now I have no leads on my babies. No lead on them at all.
We are working nonstop on this. And we're not going to stop. I can promise you when you leave here tonight, there's folks working throughout the night and tomorrow until they find Clinton. But we really are leaning on you right now. Based off everything that we know at this point, I think we both agree that something happened. Clinton was crying. Somebody got frustrated. Maybe something happened that you weren't expecting. And Clinton fell unconscious. And you're 23 years old. You don't know how to handle situations like that. Danny didn't know how to handle situations where, you said you don't remember him falling, but you said multiple times throughout the interview, we've gone back and forth, he was battling, and there were some times he was crying, and it can get frustrating. I've got 3 kids myself.
He's still not, like, ever since he's been able to walk or crawl, he's always done the battling thing. And it doesn't frustrate me. I'm used to it. And then I got Zane, and then I got him, and then I got Scott. Whatever. If there was something that happened, I don't know what it was. And I want y'all both to look me in my eyes. I would not pick somebody over my children. Never would I pick somebody over my children. I would not. I don't care how much I love them. Okay? I have never once seen him hurt my kids. I have never seen marks on my kids. And nothing out the way last night made me feel like he would have done something or was acting some way like he was trying to hide something. Nothing at all made me think like that. And I am an overthinker. Okay? I am a serious overthinker. So even one little thing that would put that thought in my mind, I wouldn't have been thinking.
Serious overthinker, we can clearly tell. Right.
My routine, what we did, what kids did, what I did, what Danny did. I just did everything that I could ever do. I put it down. I feel like people, this is what I want. I don't want to stop being questioned like I'm sitting here trying to protect somebody for doing something to my baby. I'm not that person. I'm not.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. He's good, man. That detective is good as fuck. I mean, he only drinks 6 beers a night. He don't sound like an alcoholic to me. Right? Right?
searched that place top and bottom multiple times before the cops even got there. Multiple times straight out into the woods in the back of my house.
Yeah, I bet.
Don't know if something happened to him. I don't know if he's okay. I don't know if he's bad. I don't know if he's safe. I don't know. All I know is that I want him home. And I'm willing to give whatever I got to for it. And I have. This is everything from the time that we picked him up to last night to when I went to sleep to this morning. I told y'all everything I know and everything that I've seen. There was no noises that I didn't hear anything. Nothing woke me up. Nothing woke me up. Danny saying that he did kiss me behind everything.
Oh, she's probably really crying.
So I don't know.
She's probably really crying. It doesn't mean. I agree with you, Raquel. This shit's wild, man. I can't wait till these goddamn interviews are over. I know that. Can't wait till the cops and the interviews are done. This has been a long, tedious day. This is an 8-hour and 30-minute stream so far. God damn. At least I got my damn drink now. I'm working on it. I can't abandon ship. It'll fuck with my OCD, GG. I have to finish it. I have to finish the whole trial. If not, it'll drive me nuts. The OCD's a bitch. Trust me, it hasn't been fruitful or worth it. You gotta finish it. You just gotta finish it. Got my whiskey, I got my drink though, GG. So at least I got something to fucking take my mind off of this fucking goddamn crying goofy bitch on the screen. They must be in a Pacific time zone. No, they're out here in the east. They're in Savannah, Georgia. You know how it goes. All right, so. All right.
What we just watched there pretty much represent the end of that.
It is going late today, dog lover.
I think I'll reserve my follow-up questions.
To release the jurors for the evening.
Good idea.
Just a moment. I gotta tell you a thing or two. So I'm gonna release you for the evening. Obviously, the trial is not over. We have more to get to. So I want to once again reinforce my instructions. Please don't do any research. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Avoid anyone who tries to talk to you about the case. Avoid any news stories or any other media, social media.
Yeah, no shit.
And I wish you all a good night. Tomorrow.
Yes, we'll see you tomorrow, bitch. Oh, 8 hours and 27 minutes. What the fuck? Tomorrow, hopefully, we get a little bit more action. And I will be here in the morning. I don't think they're starting till 10 tomorrow, which means it'll be a delay 30 minutes, so 10:30 our time, 10:30 Eastern time is probably when it's going to start. I got to get ready for my nighttime stream on my news channel. Thank you to those that hit the tip jar. Thank you to those that didn't. I get some dinner, things like that, and then get everything set up, figured out. Y'all have a good night, man. Thanks, guys. Peace out.